734. The previous chapter was a slip of the pen and will be corrected. Might change to earlier preamble. Inside the Ascension City, Twister visited the Ning Mansion for the first time. The second in command of the criminal division came to meet the current hidden official of the Ascension City. Ning Yao stood at the old site of the dragon-slaying cliff. Other than Ning Yao, there was also a young girl with an ancient inkstone and a bamboo box on her back. She was running around with a cute little girl in white, beating gongs and drums. One asked if my master was powerful and how powerful he was. The other answered that my father was powerful and invincible. The other asked what my mother would do to you later. The other answered that I was not afraid of kowtowing. With gongs and drums, I could rule the world. The two of them who had a harmonious relationship suddenly turned hostile. One said that her master was her father, so she was closer to him. The other said that she recognized her master first and her father later. First come, first served. Her seniority was still lower. The so-called falling out was actually just a competition to see who could make the loudest noise by beating their gongs and drums. Twister Axayan felt that it was really difficult for Ning Yao. She had Guozhuzhou and a daughter who fell from the sky. Ning Yao did not seem to mind the commotion and nodded to Twister Axayan. Twister Axayan came to Ning Yao and said, Xiao Yao had a drink with Jing Dafeng and left the Ascension City. Qi Shou personally sent him out of the city. It seems that Xiao Yao is going to the westernmost side to learn Buddhism from the monks of the Shoshin Temple. Ning Yao nodded and said, he probably wants to learn Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. Was he going to walk the same path as Mr. Qi? Twister Axayan smiled and did not speak. Ning Yao asked, what's wrong? Twister Axayan said, I'm curious. Why did you choose Chen Pingon, who was just a teenager in a shabby alley when you traveled alone? Can you tell me about it? Logically speaking, Ning Yao had seen all kinds of sword immortals on the Great Wall of Sword Qi since she was young and then traveled the world. She should have seen many young talents. Bookish, heroic, and immortal. She must have seen all kinds of things. Ning Yao said, what did he say to you? Twister Axayan shook her head and said, Chen Pingon never talked about this. Ning Yao narrowed her eyes slightly and smiled. Twisting Heart was helpless. Should she call this man and woman an immortal couple, or should she call them an adulterous couple? Even a seamstress like Twisting Heart, who had no feelings for love, could not take it. Therefore, Twisting Core corrected herself, I was just asking casually. You don't have to answer. Actually, Ning Yao didn't intend to say anything. The two of them strolled together. Ning Yao turned to Guozhuzhou and reminded her, you guys can have fun, but you're not allowed to leave this place. Guozhuzhou nodded vigorously and said, if anything goes wrong, I'll bring my head to mistress. The little girl threw the gongs and drums to the ground. She put her hands on her hips and asked, whose head? Guozhuzhou squinted at the little girl and said telepathically, we're on the same team. Why are you trying to undermine us? Ning Yao no longer paid attention to the two children's frolicking. Twister Axayan made an exception to appear in the Ning Mansion this time. She was definitely not here to chat. However, Ning Yao couldn't help but look back at Guozhuzhou. Guozhuzhou immediately straightened her back. Of course, Ning Yao knew why Guozhuzhou didn't want to stay in her own home. Similarly, Ning Yao was even worse than Guozhuzhou. She directly ran away from home. Even when Guozhuzhou returned home, she was mostly busy in the flower bed. She meticulously took care of the exotic flowers and herbs that she brought back from her travels. She no longer swept a large area with her rod or chopped a large pile with her sword. It was as if when one grew up, one would be reluctant to part with them. Every time Chen Pingon returned home from his travels, he would go and add soil. There was no exception. It was the same principle. Twister Axayan said telepathically to Ning Yao, that year in prison, Chen Pingon made a deal with an ascendant state called Frost Descent. Frost Descent earned a grain of Guyu money from Chen Pingon and bought half of his freedom. He promised to help you once. Therefore, when you were traveling, I almost twisted open the wick and released this otherworldly demon from Qing Ming Tian. Ning Yao asked, almost. Twister Axian nodded and said, Xing Dafeng found me and told me not to rush. This person seems to be quite familiar with the inside story of Shinto. Ning Yao didn't want to talk about Xing Dafeng's background. As the gatekeeper of Luopa Mountain, he was half a family member. Therefore, Ning Yao only said, Chen Pingon's hometown, Lizhu Grotto Heaven, is the most unfathomable place in the world. If you have to deal with people from there in the future, get used to it early. Twister Axayan smiled and said, Chen Pingon, Xing Dafeng, Xiao Yao, I have seen 3 of them. They are indeed very strange. Ning Yao said, you don't have to worry about this immortal sword naive. Before I reach the ascendant state, I will definitely make her obedient. When the time comes, I will confront the one-eyed one. In addition to that otherworldly demon, I will also ask Xing Dafeng about some rules of Shinto. Twister Axayan was a little surprised. I thought you would refuse the interference of outsiders. Ning Yao shook her head. I don't think you are outsiders. What's more, Tao is dangerous. There is nothing to be embarrassed about seeking help, just in case. Xiao Yao and the others were outsiders. Knowing her relationship with Chen Pingon, he still came to see her alone. If it wasn't for Mr. Qi, Ning Yao didn't mind sending Xiao Yao out of Ascension City. She didn't send that person out of the country with a sword. It had a lot to do with Ning Yao's good mood. That half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi was still there. He was still there. Twister Axayan said, then I will leave the wick in Ning Mansion. Ning Yao nodded. Up to you. Inside and outside of Ascension City, naturally, no one dared to spy on Ning Mansion with the mountain and river palm. They didn't have enough courage, and their realm was even lower. Twister Axayan took out the oil lamp. After twisting the wick, a white-haired boy floated to the ground. At first, he was in a daze. Then, he suddenly looked like he was about to cry. He raised his arms and shouted, Ancestor Ingguan, your martial arts are unparalleled, your spells are heavenly, your sword immortal is outstanding, your heroic spirit is handsome, your promise is worth 1,000 gold, your plan is flawless. Ning Yao glanced at the little bootlicker whose face was flushed red and said to Twister Axayan, you should take him back. Twister Axayan smiled. Anyway, there are already 2. One more won't make a difference. Shuangjiang saw that the situation wasn't good. He immediately clasped his hands and raised them above his head. He lowered his head and said loudly, I am willing to be Ancestor Ingguan's Tao companion. I will do my best. Ning Yao stretched out her hand and rubbed her forehead. She turned her head and asked, is this how you behave in prison? Twister Axayan shook her head and said, it's even worse than this. In any case, Chen Pingon enjoys it. Ning Yao nodded. Then let him stay. It was a good thing that he could ask Shuangjiang some questions to pass the time. Otherwise, if he kept reading those 2 books, he would not be able to find any flowers. In the 2 books, one was hiding something, the other was open and aboveboard. There were quite a lot of beautiful women. On Zhaoping Peak, which was opposite Mirage City, a green-robed swordsman named Qin Yin bought all the restaurants and inns on the entire mountain. He often drank alone here and enjoyed the sunset and the rise of the sun. In a place called Peach Leaf Ferry in the Great Spring Dynasty, Zhou was riding on a small boat. He shook out a round-faced girl in cotton clothes from his sleeve and had her boil tea with peach blossom water. The Peach Leaf Ferry had an exquisite structure. The bow of the ferry was engraved with a jade head. Because the Great Spring Dynasty was once an ancient swamp country, the common people needed to use jade to suppress the flood dragons and water descendants. In addition, there were screens on both sides of the middle cabin. The cabin was quite large and could hold many books. The rear cabin had a stove and sleeping quarters. One could enjoy the scenery, drink tea, eat, play chess, and play zither without any problems. Although it was small, it had all the essentials. The peach blossom water, mandarin fish, and peach blossom fan of this ferry were once the favorites of the Great Spring Dynasty's officials and the female cultivators on the mountain. When brewing tea on credit, Xiaomi stretched out his hand and casually flipped through a stream of time. Flipping through time was as simple as flipping through the pages of a book. When Firen, who was disguised as Chen Yin, appeared at the Peach Leaf Ferry, Xiaomi smiled and immersed his mind in the small boat that Firen was on. Firen of the past naturally did not notice. The person that Firen had arranged to meet was Tongyi Continent's Golden Peak Monastery's master, Du Hanling. He was a nascent soul realm cultivator and was more sensible. The ferry stopped at the shore. Firen got up and did not go ashore. Xiaomi stood at the end of the boat with his hands behind his back. He used the Qi observation technique to size up the group of people other than Du Hanling. Firen obviously did not expect Du Hanling to be so careless and bring outsiders here without permission. However, the nascent soul realm cultivator immediately bowed and apologized. He took the initiative to explain the reason to the messenger from the Guiyu tent. In the northern boundary of Tongyi Continent, Heavenly Fault Peak, Green Tiger Palace, and Golden Peak Monastery were all big mountains not far from the word sect. It was just that the Green Tiger Palace had long moved to the Baoping Continent's old dragon city, while the Golden Apex Monastery had gone against the flow of the flood of refugees. Du Hanling first used a demon clan sword cultivator to establish a relationship with the Wuzi army camp stationed in the old southern Qi's capital city. Then, through the Wuzi army camp's matchmaking, he made an appointment with a Guiyu camp cultivator named Chen Yin at Peach Leaf Crossing. Du Hanling had a rough understanding of the 60 military tents in the wilderness. Jiazi tent was the leader. Other than that, there were a few other tents that were more eye-catching. For example, Jiazi tent was a group of sword immortal embryos. There were many young cultivators and each of them had a high status. Gui Hai tent was in charge of paving the road on the sea. Geo tent was in charge of moving mountains and opening up roads after landing on the shore. There was a king-level great demon overseeing each of them. They were Fei Fei, who was proficient in water techniques, and Yuan Shou, who was proficient in moving mountains. There was also Jiwei tent, whose leader was the sword immortal minister. There was also one of the younger 10 who was on credit. As for Guiyu tent, its reputation was relatively unknown. Zhou smiled knowingly. What a coincidence. It seemed that the people in front of him were old friends with the hidden official. Du Hanling was not the only one whose Dao heart had a ripple. There seemed to be a group of people who, after seeing Firen's current appearance, were not as patient as Du Hanling. Their expressions changed slightly and could not be concealed. Du Hanling was worthy of being an old nascent soul cultivator. He quickly recovered his normal state of mind. Whether or not the other party was Chen Pingan who had messed up the situation of the Great Spring Temple in the past did not matter much. These people were now in high positions in the Great Spring Dynasty. One of them was a vassal surnamed Liu, and the other was the only remaining duke of the Great Spring Dynasty. Especially Gao Shizhen, after seeing Firen, his face was gloomy and terrifying. In addition, there was also a master and disciple from the Golden Peak Monastery. Xiao Yuan ran, his master was Daoist Baozhen Yin Miaofeng, the master of the Dragon Gate realm and the disciple of the Golden Core realm. The master and the disciple were both cultivators in the Dragon Gate realm back then. They were not earth immortals, so they could not stay in the Mirage City as Master Jing. They could only go to the border and monitor the Yao family's iron cavalry for the Liu family of Daquan. They stayed there for more than 10 years. Among them, Xiao Yuan Ran looked young, but he was already half 100 years old. As for his master Yin Miaofeng, he was more than 200 years old. In addition, there was also a less conspicuous Lord City God, the city god of the Riding Crane City. The vassal kings and dukes of the Great Spring Temple, the earth immortals cultivators on the mountain, and the gods of the land gathered at the Peach Leaf Ferry. In the end, they saw a person they would never have thought of, Chen Pingon. Firen heard Du Honling's explanation and nodded with a smile. Old friends meet again, turning enemies into friends. Life is really unpredictable. Then, Firen stood at the bow of the boat and another group of people stood on the shore. They began to secretly discuss a plan. Zhou listened to them one by one. As for Zhou real body, he was still sitting on the ferry. He took a cup of tea from Kuyu and said with a smile, "Boiling tea is just boiling tea leaves." The round-faced girl's heart was not ordinary. She was first detained in the sleeve, and now she was alone with Mr. Wenhai, but she did not care at all. After pouring a cup of tea for herself, she said casually, "This is my skill. I can guarantee that it can be drunk. If Mr. Zhou is not satisfied, just call Firen. He seems to be proficient in everything." On the shore of the ferry, the conversation went smoothly. Among them, the young Daoist probably did not know that Qin Yin in front of him was much higher than he imagined. He was leisurely chatting with his master and said with a smile, "Master once said that there are often 1,000-year-old trees in the deep mountains, and there are few 100-year-old people in the human world. At most, she will be old in 20 years. It seems that Master was wrong." Yin Miaofeng twirled his beard and smiled. "It is indeed a little strange. Maybe there is a heretical immortal secret book in the Great Spring secret treasury that can make Yao Jinji's face permanent. If you say that Yao Jinji did not secretly cultivate, I will not believe it. The Great Spring secret treasury." The two properties of the Jinhuang Mountain Immortal Mansion and the Pine Needle Lake Water God Temple were not to be underestimated. The Liu family of the Great Spring secret treasury had been established for more than 200 years and had countless treasures. Unfortunately, the emperor moved to the Fifth World. Who knows how much of the family's property was left now? A sword light turned into a rainbow and landed on the bow of the ferry. Zhou smiled and said, "You came at the right time. Sit down and have some tea." Firen tore off the mask and returned to his original appearance. He said in a low voice, "Zhou, what do you want to do?" Zhou asked back, "Shouldn't you ask me what I have done first?" In the blessed land of lotus roots, many strange phenomena of heaven and earth appeared one after another like bamboo shoots after the rain. The brilliance caused by the dozens of heavenly materials and earthly treasures appeared one after another in the beautiful land of mountains and rivers. There were also long swords left behind from ancient times that suddenly shot up into the sky. There were also 1,000-year-old trees that suddenly bore immortal fruits. The immortal aura was ethereal and contained fate energy. It was not as simple as having abundant spiritual aura. It was the best location for mountain cultivators to choose. Among the mountains, lakes, and seas, there were also plants that were blessed by nature. Most importantly, they would give birth to a little bit of natural divine light and become a kind of existence similar to mountain gods, water immortals, and earth gods. They were only short of being bestowed with righteousness. There were also many ancestral temple statues that had enjoyed the incense of the mortal world for hundreds of years. They were originally just clay sculptures and wooden embryos. Even if some of them belonged to the local obscene temples, there were now a few embryonic golden bodies that were formed and began to open their eyes to the mortal world. Cui Dongshan performed a great supernatural power of immortals that copied mountains and rivers and spread the scrolls on the ground. It was good for those who were not in a high realm to see more vividly. The eyes of the accountant, Wei Wenlong, lit up. His hands were quickly pinching his fingers in his sleeves as he did not stop calculating. The longevity fellow was obviously in a good mood. He pursed his lips and smiled. Chao Qinglang was puzzled. Little senior brother. Cui Dongshan had nothing to do, so he stepped on the spot and flew up with his sleeves. He smiled and said, "You guessed right. Lotus Root Blessed Land not only became a superior blessed land, but also hit the bottleneck. In history, there were not many blessed lands with such good fortune. If I remember correctly, there were only 6. They were the result of many mountain peak sects preparing for hundreds of years. For example, the 100 Refinements Blessed Land of the Talisman Yu Xian Yi sect was to let the blessed land have more fortune. Ordinary mountain peaks would not have such extravagant hopes at all. It turned out that other than the Luopa Mountain's own methods and the gifts from outsiders, the Lotus Root Blessed Land, which had just been promoted to a superior blessed land, had reached the bottleneck in less than an hour. Just the mountain of dragon pearls that Madame Qing Zhong took out caused the blessed land's water luck to soar by 50%. In addition, during the Battle of the 10 People in the World, the imperial tutor Zhong Qiu obtained a celestial fortune. It was a 5 sacred mountains true form map. Zhong Qiu tried to destroy it in order to guard against Eugenie. Later, according to Lu Tai's instructions, he gave up the idea and handed it over to Chao Qinglang for safekeeping. Chao Qinglang asked Zhong Qiu and little senior brother. One was willing to take it out and the other said that there was no hidden danger. Therefore, the 5 sacred mountains that did not need to be conferred by the emperors of the 4 countries appeared in the Lotus Root Blessed Land. As for Yuanlai's immortal fated chance, it was buried at the base of a tall mountain. Similarly, it possessed the embryonic form of a vast mountain. However, compared to the 5 great mountains' true form diagram, its grade was slightly lower. The small pond behind the Luopa Mountains bamboo building turned into a huge lake. A purple golden lotus swayed and wisps of purple golden light slowly flowed into the lake. The qi of Tao permeated the surface of the lake. The floating duckweed sword lake was one of the 18 lakes. Together with the Tai Hui sword sex mountain, it had taken root and gradually merged with the heaven and earth. Other than that, there was a sea of clouds given by the ancestor of the White Cloud sect of the Lying Ground Peak, a peach forest given by the Peach Mountain sect, a fiery cloud given by the Tai Xia sect, and a white conch cup given by the Yuan Ling Hall of the Finger Xian Peak. It was as big as an island and was a natural small Taoist field. Pei Qian frowned and said, "When water is full, it will overflow. Once it reaches a bottleneck and can't break through, it will be bad." Cui Dongshan immediately turned his head and gave Pei Qian a thumbs up. "Senior sister, you have a good eye. You are insightful." Zhou Mili finally had a place to use her skills. Holding the golden carrying pole and green bamboo cane, she clapped her hands quickly but silently. The so-called bottleneck was the size of the Blessed Land's territory. After all, the size of the Blessed Land was fixed. The Blessed Land of the Taoist Temple in the past was considered the smallest among the 72 Blessed Lands. Once the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the Blessed Land was too much, it would be as bad as not enough. Not only would it affect the physique and fate of the mortal teachers, it would also cause all kinds of natural and man-made disasters. For example, if the water was too heavy, it would cause the mountains and rivers to be turbulent and flood thousands of miles away. Or if a huge sun hung in the sky, the sun's essence would shine for thousands of miles and continue to burn the Blessed Land, causing drought to occur for a few years and killing all living things. The dense moonlight would sprinkle on the mortal world, causing the underworld to be filled with ghosts and spirits. They would form groups and wander at night. Or the mountain and lake spirits that were together with the moon would flock and run rampant in the mortal world. The moon's excess would lead to a loss. This was the truth of the great Tao. This was the root cause of many people who ascended in the blessed lands. These people were favored by heaven and earth. They were blessed by fate. In a sense, they had no choice but to come out. If they forced themselves to stay in the blessed land, they would either be crushed by heaven and be regarded as a traitor who tried to usurp the throne. They would be reduced to returning to heaven and earth, or they would take advantage of the situation and leave. Therefore, the truth of many blessed lands in history came to light. However, some of them would attract unexpected disasters. For example, the last official of the Great Wall of Sword Chi broke the restriction of heaven and earth by himself and attracted the attention of the cultivators in the world. In the end, the entire blessed land was destroyed. The blessed land of Cloud Cave, controlled by the Jiang family, was famous for its vast land and many people. Even if they spent a lot of money, because of the disasters caused by cultivation, the blessed land of Cloud Cave had never reached a bottleneck. The blessed land of Frost Crisp, owned by the Lu family of the Snow Mountain continent, was probably the least populated blessed land. There was only a large group of jade collectors specially trained by the Lu family, and they worked all year round. There were also female immortal masters from other sects who would take the initiative to find the Lu family of the Snow Mountain continent and become anonymous jade collectors without any salary. After all, the so-called jade collectors were dealing with snow all year round, which was greatly beneficial to cultivation. At the same time, the Lu family also owned the blessed land with the most people, the Tree Shade Blessed Land. It was an inferior blessed land that the Lu family would not spend a single immortal coin on. It had a total of 90 million people. Once a cultivator was lucky enough to reach the cave realm, they would immediately be taken away from the blessed land. Outsiders only knew that it was the request of the two ancestral masters. Of course, Cui Dongshan had a backup plan. He would never let the blessed land's bottleneck become a hidden danger. To be precise, he was one of the people in the world who only knew how to manage blessed lands. Jiang Shangjin had long been prepared for this. Cui Dongshan looked down at a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters. There was a willow tree with a scroll hanging on the tree. Cui Dongshan reached out and grabbed it in his hand. He untied a golden thread wrapped around the scroll and placed it horizontally in front of him. The scroll was suspended in the air. Cui Dongshan touched it with 2 fingers and the scroll instantly unfolded. The images constantly swept out and finally revealed 1,000 miles of mountains and rivers painting. This was a great gift from Jiang Shangjin to the blessed land. He bought it from an old ancestral master of Carte Blanche Blessed Land. It was originally a scroll that was tailor-made for the blessed land of Cloud Cave. After it took root, as long as the blessed land was empty and vast enough, it would become a real mountain and river after being soaked in abundant spiritual energy for 100 years. Other than that, most of the refugees from the Tongyi continent who were previously imprisoned by Jiang Shangjin walked out of the blessed land in the Aquarius continent. Almost all of the Qi cultivators had left, leaving behind more than 200,000 ordinary people. It was unknown what method Jiang Shangjin used. Most of them were coerced and tempted. In the end, they chose to stay in the blessed land and await the judgment of God. These were 2 acts of timely help. The painting of mountains and rivers was like this, and it was even more so for the 200,000 souls of the mortal teachers. As long as they lived and multiplied here, they would be able to repaint the white painting, blessed land a bit more. Wei Pai praised from the bottom of his heart, compared to consecrator Zhou, I am ashamed of my inferiority. As the suzerain of the Jade Gui sect and the head of the Jiang family, Jiang Shangjin could be said to have given his all for Luopa Mountain. As a consecrator to this extent, even Cui Dongshan wanted to give brother Zhou a golden plaque with the words righteous beyond the clouds. It seemed that no matter what Jiang Shangjin did, as long as he put his heart into it, he would be outstanding. The only private gain under the guise of public office was that Jiang Shangjin left a small piece of land for himself. A willow branch that fell to the ground and became a shade. It was probably because he wanted to bring a beauty here for an outing. With the additional mountains and rivers that appeared out of thin air, the spiritual energy of the blessed land that was almost solidified began to flow naturally again, surging towards the emptied mountains and rivers. Zhu Lian laughed and said, "Consecrator Zhou is indeed a wonderful person. It's rare in the world." Then, Zhu Lian smiled and looked at Pei Qian. Pei Qian was a little puzzled. Zhu Lian explained, "Consecrator Zhou and I hit it off at first sight. We exchanged pointers on a Dao technique and were evenly matched. But in the end, he lost to you. Furthermore, Consecrator Zhou lost wholeheartedly." Pei Qian thought for a while and muttered, "What's all this about?" Zhou Mili gently shook her head, which was considered as knocking on the door to greet Pei Qian. Pei Qian stretched out his hand and pressed on her head, saying softly, "Don't say that old chef is talking nonsense. There's no such thing. We, the Bamboo House, treat people with sincerity." In Pei Qian's small account book in the early years, there were many distinct factions. For example, she, Sister Wanshu, and Little Mili belonged to the most direct Bamboo House faction. The Gatekeeper faction had Jing Dafeng and Yuan Lai. The Dragon Riding Alley faction had Shi Rou and the others who looked after the shops. There was also the Steakwalking and Dreamwalking faction. Cui Dongshan said, "Next, I'll have to trouble Changming Judge and Mr. Wei to take a few more steps to pick up the money and settle the accounts. Hongxia will bring Yunzi to help later. You don't know how lucky you are. It's not good to lie down and enjoy life without doing anything." Hongxia said softly, "Yes, Hongxia." Chen Lingjun said, "Count me in." Cui Dongshan smiled and looked at Grandpa Chin, who was walking a little light. "Then count you in. Do you want to bring that brother of yours along?" On this trip to the North Continent, Chen Lingjun had crossed a continent and back. He had been very careful when he walked, but that business of beheading a chicken and burning yellow paper to get to know a good brother was very daring and not the least bit careless. Chen Lingjun shrunk his neck and took a big step forward. He took another big step forward and put his feet together. Thus, he stood next to Wanshu, the stupid girl, and said tentatively, "Then let's forget it, right?" Cui Dongshan no longer paid attention to this leader of Luopa Mountain's courage and wisdom. First, there was old Josie, who had never won a fight and never lost a quarrel. Then, there was Lu Qiqing, who had, "My senior brother is Jing Juzhong, and I am best friends with Chen Pingan." Now, there was Chen Lingjun, who had scolded Wan Fei for being shameless, patted Lu Chen's shoulder twice, and even called the people of Zhanlong his brother. Each and every one of them was *King talent, the kind that could only be found but not sought. Even Cui Dongshan found it interesting that Luopa Mountain was able to occupy one of these rare heroes in the vast world. Cui Dongshan turned to Chao Qinglang and said, "That dragon boat ferry can be brought here to be repaired. If you think that Lu Zhongruan is suitable, you can let her bring some of the more level-headed direct disciples here to choose 2 or 3 mountains to cultivate. But let's make it clear in advance. Within 60 years, other than Island Master Lu, who can freely enter and leave, the direct disciples can't move around casually." Cui Dongshan raised his hands, shook his sleeves, and pointed to 2 places. For example, these 2 places have a lot of water luck. They can be given to Lu Zhongruan of Pearl Hairpin Island. One was a part of the South Xuanshui Hall, which was given by Shenlin, the Duke of Spirit Source, and the other was a stream given by Li Yuan, the Marquis of Longting. When the dragon boat ferry called Overturned Ink had returned to the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry, it was already on the verge of collapse and broken. Just the immortal money needed to repair it had actually exceeded the value of the dragon boat itself. Lu Zhongruan wanted to buy this dragon boat. She could not use it as a ferry on the mountain, but as a souvenir, she could park it in the waterhole. She did not expect that Luopa Mountain would decline the matter, saying that it wanted to be repaired as before. Lu Zhongruan had good intentions. She wanted to reduce Luopa Mountain's financial losses. Since Luopa Mountain did not mind, she was too lazy to do more. But in the Luopa Mountain's account room, for the distant Cloud City and the nearby Pearl Hairpin Island, even if both sides were small immortals, Luopa Mountain was actually quite considerate of their good intentions. Chao Qinglang nodded and had no objections. If Luopa Mountain wanted to stand tall in the chaotic times of war and peace, and if it wanted to have a foundation for 1,000 years, not only did it have to form an alliance with large sects for mutual benefit, but it also had to try its best to make Pearl Hairpin Island, Cloud City, and Sparrow Mansion, which were not prominent for the time being, grow stronger together with Luopa Mountain. And it absolutely could not only make friends with benefits. In Luopa Mountain, money had to be earned, incense had to be earned, and people's hearts had to be earned. Cui Dongshan said, "I was a little more indecisive today, but I am an exception. Regarding this lotus root blessed land, in the future, it will be up to you to decide. If you want to discuss with others, then discuss. If you don't want to, then do it yourself. Since Sir believes in you, I believe in you, so you don't have to mind what I think. We are of the same generation, so there is no need. Just don't let Sir down." Chao Qinglang and little senior brother bowed to express their gratitude, but in fact, they were not relaxed. Cui Dongshan suddenly smiled at Zhu Lian and asked, "My actions today are more outstanding. Old chef won't be unhappy, right?" Zhu Lian smiled and said, "The capable do more work. No one will blame you for making more mistakes, not to mention that Mr. Cui Jr. is doing more right." Cui Dongshan retracted his gaze and looked down at the world. "I've been throwing money, and now I can finally make money. My luck has turned, a good sign, a very good sign." Every top-grade blessed land in the world that had reached the bottleneck was truly a treasure bowl of endless wealth. The sects and magnates who had the blessed land in their hands only needed to plunder the heavenly materials and earthly treasures and bring them out of the blessed land. Some cultivators in the blessed land could also break the cage and be taken away from the blessed land. They could become the immortal masters of the immortal abode in the beyond the heavens. This was what many books in the blessed land called, ascending to the immortal world after attaining the Tao. This was how the blessed land holder used the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, or in other words, real immortal money to exchange for real immortals. Moreover, this move did not harm the Tao, the geographical advantage, or the harmony between people. In the end, Zhu Lian pulled Wei Shanjun, who had nothing to do anyway and might as well enjoy the scenery, to continue to guard the sky screen. He was responsible for keeping an eye on the picture scroll. The longevity fellow and the accountant, Wei Wenlong, began to travel far and wide to pick up money. Cui Dongshan left the blessed land with Pei Qian, Old Sword Immortal Mi, and the dispensable Hong Xia. Chao Qinglang quietly went to the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom. Scholar, and champion were all Chao Qinglang's titles. Chao Qinglang had participated in the imperial examinations of the Nanyuan Kingdom in the past and had been unstoppable. He had obtained the top scorer in the provincial examination, the champion in the general examination, and the champion in the palace examination. He had become the first scholar in the history of the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land to obtain the top scorer in all three examinations. Even the teacher, Zhong Qiu, did not know whether to laugh or cry. This was a series of titles that Chao Qinglang had earned with his own ability. Therefore, when Chao Qinglang left later, it became a major unsolved case in the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom. Back then, in the Central Divine Continent's Li Ji Learning Palace, he had met the sage of literature who was the ancestor. When the old scholar heard this from the teacher, he was overjoyed and almost burned 3 sticks of incense on the spot. He said that the student had surpassed the master. Our literary lineage is so arrogant that it soars to the heavens. Whether it's studying, playing chess, drinking, practicing the sword, writing, boxing, or speaking properly, which one of them isn't invincible in the world? And now, even the only thing that's lacking is scholarly honors, we can hold our heads up high. Cui Dongshan stayed at Luopa Mountain, and Hong Xia followed beside him, trembling with fear. Pei Qian and Mi Yu walked to the Oxhorn Mountain ferry, one south and one north. Pei Qian wanted to take the ferry to the battlefield of the southern peak, while Mi Yu went to the North Continent Sparrow residence. When they arrived at the Oxhorn Mountain ferry, which was becoming more and more prosperous, it used to be a proper immortal mountain called the Bundle Shop. There were buildings of all sizes, and there were pavilions and markets. That year, the Bundle Shop made a mistake and did not think highly of the Dali Iron Cavalry's southern expedition. It was equivalent to giving it to the cloud-covering mountain and Luopa Mountain. After that, the Bundle Shop regretted it and wanted to buy it back at a high price. Wei Pai just happened to entertain the Bundle Shop's guests with a night banquet. After that, there was no follow-up. Later, Mi Yu would ask Wei Shanjun to help send it to the border of the northern peak. Then, he would hide his breath and cross the continent on his sword alone. He would also visit the long bridge that connected the two continents. And this time, Pei Qian did not carry the mountain walking staff and the bamboo box on her back. She also left the auspicious symbol of the saber at Luopa Mountain. She only had a Dali Ministry of Justice jade token on her waist and 2 sabers on the other side of her waist. She would take a Dali border army ferry to the south and use the name of Jingqian. Pei Qian planned to suppress her realm at the golden body level. She would speak with the accent of the snow continent, and her fist technique would be similar to that of the Horse Lake Residence's Leigong Temple. Mi Yu said to Pei Qian, "Be careful." Pei Qian nodded. Same for Sword Fairy Mi Yu was helpless. Now, when he heard the 2 words, Sword Fairy, he felt uncomfortable. At the stone table by the cliff, Cui Dongshan crossed his legs and casually cast a spell. On the stone table scroll, there was the figure of eldest senior sister and old Sword Fairy Mi. The young man in white was leisurely eating melon seeds. Hongxia did not even dare to sit down. Cui Dongshan squinted at the nascent soul water dragon. "Do you want me to kneel and beg you to move before you invite Master Yunzi here?" Hongxia bowed and hurried to Mount Huimang on the wind. On the way back to Luopa Mountain from the Blessed Land, Hongxia still did not dare to speak. In fact, she had her eyes on a remote river in the Songlai country. Compared to the place where Pei Xiang chose to stay in the Fox country, it was far inferior. After all, the latter still relied on a dragon vein, but the hidden dragon was not obvious. As a nascent soul water dragon, Hongxia was not suitable to cultivate in the Blessed Land if the Lotus Root Blessed Land was only a middle-level Blessed Land or a high-class Blessed Land. She would take away too much of the local Reiki and fate of the mountains and rivers. But now, it was fine. Cui Dongshan saw through Hongxia's thoughts and did not make things difficult for her. Now, the Blessed Land's water fate was so rich that it made people's hair stand on end. If there were no restrictions and there were no water fairies or monsters, it would be inappropriate to absorb Reiki in the small world of the human body. Therefore, Cui Dongshan let Hong go down and bring the Golden Core Realm Cloud Child along with him, so as to avoid rolling around in the green mud slope of Mount Huimang every day and creating a foul atmosphere. When other immortal masters passed by and saw this scene, they would mistakenly think that Luopa Mountain was a den of thieves doing illegal activities. The Lotus Root Blessed Land was divided into 4 by the old temple master. Except for the Nanyuan country, which was like a painting, the other people's mountains and rivers were like a drawing technique. Cui Dongshan knew that this was a valuable gift from the stinky Taoist so that Xiao Hu could use it to make up for his Tao. But Cui Dongshan did not plan to accept the gift. Cui Dongshan whispered, let's see how good the old chef is at solving puzzles. In the blessed land, the longevity fellow had better eyesight. He found an interesting existence that even the painting of the mountains and rivers of the immortals did not show. It was a graceful woman with an ethereal figure. She was the condensation of literature and the manifestation of the great Tao. Now, the woman was secretly flipping through books in the library of a scholarly family in the city below. Although she was not a big deal for the time being, as long as she was cultivated a little, it would be a huge profit for the blessed land. Wei Wenlong was pleasantly surprised. He said to Changming telepathically, such a rare existence is priceless. There are only 17 of the 72 blessed lands that can be checked. Changming said, Master will not agree. In fact, she would not agree either. As the manifestation of the ancestor of the gold-copper coins, Changming and the woman's great Tao were similar. They were naturally close. Just like on Luopa Mountain, Changming did not hide his affection for Wanshu. Wei Wenlong smiled, you're mistaken, Changming. Changming smiled but did not say anything. Actually, he was not mistaken. Otherwise, Accountant Wei, be careful not to bump into coins and sprain your ankle. Chen Lingjun sat cross-legged in the air, riding the wind as he followed behind the two of them. Now that the big white goose was gone, Uncle Chin felt comfortable all over. He said in an old-fashioned manner, Elder sister, are there any Jindan masters among the cultivators in this lotus flower blessed land? Alas, even if there are, they are one generation behind me. Changming said casually, in 30 years at most, there will be 5 or 6 Jindan cultivators. The cultivators who gradually climbed the mountain, the gods of mountains and rivers who formed their Jindan bodies, the spirits of heroes and ghosts, and the monsters in the wild, would all compete for the great Tao. However, even if there was someone who reached the Jindan stage first, there would be no additional great Tao blessing. This was because the first true cultivator in the Lotus Root blessed land's history, Eugenie of the Lake Mountain Sept, had already formed his Jindan before the land was split into 4. This person was born in an inferior blessed land, but he was able to break through to the Jindan Earth Immortal stage. He could be said to be a genius among geniuses. Therefore, even if there were new Jindan cultivators in the Lotus Root blessed land, they could be proud of themselves behind closed doors. As for boasting, they could forget about it. According to Zhou Fei, the consecrator of Luopa Mountain, Eugenie was shameless. He went up the mountain to cultivate immortal techniques and then went down the mountain to bully those who practiced martial arts. How could he bully others like that? Chen Lingjun suddenly slapped his head. I have to go to the Fox country to scout for my good brother. Sister Changming, Wei Abacus, goodbye. Chen Lingjun left as soon as he said that. He really wanted to visit the Fox country. He also knew how to use camouflage. Master Chen's nascent soul stage was not just for show. He wanted to see if he could help his new good brother, Chen Zhuelio, find a wife. Yunxia Mountain, the Fox country, and the Eternal Spring Palace in the north of Dali's capital were all famous for their female cultivators. This was especially true for the Fox country, which the Su family of Qingfeng City had invested a lot of money to develop for a long time. It was famous for being a hero's mound of gentleness. However, after Pei Xiang used her magical power to move from Qingfeng City to Luopa Mountain, it was isolated from the world and rooted in the blessed land. Then, Lord Wei Shan, who could not climb out of his money, strengthened the restriction, causing the foreigners who were traveling or cultivating in the Fox country to be like headless flies. It was not easy to pacify the Fox country. Those charming women were also infatuated and good at whispering pillow talk. Which hero could beat them? Chen Lingjun, as the senior, who first showed the young mountain lord the mirror flower and moon water, was actually very familiar with the mountains of the Fox country. There was a mountain and a temple in the Fox country, and it was rich in literature. In history, many poor scholars who took a detour to burn incense here were really proud of their exam results and passed the imperial examinations. Chen Lingjun planned to bring Chen Zhuilio here to burn incense in the future and change the unreliable name Zhuilio to Qinglu. It would be more auspicious. Now, the identity of Qinglu in Dali's officialdom was very valuable. As for how to help his brother obtain the identity of a native scholar in Dali, he would ask Lord Wei Shan for it. It was not like he had not asked before. There was a Linlu Academy on Mount Pinning Cloud. Chen Lingjun had thought of everything. He would find a dark and windy night when there were few people on the mountain and secretly visit Lord Wei Shan. This was probably what Chen Lingjun had always been thinking about. Walking the Jianghu, righteousness is paramount. Even though he had become a nascent soul water flood dragon, he could not change his bad habit of puffing himself up at his own cost. His good brother Chen Zhuilio was good at everything. He did not have much money, but he was so extravagant that he did not care about money. He was even more willing to puff himself up than Chen Lingjun. The only thing he could not see was that he was not an official. Normally, he liked to speak in a genteel manner, talking about how he was a wealthy guest, getting drunk 3,000 times, dejectedly getting old, and learning and swordsmanship were boundless. Just listen to him. At a glance, it was obvious that he was a down-and-out scholar who still had evil intentions toward the imperial examinations. How could Chen Lingjun not help him? Zhu Lian suddenly had an idea. He left Lord Wei Shan alone at the sky screen and went with Pei Xiang to the Fox country. Zhu Lian also called for Chen Wanchu and Zhou Mili. Pei Xiang used a camouflage technique for the group, and they landed in a private flower garden called Yunu Qin. Gu Shu had many flood dragons, and Guyu women were the most affectionate. And with so many emotions in the world, who could compare to a fox's charm? In a viewing pavilion, there was a snow-white bamboo mat made of ivory. Pei Xiang wore a close-fitting brocade robe, but she had a bamboo robe on the outside. At this moment, she was kneeling on the ground. Zhou Mili followed suit, but she felt awkward, so she followed the old chef and sat cross-legged. After Chen Wanchu obtained his master Pei Xiang's approval, he began to brew tea on the side. The tea set was ready. The bamboo pot was boiling, and the fire was just beginning to turn red. The fragrance was fragrant, and there was a small pink dress with sleeves. Zhou Mili glanced at the old chef. She held a cup with one hand and held it with the other. She lowered her head and took a sip. She accidentally drank too much and quickly spat out most of it. Only then did she nod and pretend to be an expert. Good. Probably because she felt that she was too concise and did not show off her knowledge, Zhou Mili quickly emphasized and added, excellent. Chen Wanchu smiled. Zhu Lian reached out to rub the little girl's head. Little Mili tilted her head and complained, ah, 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 ah. Old chef, you made me shorter. I used to be too easy to talk to. In the future, other than the good mountain lord, I'll be fierce to anyone who dares to delay my growth. Zhu Lian laughed loudly. Pei Xiang's expression was bleak. She ignored the playful banter between the Luopa Mountain's butler and the right protector. This ruler of the Fox Nation, who should have been overjoyed, felt a little sad. At this moment, she turned her head to look outside the pavilion, a little absent-minded. Zhu Lian just smiled and drank his tea. Pei Xiang retracted her gaze and called softly, Yan Fang. Zhu Lian smiled and said, when drinking wine, you have to have a heroic spirit. When drinking tea, you have to have a normal heart. Pei Xiang said angrily and shyly, easy for you to say. Zhu Lian asked, then do you think little Mili is easy? Zhou Mili quickly straightened her back. Although she did not understand what the old chef and sister Pei Xiang were talking about, the black-clothed girl was about to frown, but she quickly relaxed her brows. After that, he no longer cared about anything below the mountain and the world and only continued to cultivate. In the world, the only person who could be considered as his opponent was the new leader of the demonic cult, Lu Tai. As for the martial artist Zhong Qiu who parted ways with him and went further and further away, Eugenie simply did not have the time to find trouble with the Nanyuan kingdom. After he formed a golden elixir, he went into seclusion 3 times. Twice, he was interrupted by Lu Tai. The last time, he successfully ascended to the Lotus Flower Blessed Land. However, at that time, the Blessed Land was already turned upside down and the mountains and rivers changed color. Eugenie was even more lazy to care about the Nanyuan kingdom. As for people like Tang Tie and Qing Yuanshan, they were not worthy of Eugenie's attention. During Eugenie's last seclusion, a nameless young martial artist quietly appeared in the world. He used a sword but was not a sword cultivator. After practicing swordsmanship for several years in the mountain, when Eugenie broke through to the nascent soul realm, the young man went down the mountain with his sword. The young man's first battle as a fledgling was to challenge the entire Lake Mountain sect without knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. However, these disturbances could be considered as Eugenie's funeral. Eugenie did not care about the honor or disgrace of the Lake Mountain sect at all. Eugenie stood up and planned to leave on his sword. "Since you're here, I'll leave." Zheng Huan's words were not to be taken lightly. He smiled and said, "Why leave? Where can you go?" "I'm just here to take a look at one of the old temple head's methods." "I'm not targeting you, Eugenie. The real purpose of this trip is to see a disciple of mine. You recognize him. He's one of the banished deities of your blessed land, Lu Tai, or Lu Chui. He's not very accomplished, but he's quite boastful. I'm worried that when I see an unfilial descendant, I won't have anything to talk about. That's why I dragged you along so that you can catch up with him and help warm up the atmosphere." Eugenie had already landed on the ground. He bowed and lowered his head, unwilling to get up for a long time. He did not even dare to say a word. Scholar Zheng Huan. One of the 5 dream manifestations of the Beko Keikyung building's 3rd sect master. It was different from the yin spirit of a cultivator, or the yang spirit of an external body. It was more mysterious and indescribable. This Zheng Huan could be considered a person of the indomitable realm. Eugenie hated the banished deities the most, so his understanding of the Tongyi continent and the Haoran world was not shallow. However, when he heard that the other party called himself Zheng Huan, Eugenie did not think in this way. After all, Eugenie did not think that he was worthy of a Beko Keikyung building sect master entering the mountain to visit him. In this tiny blessed land, you're just a deity. Of course, there's no need to think too much. However, this habit has to be changed in the future. Otherwise, the higher you stand, the faster you die. Zheng Huan, who was one of Lu Chen's incarnations, smiled. He raised his hand and a lotus crown appeared out of thin air. He casually placed it on his head and asked, "It's not suitable for me to wear it now. Why don't I lend it to you?" Eugenie bowed even more and said softly, "I don't dare." Lu Chen smiled and said, "It's fine if you just bow." The Daoist sect passed down this etiquette, not to make future cultivators weak in the knees. Eugenie, oh Eugenie, the higher your realm, the more afraid of death you are. No wonder the sect master looked down on you and asked you to leave just because you're in the nascent soul realm. It's okay, the sect master doesn't think highly of you, but I think you're a talent. I'll give you an opportunity later. Suddenly, he swept his arm and slapped Eugenie's face with the back of his hand. A dazzling talisman appeared on Eugenie's face. It disappeared in a flash, causing a cultivator of the unpolished jade realm to be unable to breathe. It was as if he had fallen to the cave realm. Eugenie staggered. It took him a lot of effort to regain his footing. The doors of several natal Qi residences were tightly shut. Not only that, when Eugenie used his divine thoughts to look inside himself, he was shocked. The spiritual energy of many residences in his body first condensed into water, then solidified into golden jade and fell to the ground. That was why Eugenie's footsteps were heavy. The door behind them closed automatically. Lu Qin walked forward slowly. Languid, he said, the old head is still protective of his disciples. The blessed land that he gave to my disciples was only of medium quality. You're in the unpolished jade realm. If a colossal creature wades through the water, it will affect the weather. Won't there be a storm? There are only two of us, who are you trying to scare? Quickly get used to the cave realm. If you're like the mortals at the foot of the mountain, it will be difficult for you to go from extravagance to frugality. How can you be a cultivator? Eugenie immediately stabilized his Tao heart and followed behind Lu Qin. Lu Qin asked, "Do you know why the saints are closer to water than to the mountain?" Eugenie shook his head. "Please enlighten me." Lu Qin said, "A bowl of water in Buddhism contains 48,000 worms." The old man sighed at the water. He was reluctant to part with the day and night. My master also said that water is close to the Tao, and the Tao is everywhere. Why? Look, when it comes to water, the Grand Masters of the three sects are very amiable. They don't quarrel at all. Look back, there's something about, the one who respects the husband is the leader of chaos. Isn't the debate between the three sects scary? Then, do you know that before the debate between the three sects, the Qing Ming Tian was already talking about their own Daos and Dharma in the Western Buddhist kingdom? The Beko Keikyung building and the 7 great Tao lineages lost the most miserably. Have you heard of it? Once Eugenie left the lotus flower blessed land, he tried his best to read the Tao scriptures of the Qing Ming Tian. Of course, he knew about this. He said, in the 17 debates, the Qing Ming Tian lost all of them. The 17 perfected persons all took off their crowns and shaved their hair to become monks. In the end, they became the 17 monks of Wu. Lu Qin revealed the heavenly secrets for Eugenie. In the early years, the 5 supremes of the heavenly courts were the masters of the pugilistic world. Other than being in charge of all the blasphemous rivers in the 5 lakes and 4 seas, the one that was truly in charge was the river of time. Every time a god disappeared, his corpse would turn into the stars in the sky. His divinity would fuse with time and gather into a river. The souls of the human race were actually born from the water. Therefore, in the world, only the human race had the physique. Recently, once a god cultivated, he would ascend the fastest. This made the demon race, which had a longer history than the human race, envious of him. They would eat, and eat. In reality, no matter how much they ate, it would still be one. It would not increase or decrease. What was the point? Even if they ate half a one, so what? Lu Qin only walked slowly in the forest. He did not ride the wind. He said slowly, "Back then, when I arrived at the Qing Ming Tian, I was not in a hurry to go to the Beko Keikyung building. Because I had nothing to do, I specially collected Buddhist gathas. Their literary talent was outstanding. They were both exquisite and beautiful. I once saw with my own eyes all the remaining temples in the Qing Ming Tian. I also heard with my own ears an old monk sing, 'Flowers fall and water flow, silent heaven and earth emptiness.'" He then threw down his horsetail whisk and closed his eyes. What a good life and death day, there is nothing, there is nothing. Speaking of this, Lu Qin turned his head to look at the childlike Eugenie. He sneered and said, "Look at you. Can you compare? The difference between our Tao hearts, is it really just a difference in our realms?" Eugenie humbly accepted the advice and carefully pondered over the meaning. Looking at the scholar Zheng Huan in front of him, he only felt that the other party was leisurely walking through the forest. His simple Tao aura was like the moonlight and wind. Lu Qin waved his sleeves hard. The sound was crisp and clear. The current scenery in the Blessed Land was about the time of light snow. The ground was not cold yet. Eugenie said carefully, "Chief Lu, are we going to Furong Mountain?" The childlike old immortal Yu did not dare to ride the sword. He could only carry it on his back. He was short but his sword was long. He looked very comical. If he carried the sword on his back, it would be fine. However, the third chief, who temporarily changed his name to Jinghuan, insisted on carrying the sword on his back. He said that if one could not carry a sword properly, how could one have a righteous heart? If one's heart was not righteous, how could one practice the sword and cultivate the Tao? Previously, Lu Qin casually threw the lotus crown to Eugenie and said that he would help him wear it. Lu Qin said that he wanted to wear a white cloud as a crown. It was more wild and refined. This lotus crown was the chief's keepsake of the Beko Keikyung building. Eugenie would of course not stupidly wear it. He just held it with both hands. Lu Qin said, "What do you think?" Eugenie nodded. After becoming an immortal, Eugenie traveled around on his sword alone. Therefore, he had appeared under his feet and sword in all the famous places in the world. Chief Lu must have his own reasons. Lu Qin asked, "Are we going in the wrong direction?" Eugenie was stunned and nodded again. Lu Qin turned around and hit Eugenie's head with his sleeves. He reprimanded, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Lu Qin started to fly and let Eugenie lead the way to Furong Mountain, which was thousands of miles away. However, Eugenie did not know that the third chief of the Beko Keikyung building in front of him was not the real Lu Qin. Therefore, the lotus crown in Eugenie's hands was naturally not the real thing. Lu Qin left scholar Jing Meng in the fifth world. According to the rules of the Confucian temple, he had to be under the pure jade state. Just like when he went to Lizhu cave, he had to be under the peak of the ascendant state. Lu Qin missed the old man in the Yang drugstore. He could not help but recite, "Mountains cover the creeks, flowers bloom and wilt, clouds cover the sun and the moon. It's all Dongjuan's fault." Lu Qin shook his head. "Don't blame the heavens." Eugenie had long been used to the third chief of the Beko Keikyung building's nagging. For example, Lu Qin would say that the person was planting seedlings, planting trees, and scattering a bunch of grass seeds on the lily plain. Lu Qin suddenly asked, "He likes to hide his identity. Is he a secretary of Songlai country right under your nose? He even opened a shop that sells folding fans and seals." Eugenie answered, "Indeed. Lu Tai is a man of high standards and unparalleled elegance. Therefore, he is known as the second banished immortal after Zhu Lian. He is a noble young master." Lu Qin rubbed his eyebrows. "My head hurts." The lotus flower blessed land was divided into 4. The one on Luopa mountain was renamed Lotus Root Blessed Land, an inferior blessed land. Eugenie's place was a superior blessed land. It was placed by the old chief at Qingming Tian. Lu Tai's blessed land and the blessed land where the young man, the little white ape, and the young Taoist traveled together were both of medium quality. The blessed land where Lu Qin and Eugenie were guests was brought to the 5th blessed land by the little Taoist who carried a huge blade-strengthening gourd on his back in the first year of Chunjia. The two of them flew past the green mountains and clear waters, towering over the white clouds and yellow cranes. Finally, they saw the hibiscus mountain that was known as the Cloud and Water Paradise. The mountain range was like a lotus flower, and the peaks were like hibiscus. Lu Qin landed outside the boundary of the hibiscus mountain and continued to walk with Eugenie. Every time the weather was cloudy, walking on the cliff plank road of the hibiscus mountain made the tourists feel like they were in a fairyland. After the devil sect's sovereign sect master Ding Ying, the banished immortal Lu Tai took less than 10 years to unify the forces of the devil sect. Lu Tai took a liking to the Hibiscus Mountain and opened a summer resort there. It became the most famous forbidden land in the lotus flower blessed land. Today, it was drizzling on the mountain and the mist was hazy. Lu Qin just walked on a plank road and chanted, "The light rain is soft and the wind is gentle, my limbs are free for me to stretch." 3 people blocked his path. The martial artist Tao Xiang, the Daoist Wang Shang, and the martial artist Wan Yin. Every one of them was worthy of the title of a first-class hero in the Blessed Land. They were the direct disciples that Lu Tai took in at the Eagle Fortress. Then, they were brought to the Blessed Land and became the overlords of the Devil's sect. Not only did they look down on the nobles at the foot of the mountain, but they also killed many immortals who cultivated and climbed the mountain in the past 20 years. Moreover, among the 10 people in the previous generation, those who obtained immortal fate, such as Zhou Fei from the Spring Tide Palace and Lu Zong the Sharpener, were able to go to the Tongyi continent where the 3 of them were from. Other than that, even those who stayed in the Blessed Land and could be considered a threat were extremely strange. First, Zhongqiu suddenly disappeared. Then, the most powerful person in the world, Eugenie, broke through to the nascent soul realm and ascended. In the end, no one in the world could go against the Devil's sect. The sects of the Jianghu could not do it, the immortal abodes on the mountain could not do it, and even the monarchs below the mountain could not do it. Among the 3 direct disciples of Lu Tai, the Daoist priest Wang Shangxiang had restrained his methods. Currently, he was already the imperial tutor of Nanyuan country's capital city and had obtained the title of Daoist Master Void Pierce Stage. As a matter of fact, when Lu Tai was bored to death, he asked the Daoist sects in the world to nominate the 4 great reverends. In an instant, Eugenie knew that something was wrong. He was only in the Immortals' Cave realm. And that Beko Keikyung building's 3rd sect master did not seem to show any signs of appearing. Did he just fall off the cliff and die? It was drizzling in the mountain, and the plank road halfway up the mountain was filled with clouds and mist. However, at the peak of Mount Furong, the sky was clear and bright. A distinguished figure in white clothes and a jade belt was standing on the top of the mountain. He was extremely handsome, and it was hard to tell if he was a man or a woman. He was holding a folded jade bamboo fan. On both sides of the bamboo fan were inscriptions of a homecoming invitation and yellow flower invitation. He was standing on the top of the mountain and enjoying the scenery. The cultivator in the mountain had cultivated himself well. He looked fresh and clean, without the slightest bit of vulgarity. Behind him stood 2 charming beauties with heads full of pearls and jade. One of them was holding a sword with a golden tassel hanging from it. There was a book seal made of the texture of lychee jelly. The words on the side were, "Stone out of the green field, I am in the blue sky." The top style was, "Rise," and the bottom style was, "Pull the sky down." The ancients had a saying that the difficulty of cutting stone was as difficult as ascending to the blue sky. However, in the capital of Songlai country, there was a young master of seal engraving. His knife skills were exquisite and unparalleled. He was like a sword immortal riding with a flying sword. The other maid was hugging a snow-white porcelain pillow. It was in the style of the great world's worry-free pillow. It was also known as the longevity pillow, which implied that one could sleep without worries. What was interesting was that in addition to a poem with a lot of words on it, there was a blush mark near the words, "Summer is long, the world is peaceful, the sky turns to summer and the heart is at peace." It was probably the beauty who was sleeping soundly on her side, and her blush was imprinted on the porcelain pillow. Such a romantic and gentle scene was enough to make one's imagination roam freely even if one hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Lu Tai waved his folding fan. The 2 talisman beauties disappeared. Lu Qin appeared at the top of the mountain and smiled. "Pity, pity." Lu Tai smiled. "Unattainable. Truly hateful." Then, Lu Tai placed his folding fan on his waist and bowed respectfully. The Lu family's disciple pays his respects to the ancestor. Lu Chen asked, "Are you the one who wants Chen Pingon to be the cornerstone?" Lu Tai straightened his back and picked up his folding fan again. He said innocently, a few unintentional words from a descendant. How much will the ancestor blame? At this moment, Lu Chen was completely different from the fortune-teller who opened a stall in Pearl Grotto Heaven or Zheng Huan who casually threw a lotus crown to an outsider. He said with a calm expression, "Do you know what you're doing?" Lu Tai opened his folding fan and gently fanned it. There was a sentence written on it, "Descendant Lu Tai comes to see the ancestor Lu Chen." If he had known, he would have reversed the positions of the two names. Lu Tai was silent for a moment and asked with a smile, "It is said that the ancestor has the 5 dreams. Each has its own great Tao. In addition, there are the 7 objects of the heart, wooden rooster, spring tree, mole, kuanping, oriole, swan and butterfly. I wonder if the ancestor can let me see one of them." Lu Chen turned a deaf ear and walked to the edge of the cliff. He put his hands behind his back and looked at the distant mountains and rivers. Poor Lu Kai from Tree Shade Blessed Land. Poor Lu Kai from Xingyang Mountain. The colorful phoenix's wings are connected by telepathy. When it meets you, it will be the time to part. But it's just a fleeting moment. Zhou Zi shouldn't have asked me about you. Lu Chen suddenly laughed and turned his head to say with a cheeky smile, "What grandchild or grandchild? You care too much, but I don't. We can cancel each other out. Come, let's go to your hut to drink. There is no need to worry about food. The wine in Fengnian village is the best." Lu Tai said, "If you don't show up to save him, Eugenie will be beaten to death. My disciple Huan Yin is a person who can pick up scraps." Lu Chen slapped his head, "I almost forgot about that." Although he said so, Lu Chen had no intention of saving him. He just followed Lu Tai to Furong Mountain. In fact, it was completely different from what the outside world imagined. It was just a wooden hut. There was the sound of dogs barking at the wooden door. Lu Tai looked up at the sky. Lu Chen tiptoed and put his hands on the wooden door. He smiled at the guard dog and said, "Shoe dogs bark. Strange things." Lu Tai said to the dog, "Lu Chen, shut up." The guard dog immediately prostrated on the ground obediently. Lu Chen laughed loudly, "Wonderful, wonderful. Unfilial ancestor Sun Shao." Coincidentally, it was snowing at Furong Mountain. Lu Chen decided to spend the night at Furong Mountain. Lu Tai went to the peak to admire the snow. Lu Chen sat on a bamboo chair and smiled, "What a snowy night." 735, Aquarius Continent. At the peak of Southern Peak, outside of the Mountain Lord's Shrine, there was a rough building that looked like a temporary military tent. Dali's civil and military secretaries, as well as the various vassal generals and generals, flowed in an endless stream, their footsteps hurried. Everyone was wearing a jade pendant that was temporarily treated as a customs clearance document. It was the same style as the jade pendant of Old Dragon City's Fu family. In a relatively secluded area, there were 4 people, old and young, leaning against a railing and looking at the battlefield in the south. They were all from the Central Plains. One of the old men was holding 2 military pills in his hand, and gently twirling them, like a martial artist from a small country playing with a metal ball. He grabbed the jade pendant with one hand and laughed, "Good Xiao Hu, he is good at both earning money and saving money. Old Jiang, have you learned the matter of saving money?" Inside and outside the battlefield of Dali, according to our rough calculations, there are about 3,600 big and small matters. Earning money and spending money is the majority, and saving money is only about 273 matters. Small matters like this jade pendant are actually the key to showing Xiao Hu's skills. In the future, when old Jiang teaches at the Mountain of Ancestors, you can emphasize on this matter. The other old man called Old Jiang, who was dressed in coarse hemp clothes and had a small fish basket at his waist, nodded his head, and then looked at the complicated layout of the battlefield in the distance, and sighed. Attacking has a formation, defending has a seat, crisscrossing and crisscrossing, the disorder is picturesque. All of these are related to the theory of war. Other than that, there are also some books on the art of war that are related to the country's talent reserves, and the two matters of alliances. I can see some familiar traces. The context is clear. Seems like Xiao Hu really admires Brother Wei. No wonder people say that when Xiao Hu was young, he repeatedly flipped through 3 books, and one of them was Brother Wei's book on the art of war. The old man with the surname Wei stroked his beard and laughed. The other 2 books are slightly superfluous, and are probably just a side dish. My book on the art of war is the real wine. It wasn't that this old cultivator of the Central Plains couldn't stand the praise. In fact, this old man surnamed Wei had received enough praise in his life, both in and out of books. The old man added sincerely, I used to think that Cui Dong was too smart and shrewd. His real skills were only in the path of cultivation and learning. He was more than qualified to be the deputy hierarch of the Confucian temple. However, when it came to the art of war, it was very likely that he was just an armchair strategist. Now it seems that I underestimated Xiao Hu's ability to govern the country and pacify the world. It turns out that Haoran Xiao Hu is indeed very resourceful. The 2 old men both came from the ancestral court of the military school in the central divine continent. According to the rules, they were the upper sects of the Wind Snow Temple and Martial Mountain. The ancestral mountain, which had a deep relationship with martial arts fate and had a long history, was where the orthodox military school of the world was located. The 2 old men with the surnames Jiang and Wei were, without a doubt, the forefathers of the school of the military. However, Jiang and Wei could only be considered as the rejuvenating forefathers of the school of the military. After all, the old almanac of the school of the military had a lot of blank pages. Beside the 2 old men was a young man and a young woman. One of them was Su Bai. Due to his proficiency in chess, he had the titles of Yung Jiang Taigong and Su Xian. The other young woman was called Chun Qing. She wore a green robe woven with fine bamboo threads. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail that went past her shoulders and hung in front of her. A bamboo blade and a bamboo sword hung from her waist. Chun Qing came from the Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven and was the only direct disciple of the Lady of the Green Immortal Mountain. She was both the opening and final disciple. Su Bai asked softly, the Aquarius continent is not in a mess at all. Is the human heart really that useful? We traveled from the north to the south. During our journey, we even traveled thousands of miles along the coast. It seems like there are no cultivators trying to escape from the Aquarius continent. Isn't that strange? Not to mention the Tongyi continent, even if we were to talk about the Fuyao continent and Jinjiao continent, the cultivators on the mountains would not be able to do such a thing. Many of the wandering cultivators would form groups and secretly leave the continent. Old man Jiang laughed. The reason is simple. The cultivators of the Aquarius continent do not dare to do so. They do not dare to do so because Dali's laws are strict. The existence of the various coastal battlefronts is a form of intimidation. The heads of the immortals on the mountains are not any more than the heads of the mortals. Leaving their posts without permission and killing without questioning, that is the current law of Dali. They do not dare to do so because the various vassal states, the immortals of the mountains and rivers, along with their own ancestral halls and the wild cultivators who spread the news, are all watching each other. No one is willing to be implicated. They do not dare to do so because the war in the Aquarius continent is destined to be more intense than the war between the 3 continents. But they can still fight. Even the ignorant kids in the countryside, the idle ruffians and scoundrels, do not think that Dolly, or rather the Aquarius continent, will definitely lose. Su Bai looked at the battlefield on the ground. He found a military general dressed in armor and asked softly, "He is already the highest-ranking military general in Dolly, and he still wants to die. Is he willing, or does Xiao Hu want him to die, so that he can be the role model of the Dolly border army, and pacify the vassal states after the war?" Old man Jiang laughed. "The military generals of Dolly border army, which one of them is not a living person who stood up from a pile of corpses? From Song Zhangqiang to Su Gaoshan, Chao Gui, they are all the same. If we say that once the official title is big, they cannot bear to die, and their lives are too valuable to die, then Dolly's armored cavalry are not that strong. Su Bai, have you ever thought about this? The pillar state of greatly can be hereditary, and in the future, it will continue to move toward the title of civil official. Then, what about the position of hunting inspector, which is a first-class military general?" During this period, countless laborers from the various vassal states were mobilized, and under the leadership of the cultivators on the mountains, they worked day and night to forge the mountain inscriptions of the 5 mountains armor. The 300,000 cavalry were split into 5 groups, 3 light and 2 heavy, located within the distance of the infantrymen. Together with the 5 heavy infantrymen formations, they formed a landscape of the battlefield. General Su Gaoshan was in the middle of the formation, holding an iron spear in his hand. 30 years of military life, from a nameless soldier of the border army, he rose to become the highest military official of a continent and a country. Su Gaoshan sat on the back of the horse and looked back. Unfortunately, the South Mountain blocked his line of sight. Otherwise, if he looked all the way to the north, he would be able to see all the mountains and rivers. As far as his eyes could see, it was all Dolly's land. An ordinary man, at this point in his life, he was born at the best time, and died at the best time. Su Gaoshan lightly patted the hilt of his blade with one hand and raised his helmet with the other. This only hunting envoy from the cold race in Dolly's border army had a determined look in his eyes as he muttered, "Let me, Su Gaoshan, pave a bright path for the future generations of the cold race." In front of the cavalry and infantrymen, at the front of the battlefield, there was a horse-repelling formation. It was formed by the young and strong border army of the vassal states, numbering up to 80,000 people. Behind them was the second battle line. Each person held a huge saber. Both sides signed a military pledge with each state's imperial court, acting as the sacrificial soldiers. They constructed a horse-repelling formation that had never been seen before. Between the cavalry formation and the saber formation was the great formation of Aquarius continent's cultivators. There were also 120,000 archers and 12,000 catapults. They were arranged in the shape of a crescent moon. Other than that, there were 3,000 arqueballistas. Each arrow was as big as an iron spear and was as powerful as lightning. Their power was not weaker than the flying swords of the Middle 5 Realms sword cultivators. On this battle line, the military cultivators from Mount Jinwu and Wind Snow Temple were the main generals. The cultivators from Mount Jinwu were the most familiar with the battlefield and battle formation. They had already joined Dolly and other vassal states, and most of them were already high-ranking generals. In addition to fighting, they also needed to mobilize the troops and punish the generals. The fighting style of the cultivators from Wind Snow Temple was more similar to that of a ranger, and most of them were cultivators who followed the border army of each state. Among them, one of the 10 young candidates, Ma Kuxuan, was in the battlefield. He ordered more than 10 gods from Mount Jinwu's ancestral court to stand side by side on both sides of the battlefield. The female suzerain of the Hemp sect, Guiqi Immortal Master Zhu Quan, carried a saber with the inscription, "Mighty Heavenly Might, kill thousands of ghosts." She stood side by side with a white skeleton sword cultivator in the Ghost Valley, the swordsman Pu Xing. The latter was tall and slender, wearing a black robe. He used a camouflage technique to regenerate flesh from bones, and for the first time, he regained his original appearance. He was a young lady full of heroic spirit. Zhu Quan laughed. "Pu Xing, I didn't know you were so good-looking. Beauty, a great beauty. Is the bald donkey from the great round moon temple blind? If he can return alive, I'll fight for justice for you. You can't bear to scold him, but I'm an outsider anyway. I'll find a reason to scold him, so that he'll be even more confused." Just as Zhu Quan finished her words, a monk and a Taoist with Dali's Ministry of Justice's peace plate hanging on their waists arrived together with the wind. They landed on the left and right of Zhu Quan and Pu Xing respectively. They were a Taoist from Shaoxian Temple and the monk who couldn't solve the knot in his heart in the Great Round Moon Temple. The monk stood beside Pu Xing. Pu Xing removed her camouflage technique and reappeared with her white skeleton face. The monk turned to look at her and said softly, "Those who become Buddha will become Buddha, those who pity others will pity them. If you can't become Buddha because of this, you must make a mistake. You can only make a mistake, the Buddha Tathagata." Pu Xing turned her head and turned her back to the monk, as if she didn't dare to see him. Zhu Quan stomped her feet. "Mother, I'm so jealous." The old Taoist laughed. "Lord Zhu, you're ruining the mood again." Zhu Quan held the hilt of her sword with one hand and raised her head high to look towards the south. She sneered, "Bullsh *T. Me, Li Kai, and Pu Meng, the women of the North Continent, regardless of whether they are sword cultivators or not, human or ghost, we are scenery." A large group of cultivators were stationed on the mountains of the southern peak. Most of the Qi cultivators who were of lower realms were stationed at the southern peak ancestral mountain. From the foot of the mountain to the mountainside, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was so dense that it condensed into mist. Some of the Qi cultivators of the lower 5 realms seemed to be drunk. Further up, there were sword boats floating in the air. King Songmu, who was wearing a python robe, personally guarded the military tent outside the temple on the peak of the southern peak ancestral mountain. Songmu retreated very late in the Battle of Old Dragon City. The king guarded the country's gate. Halfway up the southern peak ancestral mountain, the heroic spirit of Jingguan City Gao Qing and the ghost Zhong Kuei from the Tong Yizhou Academy stood beside an old monk who was touching his own bald head. There was a child behind Gao Qing. He looked at Gao Cheng's back and called him brother. Then, he told Gao Qing that his master, Cui Dongshan, had arrived at the southern peak. Gao Qing turned a deaf ear to this. On the southern peak Crown Prince's Mountain, 2 10th realm martial artists, Li Er and Wang Fubing, stood side by side. In addition, there was also the Yueying Academy's mountain elder Zhou Mi who also came from the North Continent. He had the same name as the King Stage Great Demon, Yueying Mountain Wenhai. Therefore, Mountain Elder Zhou left a sentence in the academy to suppress his mother's anger. Then, he brought a large group of Confucian scholars from the academy south to the Aquarius continent. However, Zhou left the academy's disciples in the central region as he went south alone. Now, he was in charge of guarding the southern peak Crown Prince's Mountain with his good friend Li Er and the old boar Wang Fubing. On the southern peak Crown Prince's Mountain, there was a celestial mansion whose height was second only to the temple on the peak of the mountain. A few major families in Old Dragon City were temporarily staying here. Other than the Fu family, the Sun family, and the Fan family, there were also a few great sword immortals and old sword immortals from Xingyang Mountain. There was also the city lord of Qingfeng City, Su Hun. They were all staying in different quiet courtyards. The young city lord of Old Dragon City, Fu Nanhua, was catching up with Yunxia Mountain's nascent soul grandmaster, Kai Qinqian. A few major families in Old Dragon City had already moved out of the city. However, the losses were still immeasurable. Luckily, before the war, there were a few trade routes, and they had accumulated quite a bit of wealth. Even if they were injured, it was not to the extent of being unable to recover. As long as the Aquarius continent could be defended, everything was fine. This was a gamble where they would either win big or lose everything. Furthermore, Old Dragon City had no choice but to agree to Dolly's request. Furthermore, as the leader, the Fu family of Old Dragon City was the Fu family, and they spared no effort. The few vassal families could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger. Normally, they had to squeeze out a smile and put on a calm posture, not daring to show any resentment. After all, if they really won the war, they would be able to reap huge profits. As for the few continent-crossing boats in Old Dragon City, including Osmanthus Island and Mountain Sea Turtle, they had all moved to the northern region of the Aquarius continent. The Su couple, as well as Su Binxian, were secretly discussing with Xingyang Mountain's Tao family ancestor, Mountain Protector Consecrator, and the Lady Tao Zi. City Lord Su Hun was currently a Jade Pure Realm military cultivator, and was wearing the Swan Zi armor. His son, Su Binxian. In the early years, there was a graceful Taoist nun who roamed Clear Wind City, and personally gave Su Hun's son a name, which meant, a person who is proficient in both civil and martial arts. The relationship between Xingyang Mountain and Clear Wind City was not as simple as being allies. The few people in the study room were closely related to each other. Su Han was expressionless as he looked at the lady who came to ask for forgiveness anxiously. His tone was not harsh. Fox Country is not some city. After closing the door and activating the city protection array, all news can be cut off. Such a large territory, spanning thousands of miles, it is impossible for it to disappear into thin air without any news. The pawns that were arranged earlier did not send any news back to Clear Wind City. The Su family lady shook her head. For some reason, there was no news at all. Su Han frowned. That outsider called Yan Fang, is he a survivor of the Zhuang dynasty's Dugu family? Madame Su said cautiously, the Zhuang dynasty has been destroyed for many years, and the situation is too chaotic. That dynasty of sword cultivators was also famous in the early years for having a complicated network of people on the top and at the bottom of the mountain. This Yan Fang fella is too sneaky. Many of the clues in Zhuang dynasty are fragmented, we cannot piece together the truth, so it is hard to confirm if he is a survivor of the Dugu family. It was not a lie. For example, in the mountains and rivers of the old White Frost dynasty, when the Taoist called Chao Rong appeared in the Old Dragon City battlefield, he unleashed many mystical divine abilities, causing the cultivators of the Aquarius continent to be shocked. There was such a powerful Tao enlightened spiritual master, although his exact realm was hard to predict, but his methods and techniques were profound, he could be seen as an immortal. His Tao techniques were not weaker than the new great heavenly lord of Treasure Bottle Continent, Shenyao Zong Qijin. This shocked Treasure Bottle Continent but also made them feel proud. My Treasure Bottle Continent is indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, the mountains are too high to climb, the waters unfathomable. So even if Old Dragon City was reduced to ruins of the battlefield, and fell into the hands of the wild beasts, the cultivators of Treasure Bottle Continent and the cavalry at the foot of the mountain belonged to the border army, the morale did not decrease but increased. In such a battle, no matter how many people died, they would not feel aggrieved or cowardly, so if there was a fight, they could fight. As for that Tongyi continent, it was a mess that could be easily broken. To think that we treated our Treasure Bottle Continent as a small family in the early years, and always felt that the big family in the south was very powerful, to the extent that there were many rumors circulating in the mountain and river newspaper, saying that the Tongyi Continent's Jin Dan could kill Treasure Bottle Continent's Yuanying. Many Qi cultivators believed in it, and did not doubt it. In the end, it turned out that our continent had a strong foundation and great courage. But to the current Clear Wind City, half of their financial resources were mysteriously cut off, and they could not even find a relatively accurate connection. Naturally, they were not in a good mood. Even with the help of Xingyang Mountain, and some Zhongyu land sword Xiao to search for clues, it is still difficult to dig out Yan Fang's roots. The lady was about to cry. She took a handkerchief and wiped the corner of her eyes. Su Han waved his hand. Then we will discuss it again. It was better to discuss some of the real inside stories behind closed doors with family members. The Tao family ancestor laughed. Until now, no one from Luopa Mountain has appeared on the battlefield. Maybe, but they did not earn any fame. Su Binxian laughed. It seems that they only gave Dolly military a dragon boat ferry. Is that considered contributing? Hypocrites, after doing business for so long, they know how to buy people's hearts. That is a good method. Basking in the light of Great Mountain Lord Way of Cloud Spreading Mountain, with one Oxhorn Mountain crossing, they hugged the thighs of North Continent's Linen Sect and Spring Dew Garden. Now they have become the largest landlord in Old Pearl Land. The number of vassal mountains has already surpassed the Dragon Spring Sword Sect. The moving mountain ape of Xingyang Mountain was dressed in white. He was tall and sturdy. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and sneered. What a lucky turn of events, making a brat famous and powerful. Su Binxian could not help but say, Northern Peak's cloud-spreading mountain is indeed terrifyingly deep. But Wei Pai has clearly been abandoned by Dolly. His deity position was only Chiduan Mountain's local lord. His rise is too strange. Who can burn such a cold stove? Luopa Mountain is lucky. Madame Su said timidly, but I don't know why there is no news of that young mountain lord after so many years. The white-clothed ape twitched the corner of his mouth. A lowly mud bottle alley. How much can he do in less than 30 years? I asked him to take revenge. In the past, when I was at Xingyang Mountain, he did not dare to come, but now that he is out of Xingyang Mountain, he is still hiding. Such a coward is not even worthy of Madame Su mentioning his name. 7:36, the meeting finally ended. Cui Dongshan sat cross-legged with his back against the wall, chatting with Chunqing telepathically. Why didn't Madame Green Immortal Mountain wait a decade for you to reach the upper 5 realms and the peak realm before letting you leave the Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven? Now that the world is so chaotic, geniuses are worthless and can disappear at any time. Madame has given me a huge problem. Let me say this first, you have to return to the central divine continent alive. Don't fall in cultivation and don't die. Cui Dongshan did not want the only direct disciple of Madame Green Immortal Mountain to die in the Aquarius continent. Cui Dongshan still respected and trusted that Madame Green Immortal Mountain. Back then, when the old bastard became a rat hated by the entire world, the Yu family of the Central Plains, the Lu family of the Snow Mountain Grotto Heaven, and the Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven had all lent a helping hand to the old bastard. Yu Panshui and Lu Jubao could not help but have some selfishness, hoping that Xiao Hu would be a friend and a helper. Only Madame Green Immortal Mountain did not ask for anything. She just saw her friend in trouble and had enough wine on her mountain. Chunqing squatted by the side. Master said that in the Tao of martial arts, no matter how hard you punch or how heavy you attack, you won't die. So it's better to fight with a peak realm cultivator. Don't worry, before I left my hometown, Master and I made a promise. Either I return alive and inherit the Green Immortal Temple, or I die outside. Master will treat it as if he doesn't have a disciple like me. Cui Dongshan nodded. That's true. If you fight with my master, it'll be a matter of my master's 2 swords and 1 punch. And on the battlefield of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, my master met a few people of the same path. For example, the demon race sword immortal Si Qin, who has a chance of ascending to the throne, and the leader of the moon-supporting mountain's 100 sword immortals, Fei Ran. These 2 sword cultivators specialize in extracting silk from cocoons, exchanging injuries for death. They specialize in targeting young geniuses. Chunqing asked, is the difference between me and your master that great? Hidden official Qin Shi. The last of the 10 youths. But it was acknowledged in the central divine continent that there was an insurmountable gap between the 10 youths and the 10 substitutes. Chun Qing had long been a martial artist of the wandering realm, and was a chi cultivator at the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm. She was proficient in 5-element techniques: thunder, talisman, saber and sword Dao. And she was also a highly skilled array master, so she was proficient in catching, killing, tracking, hiding, tracking, and escaping. The Green Mountain sect's madam regarded Chun Qing as her own daughter and personally trained her. Because the Bamboo Sea Cave had friends all over the world, in just a dozen years, there were as many as 4 ultimate-level masters who taught her disciple Chun Qing martial arts. The most frightening part was that Chun Qing was only in her early 20s. She was only 14 years old when she was ranked as one of the top 10 candidates. She was the youngest of the 10 candidates. Cui Dongshan said with a smile, "The difference between you and my master is not in realms. To be more precise, if realms are calculated on paper, you were slightly higher than my master when he was on the list. It's just that in the battles on the mountain, the difference between life and death can be decided in an instant. It's a good thing that you're proficient in all kinds of skills. You can avoid a lot of accidents. Unfortunately, you met my master, who likes to think about what if. You'll still die. Don't be angry." Chun Qing shook her head. "I'm not angry. I'm just not convinced." Cui Dongshan said with a smile, "I like Chun Qing's straightforward temper. Why don't we become sworn siblings? We can even burn some paper money here. We can go down the mountain and travel in Jianghu. Etiquette is the last thing we need." Chun Qing shook her head again. "In this way, I'll be 1 generation lower than the hidden official. It's not worth it." Cui Dongshan patted his chest. "That's easy. We'll be sworn siblings." Chun Qing couldn't help but turn around and look at this young man with a sincere expression. She was puzzled. Was he stupid or did he think she was stupid? But how could a fool have the cultivation of immortal realm? If Jiang Taigong hadn't reminded her that he was a real immortal realm cultivator before she left, she would have thought he was a real immortal realm cultivator. Chun Qing would have thought he was just an earth immortal. But on the way from Nanyue Ancestral Mountain to Caiji Mountain, Cui Dongshan was honest with her. He even scolded her and Xiao Hu for their misdeeds in the Bamboo Sea Cave. She felt close to him. As for why Cui Dongshan kept emphasizing that Cui Dong was the peak of that old bastard's life, it was only when they were young. Chun Qing couldn't understand it at all. Chun Qing looked at Cui Dongshan for a while, but the young man only looked back at her with clear eyes. Chun Qing could only look away and change the topic. "I hope I can have a match with your husband in swordsmanship and fist techniques in the future." Cui Dongshan pecked at the rice like a chick and nodded vigorously. "Sparring is good. You don't know and don't know. My husband is famous for being gentle, courteous, and thrifty. He's a modest gentleman, an elegant gentleman. Especially when sparring with women, he's always been the most rule-abiding and never overdo it. However, my husband is very busy and has yet to return home. Even if he does return home, he won't easily make a move. He likes to reason the most, far more than making a move. Ordinary people can forget about asking my husband to spar with them. However, given my relationship with Miss Chun Qing, it's not a problem for me to spar with her. As my husband's most valued and appreciated disciple, one of them, I can still help say a few words." Chun Qing cupped her fists and thanked him. After she withdrew her fists, she said doubtfully, "Stop when it comes to fist techniques. There's no need for that. I don't dare to say much about other things, but I can still take a beating. You can let your husband fight with all his strength. It's fine as long as no one dies." Cui Dongshan's expression was strange. He raised his sleeve and wiped his face. Cui Dongshan didn't want to give up and continued, in the future, I'll take you to Luopa Mountain. When we come back, you'll be worshipped in name. Isn't that great? Besides, my neighbor, Wei Pai Mountain, actually has some connections with the Bamboo Sea Cave. Wei Pai Mountain has a bamboo forest and calls it half of the Bamboo Sea Cave. After becoming a vassal state of Dali, Caiji Mountain was demoted to Southern Mountain Crown Prince Mountain. It seemed to be a demotion, but in fact, it was a huge promotion of the mountain's officialdom. In the southern mountain of a continent, Caiji Mountain was above all other mountains. Caiji Mountain produced a kind of 10,000-year-old soil called tranquil soil. It was the best material for otherworldly spirits to open their own Taoist field. It was also the most precious treasure on the mountain that cultivators who cultivated ghosts dreamed of. A middle-aged Qi cultivator of the sea-viewing realm happened to be hurriedly passing by the corner of the road. After seeing the young boy and girl squatting at the foot of the wall, he slowed down and turned his head several times. The more he looked, the more he frowned. They did not pay attention to the taboos on the mountain. They did not wear the peace token issued by the Ministry of Justice of Dali, nor did they wear the rain pendant made by the old dragon city and distributed by the vassal state. Could it be that they were the direct disciples of the ancestral hall of some small mountain and had come down the mountain to gain experience? But now on Caiji Mountain, the rules were so strict. Moreover, this dear mansion was a place where immortal masters gathered at the peak of a continent. How could they be rash? How did their elders discipline them? How could they let these two children come out and behave so atrociously? The cultivator from the great immortal mansion stopped and said with a displeased face, "What are you doing? Which mountain are you from? Do you know the rules? You tell me your names. I'll report this matter to the steward of Deer Mansion. Or should I drag you to see Steward Chu?" Cui Dongshan eavesdropped while staring at the sea-viewing realm old immortal. Chunqing pointed at Cui Dongshan and signaled the white-clothed youth beside her to make the decision. Then she stood up and squatted on the other side of Cui Dongshan. Cui Dongshan did not raise his butt. He moved half a circle and changed his face to the wall, using his butt to face the century-old old immortal from the cloud-stopping house. The first 3 generations of cloud-stopping house cultivators were all immortal masters with extremely tough bones. Their realm was not high, but they dared to beat, scold, and even drop their realm. It was similar to the style of the invincible Divine Fist Gang. However, the moral degeneration of the world was getting worse with each generation. Now, every single immortal master of the cloud-stopping house, from the Hall Master to the Hall of Worship to the direct disciples of the Hall of Ancestral Masters, they were all famous for catching rats like dogs. In the early years, they clung to an old sword immortal of the Zhuiying dynasty with outstanding swordsmanship and unparalleled flying swords. Now, they seem to have begun to think about hugging the thighs of Zhengyang Mountain. For example, when Su Han was in seclusion, the Fox Nation was in chaos. Chai Bofu contributed a lot. Otherwise, when Su Han came out of seclusion, the Fox Nation would be in a mess. The woman nodded and said, "Senior brother has always been cautious. Since we cultivated separately and met again in the Clear Wind City, I have never seen his real face." In truth, it was not that Long Bo, who had been following Lu Qiqing, had not thought of leaving behind clues for the Clear Breeze City to seek help, but there was no need for him to deliberately make a move against the blind Lu Qiqing as he had been caught red-handed by Gu Kan twice. As for the result, one could imagine. Falling into the hands of Gu Kan, who was more like a rogue cultivator than Chai Bofu, was definitely not easier than falling into the hands of Lu Qiqing. Therefore, during the journey across continents, that brother Long Bo was practically lying down and pretending to be dead. Lu Qiqing and Gu Kan, you two F** King senior brothers, either you kill me, Chai Bofu, and end it all. In addition, the drop in cultivation realm is not a problem at all. We cultivators, don't we use our cultivation realm to drop in cultivation realm? Su Han suddenly asked, let's not talk about whether the content is true or not. According to the description in this travel book, where is Chen Pin gone now, and what is his realm? The woman said softly, in the empty bamboo lake, or the book slip lake, Chen Pin gone did work as an accountant in the Verdant Canyon Island for a few years. It is estimated that this young man's combat power at that time was roughly equivalent to that of a gold core cultivator. Calculating. Su Han frowned and said, a sword cultivator? The woman hesitated for a moment. It's hard to say whether he should be regarded as a gold core sword cultivator or not. However, this person is very shrewd at such a young age and is good at hiding his strength. This kind of person is definitely not easy to deal with. Back then, I felt that this person was more dangerous than Lu Xianyang. It's just that Jingyang Mountain is too arrogant, especially that mountain guardian ape. It looks down on a trash who has broken the longevity bridge and is unwilling to eliminate the root of the problem. Pearl Hairpin Island's Luzhong Ruin is now a gold core cultivator. Luopa Mountain seems to be very respectful to Luzhong Ruin. Logically speaking, we can infer a thing or two about Luopa Mountain's background. However, it is very likely that Luopa Mountain is deliberately covering up their tracks. The only confirmed news is that a few years ago, Luopa Mountain and Jade Liquid River's Water God Prefecture had a conflict. In the end, it seems that Pailuan Mountain was very dissatisfied with this. Wei Pai used the mountain's officialdom to suppress the Water God Prefecture. I heard that Chongdan River's water god Li Jin had a slip of the tongue when he was drunk at the State City Gods banquet. Luopa Mountain has a pure martial artist overseeing the mountain. He is a great grandmaster who has the potential to reach the far travel realm. He is responsible for teaching the younger generation fish techniques. As for the water god of Jade Liquid River, she once resented Luopa Mountain a lot in private. She said that if it weren't for the protection of Wei Shanjun of Pailuan Mountain, she would definitely lose some of her merit and flood Luopa Mountain. Su Binxian suddenly interrupted with a smile. What if these two righteous gods of the river and the city god of the Dragon Province have actually been bribed by Luopa Mountain a long time ago and are purposefully putting on a show for us? Wouldn't our Clearwind City and the righteous Yang Mountain that possesses the 10 sword immortals have always been going around in circles? The woman smiled. The old ape was right about something. However, this old ape was truly too unscrupulous in front of Tao Zi. He did not care about the ways of the world at all. After the white-clothed old ape left, Tao Zi returned to her seat and said with a chuckle, once Grandpa Ape succeeds in breaking through, he will definitely have an additional immortal opportunity. It's a wonderful thing. The ancestor of the Tao family nodded with a smile. For example, Lu Laoqing was the only cultivator of the Aquarius continent who had reached the upper 5 realms. He had a mysterious providence that protected his great Tao. Now, he had indeed become the head consecrator of the True Realms sect. It was rumored that he had reached the immortal realm. It was only a matter of time before he caught up to the Divine Grandeur sect's great heavenly lord, Qi Jin. The Wind Snow Temple's Wei Jin was an excellent example of monopolizing the providence of the Sword Dao. From the looks of it, Li Tuanjing of the Wind Thunder Garden had been trapped by love for hundreds of years. It was truly a waste of resources and did not know how to cherish his fortune. Otherwise, as long as Li Tuanjing broke through the nascent soul bottleneck, the first native immortal realm sword immortal in the history of the Aquarius continent would be at his fingertips. However, in this way, the one to suffer would be Upright Sun Mountain. The so-called 10-peak sword Daos would only become the greatest laughingstock of the Aquarius continent. Otherwise, Li Tuanjing would only need to ride his sword to the peak of Upright Sun Mountain alone. Who would dare to court death by then? The white-clothed old ape planned to go to the highest point of the shrine to enjoy the scenery. At the foot of the wall outside Deer Cry residence, Chun Qing asked, "What do you mean?" Cui Dongshan immediately stood up and said seriously, "Since we can't fight them head-on, we can only avoid them." The two slipped away together. In a viewing pavilion by the cliff, Chun Qing stood on her tiptoes and looked into the distance. Dust and sand were flying everywhere like a tide. Chun Qing frowned and said, "The savage world wants to disturb the southern mountain battle formation. The wind-riding cultivators that Dolly has placed may not be able to completely block the enemy's charge." Cui Dongshan stood on the railing and glanced at the behemoths that revealed their true forms. Most of them were in the earth immortal realm, and there were also some mountain and lake monsters that were naturally huge. However, the most troublesome one was far away. There was a remnant of the ancient god that was trailing behind him. Even Cui Dongshan did not dare to say that he could stop him from advancing. In a battle where the cultivators on the mountain and the cavalry below the mountain were mixed together, the most crucial thing was that both sides had to suppress each other and not allow any exceptions. For example, once Cui Dongshan appeared on the battlefield, he would definitely attract the attention of the Sword Immortal Advisor. Just like when Fei Fei made a move and used her natal divine ability to move the sea to attack Old Dragon City, Wang Zhu from the Aquarius continent revealed his true form and went against her, dispelling most of her water spells. Previously, when Bai Yi used his sword to support the Yao continent, he was the biggest exception. Therefore, no matter what price Wen Hai paid, he chose to kill Bai Yi. Before this, Bai Yi killed the sovereign Yao Jia and Yao Jia killed Zhou Shenji for the same reason. In a battle that involved the trend of the world, no matter if you were an Ascendant Realm cultivator or even a great cultivator of the 14th realm, no one could turn the tide. The ones who could decide the outcome of the battle were the immortals on the mountain and the cavalry below the mountain. (737) In Saiji Mountain, the Crown Prince of Nanyue, Li Er took a deep breath and looked to the south. He cupped his fists and saluted the tall scholar in green from afar. Besides, the battlefield was too far away. Even though Li Er was a martial artist, he did not have the supernatural power to observe mountains and rivers. In addition to the battlefield at the old site of Old Dragon City, the atmosphere had become chaotic and could not be seen. In his hometown of Liju Cave, Li Er had drunk with Mr. Qi. At that time, Li Er did not expect Mr. Qi to visit him. There were only a few bowls of inferior wine at home. Fortunately, Mr. Qi did not mind. Although the scholar in front of him was not the real Mr. Qi, it did not prevent Li Er from cupping his fists and saluting him. Li Er suddenly used telepathy and said to Pei Qian, "You must trust your master. He and Mr. Qi are both real scholars. They do not only repay evil with good. Moreover, your master's line does not have the habit of letting the next generation bear the grudges of the previous generation." The line of the Sage of Literature was the most reasonable. The line of the Sage of Literature was also the most protective. The old Sage of Literature was protective of his disciples. Even after his first disciple, Cui Dong, betrayed the Wen lineage, the old Xiuzai still protected his disciples and did not hesitate to imprison himself. Mr. Qi protected his disciples, Mr. Zhuo protected his disciples, and Mr. Qi also protected his disciples. In the future, the third-generation disciples of the Wen lineage would also protect their younger disciples. If it were not for this, Li Er would have punched the mountain-moving ape of Xingyang Mountain when he saw it. Back then, this old beast had chased after Chen Pingan and Ning Yao. He had run amok and trampled on Li Er's ancestral home. At that time, Li Er had squatted at the door and sighed. He was worried that he would break the rules and be punished by his master. He would also cause trouble for Mr. Qi and Master Wan. That was why he had endured it. As a result, the woman cursed the heavens and cursed the earth, scolding him the most. In the end, she even implicated Li Huai's family. They had to stay in the woman's home for a period of time and suffered a lot of vexation. On the dining table, the dishes near Li Er's family were all vegetarian dishes. When Li Huai wanted to stand on the stool and pick up a meat dish that was far away on the horizon with his chopsticks, he would be scolded a few times. Things like he had no upbringing, and it was no wonder that his family's Huaizi was always at the bottom of the school. What was the point of studying? His brain was just like his father and mother's. With one look, one could tell that he was a good-for-nothing. He might as well start working in the fields as soon as possible and strive to be a long-term worker for some wealthy family in Peach Leaf Alley in the future. At that time, when he saw his son silently take back his chopsticks and obediently put his butt back on the bench, the simple and honest man's heart was about to break. But after all, they were his relatives. The family of 4 was living under someone else's roof. He couldn't hit them or scold them. If he really braced himself and quarreled, in the end, his wife would be in a difficult position. Li Er could only endure it. Fortunately, at that time, his daughter, Li Lu, didn't care. She went straight to an empty bowl and walked through her uncle's table. She picked up a large bowl full of meat dishes and placed it next to her brother. Only then did Li Er feel much better. Pei Qian nodded gently. It was not easy for him to suppress the murderous intent in his heart. If his master's wife was the moon in the sky in his master's heart, then Pei Qian was very clear about what Mr. Qi meant to his master. It was something that his master had never told anyone about. Pei Qian had seen his master's state of mind twice. Forget it, the fist was afraid of the young and strong. A young lad that could kill an old master, what kind of ability was that? This old man was magnanimous and could tolerate the impudence of the younger generation, and would not bicker with a young man like Li Er whose body and spirit were at the peak. If this old man was 100 or 200 years younger, I would take a dozen more punches from you and fall to the ground. Wang Dafeng asked, "Your master, how old is he?" Pei Qian treated him with sincerity. "He is older than me, younger than Uncle Li and Senior Wang." Wang Dafeng was surprised, and could not help but ask again, "Then he is an expert in suppressing the opponent's fist?" Pei Qian nodded her head, "Of course." Wang Dafeng asked Li Er, "Does the Aquarius continent really have such a young martial arts grandmaster? Why is there no news about him? Even the pure Jade continent has a sister Xiang, her name has reached my ears. The Aquarius continent is so close to the North continent, her name should have spread across the 2 continents." Li Er said bluntly, "I am not familiar with you, ask someone else." Wang Dafeng, the famous old boorish man, immediately became angry. He rubbed his hands and said, "Li Er, let's find a place to fight." Li Er said, "Then lay on the ground after 3 to 5 punches, and pretend to be dead." Li Er was indeed not good at chatting, he was good at tearing down the ancestral hole. Wang Dafeng did not mind having a fight with Li Er, but with Jing Qian beside him, he let Li Er off for now. Pei Qian glanced at the white-clothed old ape from the corner of his eyes. He did not seem to be in a good mood. "Very good, then I am in a good mood. The upright Yang mountain that is filled with sword immortals, just wait." Wang Dafeng said regretfully, "It is a pity that our sword immortal drinking buddy is not here, otherwise, we can see the strange phenomenon at Old Dragon City more clearly. This is the bad thing about martial artists, we do not have those messy techniques." At the Crown Prince's mountain, the only thing that martial artists could see clearly was the strange phenomenon at the battlefield in front of the southern peak. In the pavilion, Chunqing quickly took out a pot of green immortal mountain wine. She drank a mouthful to calm herself down. How did the Dali dynasty, or rather, embroidered Tiger Chui Dong, manage to refine the fate of a continent's civil and martial officials so completely, and finally make it his own? The bodies of mortals could not be compared to true deities after all. After this battle, it would probably no longer be the final conclusion of the cultivators in the world. The 10,000 feet tall golden-armored deity from before appeared from the capital. he held an iron mace in his hand. Another armored deity held a Dali standard battle saber, standing in the mortal world without warning. One on the left and one on the right, the two armored generals appeared one after another in the center of the battlefield, like a family's door gods, blocking the ferocious charge of the demons who broke the formation like a swarm of locusts. In reality, these two martial arts deities who enjoyed the worship of countless mortals were the ancestors of the Yuan and Chao families of the upper pillar state of Dali. They were the two faces that everyone was most familiar with in the land of a continent, mountains and rivers. The two martial arts deities, who were equivalent to the Ascendant Realm, said loudly almost at the same time, "Those who invade our land shall be killed. Those who trample on our land shall be killed." But what was even more unbelievable was the green-robed scholar who pressed the ancient deities into the sea with a slap. Then, he stomped down again, creating a huge wave. He stomped the originally invincible ancient deities into the seabed. The high-level god who had come from outer space to visit the vast world struggled to get up, but the area within a radius of 1,000 miles was filled with broken and scattered glazed light, revealing the terrifying combat strength of this god. In the end, he was stomped even deeper into the sea by the green-robed scholar. The two armored martial arts deities were hit by the countless spells and attacks of the demon cultivators. Although they were still standing, some of their divinity was still damaged. Only the Dharma of the green-robed scholar in Old Dragon City ignored the attacks completely. Because he was in the center of the battlefield where the demon army gathered, the thousands of brilliant spells and powerful weapons all missed him. Simply put, the green-robed scholar could suppress the remnant of the ancient deities, and even turn the glass shards of the river of time into attacks. Like sword boats that kept shattering, countless flying swords freely splashed and killed the demon army within 1,000 miles. But the demons in the desolate world seemed to be facing an opponent that did not even exist. This scene shocked even Chunqing, who was far away from the battlefield. Higher than the Ascendant Realm? Wouldn't it be the 14th realm? Logically speaking, even Cui Dong, who was in the Ascendant Realm, would not be able to handle it. The Song clan's martial arts fate was prosperous, and the two deities, Yuan and Chao, could be seen everywhere in the human world. However, literary fate was not something that could be casually placed in a basket. It was too demanding for the deities' realm when they were alive. Even the 4 sages of the Confucian Temple couldn't do it. As for the 4 sages of the Confucian Temple, excluding the sage of literature, the sage of rites, the sage of ceremonies, and the old scholar, all of them had the tolerance. However, the 3 of them had their own paths, which was equivalent to cutting off their paths. Otherwise, the Confucian school would have used this method to deal with the desolate world. The 3 hierarchs of the Confucian Temple were all willing to do this. By then, there would be a 14th realm in the Tongya continent, another in the Fuyao continent, and another in the South Hausa continent. Chunqing took out a pot of wine and asked Cui Dongshan, "Do you want to drink?" Cui Dongshan stood on the railing and laughed. "Drink? I'm drinking right now. I'm already drunk." Cui Dongshan raised his arms high and jumped up and down as he shouted, "Uncle Master is awesome, Uncle Master is strong, Uncle Master is fierce, Uncle Master is invincible." Chunqing understood that it was indeed Mr. Qi. In the line of the sage of literature, other than Lu Shilu, who was the most inconspicuous, Qi Jingchuan's 2 senior martial brothers were actually even more famous. Cui Shi of the 3 noble and splendid triads started practicing the sword very late, but his swordsmanship was the best in the world. How could he split the dragon-slaying platform with a finger and let Wan Qiong, the military sage who was also in charge of heaven and earth, try? Cui Dongshan sat down and leaned his head against the pillar of the pavilion. He held a wine pot in his arms and stood still like a snowman on a mountain. The sages of the secondary saints of the Confucian Temple in the Central Plains were probably worried about the future of the literary lineage. They were worried about whether or not they would be confused and whether or not they would harm the origin of the literary lineage. Therefore, it was not strange for them to choose to watch from the sidelines. What about the Holy Master? Or the Sage of Rites who admired Qi Jingchen since a long time ago? Why didn't they stop him? Why did they hope that Qi Jingchen could go to the Western Buddhist kingdom? The reason was simple. As long as Qi Jingchen wanted to live, he didn't need the Confucian temple to save him. It wasn't that he could live by escaping or hiding in the hairpin of the old scholar. As long as Qi Jingchen was willing to fight, he could live and even win. However, if Qi Jingchen fought with all his strength, not only would the fate of the continent be affected, the heavenly axioms counterattack and karmic tribulation that had been accumulated for 3,000 years in Lizhu Wonderland would also be destroyed. This was where the fundamental difference between Xiao Hu and Qi Jingchuan's great Daos lay. According to the doctrine that Cui Shi had constantly perfected over the past 100 years, it seemed that Qi Jingchen absolutely shouldn't have made such a choice. However, if Qi Jingchen didn't want to settle the score, what could outsiders do? At that time, Cui Dongshan didn't believe in heresy. Instead, he ended up in an awkward situation. In the Yuan clan's ancestral home, he insisted on competing with Qi Jingchen in scheming. In the end, his cultivation base fell endlessly, and he ended up in a miserable state. After Qi Jingchen passed away, what happened to the martial arts fate of all the young people and children in Lizhu Wonderland? What about literary fate? There was no need to talk about literary fate, just martial arts fate. Vassal King Song Jianqiang reached the 10th realm, Li Er reached the 10th realm, the Bamboo House Elder who almost reached the 11th realm, Xing Dafeng of Old Dragon City, and then there was Qin Pingan, Pei Qian, Zhu Lian. This was Qi Jingchuan's way of settling the score. With me alone, I can stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods and not be as good as the mortals in the world. Thousands of heart lamps lit up. The way of the world was good, to be independent, to study. The way of the world was not so good, to help the world, to risk one's life, to not pass on one's responsibility. Cui Dongshan suddenly plopped his butt on the railing, feeling extremely sorrowful. He muttered in his heart, in the end, Qi Jingchen still left her cultivation of level 14 to that old bastard, and still treated that Cui Shi as her senior brother. Cui Dong, that bastard, even in this state, he still set up the calligraphy lake introspection trap and wrote that travel book. The old bastard never told me these things, purposely keeping me in the dark and not knowing anything. Cui Dong had truly concealed many things. For example, the matter of digging Qi Du, and the few copybooks, Cui Dongshan only treated it as Qi Jingchuan's backup plan. For example, he allowed Wang Zhu to successfully walk through desecration, causing the first true dragon to appear in the world. Adding on the great desecration, it caused the water fate of the Aquarius continent to explode. Adding on the 5 mountains of the continent, it was actually a hidden mountain array. Cui Dong had actually secretly refined a water word seal and a mountain word seal, causing the entire great desecration to be a water word seal, while the southern peak of Dali that was built up from dirt was a mountain word seal, or strictly speaking, it was a sky-flipping seal. Where was the final seal? It was the old site of Old Dragon City. Including the old site of Old Dragon City, the vast land, which was the southernmost mountain and river of the entire Aquarius continent, would be smashed into pieces, and would not allow the savage world to touch the land of Aquarius continent. Who dared to do such a crazy thing? Who could do it? In the entire world, only Xiao Hu dared to do it. Once it was done, he would be able to let the people on and off the mountain feel satisfied. Are you afraid? Cui Dongshan himself was afraid. Cui Dongshan was clear about all of this, because all of these plans were made by Cui Dong and Cui Dongshan, who were separated from their souls, playing chess with themselves, and had long planned out their strategies. So all these years of hard work, he was willing to work himself to the bone. Only in the Chi-Du shrine, there was a person who seemed to be a limitless realm, and was also a level 14, Qi Jingchen. Cui Dong did not mention a single word about him to Cui Dongshan. Qi Jingchen, this junior brother and senior uncle, even lied to his senior brother and martial nephew. That was fine, but in the end, this bastard Cui Dong even lied to him. Cui Dongshan had originally thought that Emperor Song He's announcement to the world and the large-scale construction of temples and Taoist temples was still Cui Shi's effort on the matter of the people's hearts. He had never thought that all these actions were ultimately for today, for the sake of making today's, Qi Jingchuan's, 14th level more stable. The golden lotus flower that used the land of the Aquarius continent as its flower pot, and the old monk in chicken soup that made Cui Dongshan thicken his skin to invite, and even earlier, as a key chess piece for the Dali Iron Cavalry to go south. Why did the North Continent's Lord of Heaven, Xie, go south to the Zhuiying dynasty? Why was there the calligraphy lay questioning heart game? Cui Dong, this shameless person, even the old man who was not in the Confucian lineage, the three sects of Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism, Shinho sect, He Xiaoliang, Fan family's old Zhou Zi, and Chao Rong who was cultivating on the mountain of the White Frost dynasty had all been schemed against by Cui Dong long ago. But Cui Dongshan could be sure of one thing, Qi Jingchen was destined to not say a word to Cui Dong. In the literary sage's lineage, both senior and junior had always had the same bad temper. Although left and right were stubborn and not easy to talk to, in fact, among the literary sage's lineage, left and right were the easiest to talk to. In fact, they were much better than junior Qi Jingchen, much better. Qi Jingchen only placed one chess piece on the chessboard, and after Cui Dong took over the chessboard, he played chess with the whole wild world. After that, it all depended on his ability to place more chess pieces on a continent. Even when Qi Jingchen died, Mao Xiaodong was only the deputy headmaster of the Cliff Academy in the Great Sui Kingdom. In the end, Cui Dong took over as headmaster and led the academy back to the top 72. This was all calculated by Qi Jingchen. Cui Dongshan sat on the railing in a daze. He had already thrown away the empty flagon, but there was still wine on his face. I know, it's because of the Chun seal. Qi Jingchen gave this seal to his disciple Zhao Yao, but it was intercepted by Cui Dongshan and easily crushed it, causing the spring breeze of the Chun seal to scatter between heaven and earth. And that year, the whole world. He should have been schemed against by Qi Jingchen and Cui Dong, that old bastard. Cui Dong and Qi Jingchen, the two senior and junior who had fallen out with each other for a long time, had been playing chess with each other for so many years, but they were in the same camp and played a game of chess together. Of course, it was more about the skills of the two chess players. In the end, the two of them became enemies with two world powers. Cui Dongshan said to himself, there was a year when spring left very late and summer came very late. He suddenly turned his head and asked, Chunqing, do you know how many strokes there are in a Chun? Chunqing was confused. Is it not 9 strokes? Cui Dongshan asked again, how many continents are there in the world? Chunqing said helplessly, you already know the answer, there are 9 continents. Cui Dongshan nodded and muttered, that's right. On the peak of Southern Peak, the two military ancestors that Cui Dong respectfully called Old Ancestor Jiang and Mr. Wei, after seeing the strange phenomenon at the old site of Old Dragon City, immediately looked at each other. And Cui Dong had asked for a large stack of papers earlier, and now he was looking down and flipping through them one by one. They were the answers to a large examination that the military disciples of the ancestral court of the Central Plains had given last year. The questions that old ancestor Jiang gave were very simple. If you were the imperial tutor of Dali, Cui Dong, how would the Aquarius continent deal with the demon race's attack from the Tongyi continent? Cui Dong was like a teacher who was the chief examiner of an imperial examination. Whenever he saw a sentence with appropriate wording, his mind would be moved, and he would annotate 1 or 2 lines of words. Chui Dong flipped through and annotated very quickly. He quickly took out 3 sets of papers and returned the rest to old ancestor Jiang. Chui Dong smiled and said, "These 3 people, if they are willing to come to Dali to serve in the future, I will send people to protect them. But I hope that when they come here, they will not break the rules. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, they will take it one step at a time. Their final position will depend on their own abilities, and if any of them are young and impetuous, and want to talk about backing me, Dolly, it will not have much meaning, and will only cause the mountain to collapse. I will say the ugly words to old ancestor Jiang and Mr. Wei first, eat sugar cane." Old ancestor Wei laughed, "That's it." Chui Dong laughed and asked, "Did Mr. Wei compile another military book?" What he meant was, if it was just the previous book, Chui Dong had already read it thoroughly, and there was no need to flip through the pages in the Aquarius continent. Old ancestor Jiang sighed, "Just based on the foundation on paper, the Tongyi continent is actually not bad." Old ancestor Wei laughed, "They are lacking in Xiaohu." Who would have thought that Chui Dong would shake his head? There will be a time when a person's strength is exhausted. The Tongyi continent has 2 Chui Dongs, but they are not of much use. The realm of a cultivator, in times of peace, would be interesting, but not necessarily meaningful. In times of chaos, it would be interesting, but not necessarily meaningful. Old ancestor Jiang asked, "I am very clear that the literary luck on this Qi Jingchen is just a smokescreen for your Xiaohu. How did he do it in the past?" Chui Dong was silent for a long time. He placed his hands behind his back and leaned on the railing, looking towards the south. He suddenly laughed and answered, "I also want to ask about the spring breeze. The spring breeze has no words." Old ancestor Wei's expression became serious. If this continues, that Jia Sheng, who has always been hiding his head and tail, will finally make his move openly for the first time. Chui Dong's figure dissipated. His wandering yin spirit was about to return to the sky above Pidu, leaving behind a joke for the 2 military ancestors. That banner in White Emperor City that worships the world's ancestors should have been removed long ago. Chui Dong's yin spirit returned to the sky above Pidu, and fused with his true body. Today, there was no preaching or lecturing, so there was no one in the sky above the sea of clouds. Chui Dong raised his hand, hovering in the air a seal that had once been shattered and then reformed by Chui Dong. The seal script originally read, "The world's welcoming spring." But after being shattered by Chui Dongshan, all that was left of the seal was a lonely, spring character. Lin Shui rode the wind over from the great blasphemy temple outside Pidu. He was perhaps the only exception of the Dali dynasty, and outsiders simply did not dare approach the Sea of Clouds at this time. The fact that Lin Shui could temporarily serve as the temple attendant of great blasphemy was enough to explain everything. Lin Shui clasped his hands and bowed, then sat upright and still on the Sea of Clouds not far from the imperial tutor, Chui Dong, and martial uncle Xiaohu. He softly asked, "Martial uncle, teacher." Chui Dong said a Buddhist phrase, "Although the light is extinguished, the lamp still remains." Although Qi Jingchuan's body was dead, there was absolutely no suspense, but the great Tao did not disappear. Using the Confucian sage's natal character, tranquility, and then using the Buddhist meditation method, with the posture of a person without a realm, only a little spiritual light was preserved in the spring character seal, surviving until today, and finally being placed in the Qi blasphemy temple. Lin Shui's eyes were filled with tears. "Teacher has 3 natal characters?" Chui Dong nodded. "No one has done it before, and no one will do it in the future." Chui Dong gently pushed the seal, and for the first time, he was somewhat sentimental, and said softly, "Go." In the vast 9 continents, in the mountains, in the water, in the books, in the hearts of people, there was spring wind everywhere in the world. 9 vast spring winds first appeared from a school in the Aquarius continent, and the other 8 continents stirred up one by one, silently gathering in 9 places. Finally, the 8 spring winds of the 8 continents came to the Aquarius continent, lingering around the sleeves of the green-robed scholar. Finally, they condensed into a natal character, spring. The vast spring winds were proud. Bai Yeshe was invincible. The spring winds were Qi Jingchen. The 10,000 feet tall Dharma image disappeared, and a middle-aged scholar with white hair appeared, looking at a certain place in the Tongyi continent. The Dharma image condensed into a tranquility character. Imperial concubine Fei used a move no weaker than the move of water that flooded the old dragon city, and smashed it towards the small scholar. The scholar put 2 fingers together, and with the Qi character, he chopped down, shattering the natal ability of a sovereign great demon. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, he dispersed the water of the sea that was split into 2 further away. 3 natal characters, one of the 14 realms. This direct disciple of the literary sage's lineage, who was not famous for his divine arts, cultivation base, or fighting, completely ignored the imperial concubine Fei and asked with a bright smile, "Where is Jia Xing?" 738, at the peak of Mount Sui. The old scholar and the deity in golden armor sat side by side at the top of the stairs. The deity in Mount Sui, who was taller than the old scholar even when he was sitting, asked, "Why don't you take a look at the south of the Aquarius continent? This doesn't seem like your style." The old scholar sat on the right side of the deity in Mount Sui, as if he could stay away from the Aquarius continent. He shook his head and said, "No, no. No matter how hard a person's heart is, how many times can it be broken?" The deity in golden armor suddenly looked into the distance and said in surprise, "There's a rare guest visiting Mount Sui. Do you want to see him? If you think he's annoying, I won't open the door." The old scholar said, "If it's Dong, Han, and Zhu from the Confucian temple, tell them that the old man said not to bother our holy teacher." Those 3 old Confucian masters were the 3 sect masters of righteous under the heavens. They were the true masters of literature for 100 generations. They were the backbone of the Confucian orthodoxy, passing down the torch, and their contributions would last for 1,000 years. The master of Confucianism was the hierarch of the Confucian temple, old scholar Dong. He proposed the perception of heaven and man. In his hands, he integrated the complex literature. Other than creating the framework of the 3 learning palaces and 72 academies, he also set up the imperial college and promoted the official school. He also proposed a set of pure and righteous methods for the cultivation of Confucians. He also made the emperors of the later generations announce their crimes to the world whenever they encountered natural disasters or discovered mistakes in the governance of the country. In the past dynasties, the emperors of the various countries announced their crimes. The first draft of each crime was kept by the scholars of the Confucian Academy and was eventually stored in the Confucian Temple of the Central Plains. One of teacher Dong's greatest feats was that he almost dethroned the 100 schools of thought. However, the sage of rites refused to do so. The hierarch of the Confucian Temple had to settle for the next best thing. He used his own strength to evaluate the 100 schools of thought. The founding monarchs of the secular world would usually create a genealogical ranking for the 100 schools of thought within their jurisdiction. Teacher Dong used the Haran 100 schools of thought to determine the ranking of the 100 schools of thought. Among them, the Shu school and the Shang school, who ranked at the bottom, could only accept it. Not only that, old scholar Dong advocated the integration of rites and dharma. Therefore, the hierarch of the Confucian temple's knowledge had the greatest impact on the school of legalism and school of yin-yang. Therefore, old Master Dong was known as the world's Confucian master. The vice sect masters, Old Man Han and Old Man Zhu, sorted out and reshaped the entire Confucian orthodoxy. Moreover, they further divided the lines between gentlemen and sages. Teacher Han was naturally the closest to the secondary saints. It could even be said that teacher Han was partly responsible for the rise of the secondary saints in the Confucian temple. The other opened a new path and raised the peak of the literary vein, evolving Li into Li. Coincidentally, the old Xiuzai's branch of knowledge had many disputes with the three Confucian temples' hierarch and vice-hierarch. Old Master Dong had long since said, "The right path is not to seek benefits, and the right path is not to seek merit." In the end, the line of the sage of literature pushed out the scholarly work, and in the end, it led to the battle of the third and fourth who walked out from behind the scenes onto the stage. If Gu Kan admitted his mistakes, it would be nothing more than the Dali dynasty or the Aquarius continent. A half-baked scholar Gu Kan, who refused to admit his mistakes but was willing to correct his mistakes, would appear in the vast world. Then, there would be another White Emperor city's Gu Kan, who would make many of the later generations, who thought they were smart, understand the true demonic path in the hearts of Chui Dong and White Emperor city's Xingjuzhong. Beside the pavilion on Saiji Mountain, there were hundreds of pine trees, which were rooted in the crevices of ancient cliffs. The branches and leaves slanted across the pavilion, as if an immortal master was drawing eyebrows for the pavilion. When the wind blew, the pine trees rustled, and the mountain became more serene. Sunlight shone through the branches and leaves of the ancient pine trees and sprinkled on the ground. The fine fragments of gold in the pavilion moved with the wind, making a soundless song. There was also a white-clothed youth and a green-robed girl sitting at the two ends of the cliff's railing. Chui Dongshan's body was curled up, his head leaning against the pavilion's pillar. He asked Chunqing for a pot of the world-famous green immortal mountain wine. This was the most indispensable item for the green immortal banquet in the bamboo sea cave. Chunqing had brought a lot of wine with her this time, and there were hundreds of jars of various sizes in the near hand. Master Mountain Master had said that if one met someone who hit it off, regardless of whether it was a Jianghu hero at the foot of the mountain or a peddler in the marketplace, one should not be stingy with their wine. Chunqing's movements were gentle. She threw a pot of wine to the mysterious Mr. Cui Shao. The white-clothed youth twisted his neck and held the wine pot with his head. His head shook again, and the wine pot fell forward. He caught it with his hand. Chunqing was young, but she had seen a lot. However, she had never seen someone like Chui Dongshan. Chui Dongshan opened the mud seal and sniffed. He stretched his neck and looked outside the cliff. He clicked his tongue and said, "How many people in the mortal world are on the flat ground? Look at my green immortal mountain." Chunqing said, "Mr. Cui Shao is already in the immortal realm. Don't flatter yourself." Chui Dongshan turned his head and said with a smile, "Miss Chunqing, do you know how to play chess? Go or Chinese chess is fine." Chunqing shook her head and said, "I know how to play, but I don't have much interest in it. I'm not good at it." Jiang Taigong often played chess with Su Bai. It was not good for Mr. Wei to interrupt the game. He would stand on Su Bai's side, hoping that Su Bai would win. He liked to ask Su Xian if her move was good or not, but Su Xian's move was not perfect. How could I know if it was good or not and how to play it well? That's why it was a bit annoying. Steamed mandarin fish tastes better, and you can cook a pot of rice for me and Fei Ran. Actually, smelly mandarin fish has a special flavor, but I will forget about it today. I will teach you later. Kuai Yu nodded and went to busy herself. She went to the bow of the ship to find a few mandarin fish that ate more peach blossoms near the water. Making tea was too tiring and not pleasing. Fei Ran was a little impressed by this lady's big heart. She really did not care about anything and only cared about eating, drinking, and playing. Previously, Kuai Yu was outside the demon-suppressing pagoda in Tongyi Continent and was captured by Zhou Mi, her life and death unknown. In the end, only Fei Ran was worried about it, while Kuiyu herself did not care about it at all. Such a strange lady, who knew who would be lucky enough to marry her in the future. Kuiyu was busy. Fei Ran wanted to say something but stopped. She had too many questions in her heart, but she did not know where to start. Why was senior brother Chia Yun willing to die? In the desolate world, great demons cherished their lives. Before Chia Yun rushed to the battlefield in Fuyao continent, the conversation he had with Fei Ran were his last words. Zhou Mi took out a seal from his sleeve and threw it to Fei Ran, smiling, "This is for you." Fei Ran caught it. There was nothing special about it. In the desolate world, Zhou Mi, who called himself the Old Bookworm, had a private collection of books that he liked the most. There were many seal words on the side, accumulated 3 million books. I amuse myself in the cold weather. He had eaten his fill of celestial characters, his life was not in vain. The bottom line was, the old bookworm hungry but unable to fill my stomach. However, Zhou Mi did not take out the books on this seal easily. Fei Ran had studied under Zhou Mi for many years and had seen the seal twice. The seal was not made of precious materials. Putting aside the owner's identity and the cost of the cutting, just the price of the seal's material was not even comparable to that of a rich scholar's family. The seal in Fei Ran's hand was this item. Zhou Mi joked, "The seal's material was a stone at the foot of a mountain that I casually picked up when I was leaving my hometown. Compared to the sword that Bai Yi gave me, this item is indeed less valuable." Fei Ran's heartstrings tightened, as if she was facing a great enemy. Fei Ran asked, "Mr. Zhou, have you ever thought of winning this battle?" Zhou Mi smiled. I didn't expect Fei Ran to ask this question first. Until today, Fei Ran still could not understand why Bai Yi was willing to give one of the fates to her, a foreign demon from the desolate world, when the celestial sword Tai Bai was split into 4. Fei Ran admitted that she had nothing to do with Bai Yi. Even if she had the teachings from her hometown, she still had no connection with the most prideful person in the human world. Her master and her senior apprentice brother Chia Yun had never been to the vast world, and Bai Yi had never ascended to the top of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In fact, Bai Yi had never even set foot on the inverted mountain in his entire life. Zhou Mi explained to Firen, Bai also used his last sword as a 14th level cultivator. The atmosphere was chaotic, so he might have seen through some of the heavenly secrets. Perhaps he saw a certain painting of time, and the scene was of the future crossing of the river of time. Therefore, he knew that you were extremely important to me. Fei Ran gently put the seal on the table beside her and said, "Mr. Zhou, there are many sword cultivators among your direct disciples." Zhou Mi had a unique vision and was willing to train his disciples. Under the suppression of Tao, everything was not worth mentioning. The so-called ups and downs of people's hearts and the so-called transformations of the world. After the 3 of them finished their rice, they had stewed mandarin fish. Zhou Mi put down his bowl and chopsticks and suddenly laughed. "Those who wait for a long time will fly high. Those who take the lead will thank others early." When the green-robed Confucian from the Aquarius continent laughed and asked, "Where is Jia Xing?" Zhou Mi stood up and laughed. "Zhou Mi is here." Zhou Mi said to himself, "Indeed, I have to do something to teach all the scholars in the world what a real." Halfway through his sentence, Zhou Mi stood up and smiled at Fei Ran and Jia Yu. Jia Yu said, "Do you know how earth-shaking and earth-shaking a fight between immortals of the 14th realm is?" Fei Ran glanced at the seal and said softly, "It's good to open a book." The 3 sects and the 100 schools of thought had 3 million books. Buying from the Fuyao continent and Lu Fian from the wasteland world seemed to have shrunk mountains and rivers at the same time. They came to a peach leaf crossing in the Tongya continent and stepped on the water. Zhou Mi took a step forward and merged with the withered bones great demon, Bai Ying. Then, he walked towards the green-robed Confucian who had a bamboo flute hanging on his waist. The three of them combined to form the real Jia Xing and the real Zhou Mi. In the past, there was a Confucian scholar who was born agile. When he read books at a young age, he had a photographic memory. He neglected sleep and food, reading and copying books day and night until he became skinny. After recovering from a serious illness, he began to cultivate Taoism, just to have a longer lifespan and read more books. However, he insisted on pursuing the boundless. The Confucian scholar began to build a mountain of books in his heart. When he was cultivating Taoism, he did not have a preacher by his side, nor did he have a real immortal's secret manual. He only relied on the books of the three sects and hundreds of schools in his heart to extract the essence from the vast sea of books. He forcefully pieced together a secret manual of cultivation from bits and pieces of words and reached the unpolished jade realm from the realm of Qi cultivator in one step to the sky. After that, he manifested a boundless sea of knowledge in his heart. He used his Yin spirit to travel far away and divided his attention to immerse himself in it. He studied the 8 extremes and his mind wandered. In the long journey of learning and cultivation, he continued to search for books and asked about the fundamental principles of the 100 schools of thought. He continued to expand the sea of knowledge in his heart. With the knowledge of Confucianism, he reached the unpolished jade realm. However, with the secret method of Taoism, he reached the immortal realm and returned to his original state. He then turned to study the 16 visualizations of Buddhism and finally chose the White Bone Temple. He was able to reach the ascendant realm. Then, he used the miscellaneous knowledge in his heart to reach the 14 realms of immortality and secretly annexed Master Chia Yun. Now, there were a few new sovereigns in the wasteland. After the battle in the Fuyao continent, there were not many sovereigns left. In the Flood Dragon Valley, there was the gray-robed Confucian elder who fought non-stop with Sui Shan. Xiao Chua, the sword cultivator who promoted the sovereigns to the second highest position, did not care about the Zhou Mi at all. The swordsman Lu Cha. Yang Ji, who went to the sea area of the South Boza continent, was to deal with the Zhenhai Tower that stood in the middle of the continent. As for Chen Chunan, who carried the sun and moon on his shoulders, she was to be dealt with by Lu Cha. Fei Fei was still on the battlefield between the Aquarius continent and the Tongya continent. Niu Dao, who had lost the restraint of the golden armor, was overseeing the golden armor continent. The great demon Wu Yu and the guy who held a long spear and used the corpse of a high-level deity as a sovereign were already on the battlefield of the South Boza continent. There was also Yuan Shou, who was in charge of dealing with Yu Gui's sect and Jiang Shangzhen. This sovereign great demon was also the little brother of our Xingyang Mountains ancestor moving mountains that Cui Dongshan and Chunqing had mentioned at the Caiji Mountain. In addition, the Lotus Nunnery Master, Wang Wan, Yao Jia, Chia Yun, Bai Ying, and the 14th level, Lu Fian, in the wasteland had all been Dao fusing by Zhou Mi. Among them, there was actually an ascendant realm human from the Golden Armor continent, Wanyan Lao Jing. One had to know that Bai Ying, who was the external body of Zhou Mi's young god, had refined countless demon cultivator puppets in the thousands of years in the wasteland. An old bookworm who couldn't fill his stomach. Whether it was Zhou Mi or Haoran Jia Xing, after eating again and again, their stomachs were indeed rumbling with hunger. After Zhou Mi left, Jia Yu put down his bowl and chopsticks on the small table, sat cross-legged, and let out a long breath. Fei Ran smiled and said, "You can be afraid too." Jia Yu rolled his eyes and said, "I'm not stupid. If I pretend not to be afraid, it's no problem. If I'm really not afraid, I can't do it." Jiang Shangzhen, Chen Pingan, and Mr. Zhou were all like birds of a feather. They were all terrifying. Fei Ran really couldn't refute. Jia Yu suddenly asked, "Immortal rice, stewed mandarin fish, and fish soup mixed with rice, how does it taste?" Fei Ran said helplessly, "Not bad." How could he be in the mood to eat and drink soup just now? If he only said that he saw his teacher with his own eyes, how would Fei Ran feel? How could he hate Zhou Mi? His master was already very careful. Not to mention that even his senior brother Chia Yun was very careful. In fact, if the overall situation was determined in the future, Zhou Mi could completely return Fei Ran a master and a senior brother. But Fei Ran didn't dare to be sure who the future Fei Ran would be. Only at this moment did Fei Ran understand why Li Zhen was so pitiful. Jia Yu was a little regretful. In any case, he's an educated person, but he doesn't have a single good word to say. Fei Ran lay at the bow of the boat, as if he had never felt so dispirited and powerless in his life. Jia Yu said, "Don't think too much, eat and drink to your heart's content and you'll go far." Fei Ran said, "I envy you." Fei Ran sat up and covered his face that he was somewhat used to wearing. Jia Yu only glanced at him and was furious. "Spit out all the tea, rice, and fish soup." Fei Ran planned to ride the wind and soar into the sky to see the great battle. It was very likely that it was a 14th level, peak catch and kill. (739) Zhou Mi seemed to have planned this beforehand. Other than the ferry that the two of them were standing on, everything else, including the Peach Leaf Ferry and the Great Spring Dynasty where the Peach Leaf Ferry was located, seemed to have turned into a realm of the Great Void. Only the sun and the moon hung in the sky as two candles. Under the illumination, it was like a boat in the void. The two immortals stepped into the void together and crossed the long river of time together. The lantern paintings on horseback were constantly changing on the ferry, blooming with the unique colorful glaze of the time scroll, illuminating the two scholars in front of each other. They were sparkling, as if they were two silent and heartless ancient deities. Qi Jingchen stood at the bow of the floating boat and looked around at the paintings of time that suddenly appeared and suddenly disappeared. This green-robed scholar did not travel much in his lifetime. He could be considered the one who traveled the least among the direct disciples of the literary sage. He studied when he was young and studied when he was young. Later on, he only accompanied his senior brother who wanted to switch to swordsmanship and traveled to the Central Plains. However, in just a few years, he did not go to too many beautiful places. After that, the literary sage encountered a catastrophe. Embroidered Tiger Cui Dong, who betrayed the literary sage's orthodoxy, finally chose the Aquarius continent and became the imperial tutor of the Dali dynasty. Qi Jingchen seemed to have turned against him. He directly brought two of the literary sage's registered disciples, Mao Xiaodong and Ma Zhan. The three of them rushed to the Aquarius continent. In the capital of the Dali dynasty, they established one of the 72 academies of Confucianism, the Cliff Academy, and restricted Cui Dong everywhere. After that, Qi Jingchen served as the sage in charge of the Lizhu Grotto Heaven for 60 years. Zhou Mi was also observing the surroundings, searching for some subtle manifestations of the great Tao and the secrets of heaven. Soon, Zhou Mi found some clues. In the gaps between the scrolls of time, there were subtle phenomena of starlight, like flickering candlelight. Even though the candlelight was far away, there were still wisps of weak light remaining. Eventually, they connected to form a clear path, like a riverbed that carried the flowing water of time. If it was placed in the real world of the Tongyi continent, this path would start from the Fuyao sect, Yaotian Street, the Huan family's Eagle Fortress, and go from west to east. At the border of the North Jin Kingdom and the Great Spring, there was the Temple of the Buried River, the Peach Leaf Ferry, Xiaoping Peak, and the North Tiancai Peak Ferry. From south to north, the old site of the Taoist temple was the most important central ferry. Zhou Mi was curious why Qi Jingchen did not hide it. Since he had nothing to do, he casually said, "This path that Qin Pingan walked through the Tongyi continent was the anchor light senior brother Cui Dong helped you choose. So you are not afraid of the method that I used to control the river of time in the Fuyao continent against Bai Yi?" In other words, there are only a few thoughts in Qi Jingchuan's mind, and one of them is your junior brother Chen Pingan. It seems that your junior brother did not disappoint his two senior brothers. During the journey, his thoughts were heavy, as if he was touring the mountains and rivers with someone. This scholar who eventually became the last disciple of your sage of literature probably didn't even realize that the first book he wrote in his life was this landscape travel book. What a coincidence, it just so happened to coincide with Qi Jingchuan's trip to Tongya continent today. Qi Jingchen did not notice and only looked at the paintings of time. Zhou Mi did not think that this was Qi Jingchuan's work. It was most likely that Xiu Hu's plan. Cui Dong's actions were more utilitarian. No wonder when Qi Jingchen appeared, he dared to choose the battlefield in the Tongyi continent, a large world that was already in the bag. That was because the path of retreat had already been paved by senior brother Cui Dong and junior brother Chen Pingan. This path of retreat was like a child playing, unintentionally placing two branches on the ground. The person had already walked far away, leaving the branches behind. It was also like a muddy puddle on a shabby alley, someone walking while placing down pebbles. The current Qi Jingchen was a little weird. He did not have a physical body and did not have a real soul. However, although he was a person without a realm where all material objects were empty, he had a cultivation of the 14th realm. That was why Qi Jingchen could not be distracted by other thoughts. Otherwise, he would break out of this mysterious realm himself. In short, Qi Jingchen had already drawn a circle on the ground, leaving only a few thoughts that could be called beliefs. The rest were all destroyed and turned into puppets. For so many years, Qi Jingchen had been imprisoned in a certain section of the long river of time. There were not many people in the world who could understand the torment in this place. The founding masters of the three sects, Cui Dong and Zhou Mi. Other than them, the 14th realm, even if their cultivation was sufficient, their understanding of the long river of time was not as thorough as the five of them. Therefore, it was very easy for Qi Jingchen to answer irrelevant questions and talk to herself. Everything was based on a few remaining thoughts as the foundation of everything. The moment he had more thoughts, Qi Jingchen would lose his cultivation. That was why the following battle between the two was different from Bai Yi, who used his heart to merge with the Tao. Zhang Jianbai also did not use his heart to complete his poem and remained at the peak of his cultivation. Qi Jingchuan's 14th realm would only descend the mountain. Qi Jingchen was not in a rush, so Zhou Mi was naturally not worried. Zhou Mi suddenly smiled. I know what you are relying on. As expected, because of Qi Jingchuan's teachings, Li Zhu Grotto Heaven once gave birth to a small person with a golden body that merged both martial and civil luck. However, your choice is not that good. Why didn't you choose the more suitable clay statue in the celestial tomb? Why did you choose this badly damaged one? Tao fate? Nostalgia? Or is it just pleasing to the eye? After being exposed by Zhou Mi, a hidden Dharma image appeared behind Qi Jingchen. It was a modeled statue with a broken golden body and a 5-colored armor. However, there was a jade hairpin on its head. The scales of the armor were continuous and the edges of the armor were decorated with 2 lines of pearls. The pearls were round and full, and there were many broken arms. With the mountain and river fate that the small golden person gathered, Qi Jingchen used a different method to reach a realm where he could temporarily reconstruct a complete soul. Then, he used a Taoist spirit official statue as his resting place and used Buddhist nature to stabilize his soul. In the end, he followed a Buddhist principle: although the light is extinguished, the lamp remains. This was the unity of heaven and man that the Confucian scholars pursued tirelessly. It was also what the Buddhists meant by staying away from inverted dreams, cutting off thoughts and living in the 4th land of wisdom. It was also what the Taoists meant by stepping into the void and keeping the peace. Qi Jingchen turned a deaf ear to Zhou Mi's words. He lowered his head and looked at the path that was extremely slender compared to the big world. Or rather, it was Chen Pinggan's mental path when he traveled to the Tongya continent. Qi Jingchen deduced a little and found that some of the mental paths of the young man who left and returned to his hometown with a sword on his back were happy, such as touring the magnificent mountains and rivers with his good friends. Some of them were sad, such as watching some children travel far away on the streets and alleys of the Eagle Castle. Some of them were rare youthful spirits, such as at the buried river god residence, where the teacher said the order and fell drunk after saying it. The scholar in green, who should not have other thoughts, smiled and said, "When the heart lamp is lit, the night is like day. The world is cold and the Tao tree is eternal." Little junior brother, you have read many books. Qi Jingchen forcibly broke the so-called sincerity in her heart and murmured, "Sir is too busy. Cui Dong is too ruthless and too stubborn. He is too young and the burden is too heavy. How can there be such a laborious little junior brother in the world?" Qi Jingchen did not look at Zhou Mi. "Are you happy and curious that I would destroy my own cultivation and teach you what it means to be the best and the only one, but I would take the initiative to leave this state? A scholar like you would not understand, let alone do it. I know you don't believe me. This is very similar to Cui Dongshan when he first came to Lizhu Grotto Heaven. But don't think that you are the same as Xiao Hu and you are not worthy. No matter how rebellious Cui Dong is, he is still the first disciple of the sage of literature. He is also a scholar." Zhou Mi smiled and said, "This is not a debate between the three sections. Let's not argue." Qi Jingchen laughed it off. He raised his sleeve and covered Zhou Mi's heart. "If I don't see it, there will be no heaven and earth. As the master of this heaven and earth, Zhou Mi's words do not count." Then, he put two fingers together. Qi Jingchen picked up a chess piece from the heaven and earth chessboard. The great void's night sky, which used the sun and moon as candles, was suddenly left with only the bright moon. It was forced to reveal a boundless sea of books. The moonlight reflected on the water. A snow-white chess piece quickly condensed on Qi Jingchuan's fingertips. It was like a piece of paper being gently lifted. The surface of the boundless sea of books was suddenly pitch black like a pool of ink. Qi Jingchen released his fingers. The white chess piece stopped in the air and covered the bright moon again. Qi Jingchen turned and picked up a black chess piece. The scene of heaven and earth that was originally like a pool of ink was illuminated again. It became a scene where only the great sun was shining on the snow-white side. Qi Jingchen said, "Break." The black and white chess pieces hanging beside him shattered with a light knock. The two restrictions of heaven and earth that Zhou Mi had secretly set up were broken and disappeared. Zhou Mi frowned slightly. He shook his sleeve and put two fingers together. His fingertips caught two simple black and white words. They were the real names of the two great demons that were born from the great Tao in Zhou Mi's heart lake. They were the real names of the Lotus Nunnery Master and the sovereign Yao Jia. Zhou Mi returned the look and shook his head. "Cliff Academy. This academy's name is not good." The heavenly thunder cracked the cliff and the great tribulation of karma fell. So much so that you, Qi Jingchen, have nowhere to hide. If Qi Jingchen hid, the great Tao's karma would affect the entire Lizhu Grotto heaven. It would also affect the fate of the mountains and rivers of the Aquarius continent. Now that the Dali dynasty, which was a country and a continent, had its fate reduced by 30 to 40%, the demon army of the wilderness should be near the capital and not be stopped at the border of the southern peak. However, embroidered tiger Cui Dong still did not mind this. It was nothing more than shrinking the battle line and making the continent's defensive formation tighter. Finally, the troops would be stationed on the two sides of the central Great Blasphemy, which would most likely change its name, and defend the capital. Once this was done, the wilderness would suffer fewer losses, but it would make things more difficult for Zhou Mi. Then I will listen to the ancient people and order the ghosts and gods to grind the cliff. When Zhou Mi finished speaking, a white drawing of the mountains and rivers of the Aquarius continent appeared in the void around him. There was a cliff academy that had not yet gone to the Great Sui Kingdom, and a school in a small town in the Liju Grotto heaven. The three scenes were all illusions of Zhou Mi's heart, but it was very likely that they were the truth of Qi Jingquan's heart lake. This kind of technique and abhijna would be a baffling waste of effort to anyone else, but it was useful against the current Qi Jingquan. The remnants of the ancient gods stepped on the mountains and rivers of a continent, sinking it instantly. A storm fell on the Cliff Academy, covering the sound of books. A small grotto heaven condensed into a Liju grotto heaven was crushed by the heavenly tribulation and collapsed. Qi Jingquan allowed Zhou Mi to execute his abhijna and kill the three truths that the other party thought were infallible. He laughed. The wilderness's literature is very thorough, and there are indeed many books. There are 3 million books, big and small worlds. There are only 300 worlds in the Tower of Scrolls. Zhou Mi nodded and said, "It's not much of a skill, but it's hard to avoid nostalgia." Qi Jingquan laughed and asked, "Are you just going to run around like a headless fly? Are you not willing to use your trump card and not willing to let me see the image of my junior brother in your heart, or are you worried about someone and making a long-term plan?" Zhou Mi laughed and replied, "I'm not a scholar. If I have a question, I'll ask you to answer it." It was nothing more than someone burning the bridge after crossing the river. Some people wanted to pave the way and repair the bridge. Some people wanted to eat and put down their chopsticks to curse. Some people wanted to quietly clean up the dishes and care about the stability of the tables and chairs. Some people thought that growing up was to be tactful. Some people thought that growing up was to endure more hardships for themselves and others. Some people thought that the strong were unrestrained and had a kind of pure freedom. Some people thought that they wanted to become strong because they wanted to do something for the world. That was also the first time he had said that he could drink tomorrow. However, he added that he would let Xiaoqi set up a stall to make money. Senior brother and I would be responsible for keeping people warm. Blockhead would only scare away the customers if he joined in the fun. Many books that had been flipped by the spring breeze began to disappear into thin air. In an instant, dozens of worlds disappeared in Zhou Mi's heart. If it were a sword cultivator of the upper 5 realms, even if he used all his strength and did not consume any spiritual energy, it would take him several years to dispel so many restrictions. Zhou Mi seemed a little helpless. He said, "Using this as a distraction, is it really not considered stealing when a scholar steals books?" Qi Jingquan glanced at the attic. Zhou Mi also wanted to borrow the knowledge of the 3 sects in other people's hearts to sharpen his Tao heart and take a shortcut to break through the bottleneck of the 14th realm. Zhou Mi wanted to reach a higher level. He wanted to be taller than the sky. As for the so-called 3 million books, big and small worlds, and the 3-story attic, they were all tricks. For Zhou Mi now, they were already dispensable. Zhou Mi shook his head. "It's not easy." Qi Jingquan smiled. "A fish eats books. It can eat countless words, but it eats too little. Therefore, after you reached the 14th realm, you found yourself at a dead end. You can only eat words to become a Tao fusing great demons. Since it's so difficult, why don't I help you? Your heaven and earth are uneven. What a coincidence, I have a natal character. Can I lend it to you?" Zhou Mi shook his head. "I don't want to borrow that Qi character. I'm afraid that Zhaoling Su Jun will risk his life and join forces with Cui Dong to destroy my Tao. It's just that you'll eat 3 million books and merge with the entire world before completely dissipating into the vast world. Or, I'll eat a level 14 that's hard to come by and break through the bottleneck. Both of us can indeed make a bet. Qi Jingchen finally started to flip through the books of the three sects for the first time. He first picked a rare book. Then, whether it was read or not, they were all flipped through by the spring breeze. The books disappeared one by one and merged into the 14th realm, Qi Jingchuan's great Tao. Qi Jingchen, don't think too much. You can go and see Pei Qian. She is my teacher, your junior brother's first disciple. She is now at Kaiji Mountain. You can also go to Nanyu Ancestral Temple and chat with Song Jisin, who has changed a lot. When you return to Fudu, you can also guide Lin Shui in his cultivation. You don't have to waste your time and cultivation on me. As for what I should do and what I should not do, Cui Dongshan knows it. Qi Jingchen laughed. I am worried about martial nephew Cui Dongshan. Cui Dongshan, who was invincible in scolding, was speechless for the first time. Qi Jingchen stood behind the young man and woman. Cui Dongshan muttered to himself, I can't get enough of the scenery in the world. Cui Dongshan suddenly raged, you are so knowledgeable, your chess skills are so high. Then you should find a way to survive. If you have the ability to sneak into the 14th realm, why don't you have the ability to struggle at death's door? Qi Jingchen shook his head, speechless. Unknowingly, the originally white-haired middle-aged man with a scholarly appearance had now turned white past the young man's sleeves. It was a deathly white that lacked vitality. Cui Dongshan muttered, if teacher knows about today's matter, even if he returns to his hometown next year, he will die of grief. Who knows how careful teacher is on the path of life if you don't know? Teacher rarely makes mistakes, but he misses the people and things he cares about again and again. Cui Dongshan sensed Qi Jingchuan's qi abnormality behind him. He raised his head, but was still unwilling to turn around. They still made a move. Qi Jingchen nodded. Dali is the teacher of a nation, and the teacher of the wildlands. Since both sides have met, no one will be too polite. Don't worry, Jun Qian and Mount Longhu's great heavenly master will make a move either way. This is Cui Dong's return gift to Zhou Mi for surrounding and killing Bai Yi in Fuyao continent. Cui Dongshan frowned. Xiao Chua is actually willing to not bother Dumbo Zhua. Qi Jingchen explained, Xiao Chua doesn't like the great heavens, but she also doesn't like the wildlands. No one can stop her from doing as she pleases. Senior Martial Brother Zhua should have promised her that as soon as he returns from Tongya continent, he will fight her to the death. When the time comes, if you have the guts, go and persuade Senior Martial Brother Zhua. If you don't have the guts, then forget it. Cui Dongshan didn't comment and only sighed in relief. It seems like the 3 million volumes of books have become spring festival couplets on the door to bid farewell to the old and welcome the new. Only you can think of and do something like that. Qi Jingchen shook his head. It was Cui Dong's idea on the spur of the moment. According to my original intentions, I shouldn't have done this. At first, I wanted to be a temporary door god. Forget it, there's no point in saying more. Perhaps Cui Dong's choice will be better. Perhaps, I hope so. Cui Dongshan said, so in the end, you still chose to believe in Cui Dong. Qi Jingchen suddenly said, if that's the case, and not only that, I see, further. Cui Dongshan said, no matter how far a person can see, it's not as far as walking. Qi Jingchen smiled. No, you guys are here. There were already so many chairs outside Luopa Mountain's peaceful peaks ancestral hall. If that's the case, what else can I say? The green-robed scholar who appeared from the Great Blasphemy Temple was originally Cui Dong, who borrowed Qi Jingchuan's cultivation of the 14th realm temporarily, and not the real Qi Jingchen himself. He planned to make a thorough plan to complete the Great Way. It was a conspiracy, but also an overt one. He predicted that Houran Jiaxing would not hesitate to take out 3 million volumes of books to let Qi Jingchen stabilize his realm, so that the latter could be said to be extremely knowledgeable and well-versed in the knowledge of the three sections. In the end, Zhou Mi mistakenly thought that he could use this to unify the way. With the help of the Great Way of Heaven and Earth, he could suppress Qi Jingchen with his own Great Way of Heaven and Earth. In the end, he would eat up the fundamental knowledge of the three sects that allowed Qi Jingchen to successfully reach the 14th realm. This would make Zhou Mi's Great Way of Heaven and Earth more closely connected and flawless. Once it succeeded, Zhou Mi would really become an existence that even the grandmasters of the three sects could not kill. He would become the biggest one in the world. It was not easy to fool Zhou Mi. Qi Jingchen had to be willing to hand over his cultivation to Dali Xiuhu, who had a deep grudge against him. Other than that, the real key was Qi Jingchuan's 14th realm Qi image. This was the hardest to disguise. The reason was simple. They were all 14th realm great cultivators. Qi Jingchen, Bai Yi, the old blind man in the wilderness, the chicken soup monk, and the old master of the Taoist temple of the Eastern Sea Monastery, but their great way of Tao differed greatly from each other. Zhou Mi was also 14th realm. How could he be fooled so easily? However, Cui Dong had taught Cui Dong in the line of the sage of literature. He taught the sage's principles in books, the four arts that were pleasing to the heart, and he taught them very well. Cui Dong himself had a deep understanding of the three sects and the 100 schools of thought. In addition, Cui Dong was the only direct disciple of the sage of literature who had accompanied the old scholar to participate in 2 debates between the three sections. As the first disciple, Cui Dong sat beside the sage of literature. Therefore, Cui Dong purposely revealed his identity, in order to suppress the ancient high-level deity who tried to cross the sea and reach the shore. With Qi Jingchuan's style of doing things when he was young, he stepped on the deity several times. Then, he used Qi Jingchuan's 60 years of seclusion to clean up the battlefield. A portion of Qi Jingchuan's mind was indeed with Cui Dong. He used the 3 natal characters to form the man without boundaries, as a place of learning. However, the price of such a meticulous plan was that he had to constantly exhaust Qi Jingchuan's mind and cultivation in exchange for an unimaginable shortcut for Cui Dong to reach the 14th realm. He used Qi Jingchuan's knowledge of the Great Way and stole Zhou Mi's sea of books, which were used by Cui Dong to repair and sharpen his own knowledge. Therefore, Cui Dong's greatest ruthlessness was that not only did he not choose to fight at the old site of Old Dragon City, he directly took the risk and went to Tongya Island's Peach Leaf ferry boat to face Zhou Mi. Naturally, it was not Cui Dong's impulsiveness. The best result was that in the current situation, Qi Jingchen still had some of his mind left in the world. He could still appear in this pavilion and meet Cui Dong Shan, who he did not know if he should call his senior brother or martial nephew. At the same time, he could also pave a way for Cui Dong to return to the Great Blasphemy Temple in the central capital of Aquarius Continent. The worst result was that Zhou Mi saw through the truth. Then, Cui Dong, who was at the peak of the 13th realm, would have to drag along Qi Jingchen, who was at the peak of the 14th realm. The two of them would fight to the death with Zhou Mi, and the victor would be decided in an incense stick's time. With Cui Dong's temper, of course, he would not hesitate to fight until the entire Tongya Island sank into the sea. Aquarius Continent lost Embroidered Tiger, and Zhou Mi, whose own world was broken, was left in the wilderness. In any case, Cui Dong could accept both. At this moment, in the pavilion, the green-robed scholar and the white-robed youth did not isolate themselves from the world, and did not even speak with their minds. Chen Qing was extremely embarrassed. If she ate the pastries, it would be too disrespectful to the two scholars, but if she did not eat the pastries, she would be suspected of eavesdropping, so she could not help but ask, "Mr. Qi, Mr. Cui Dong Shan, why don't I leave? I am an outsider, and have heard enough, my heart is beating like a drum, and I am very anxious. Cui Dongshan seemed to be angry. Miss Chun-Ching, you don't have to leave, just listen openly. Our Cliff Academy's mountain head Chi is a gentleman, and will never say anything that outsiders cannot hear. Chi Jingchuan's figure flashed, and he actually sat on the railing beside Cui Dongshan, and turned his head to look at the white-robed youth, who was actually not a stranger. Cui Dongshan did not look sideways, and only looked into the distance, his hands lightly patting his knees. He did not expect that Chi Jingchuan's brain seemed to be flooded with water, looking at a hammer, and had not seen enough, causing Cui Dongshan to feel uncomfortable all over, and just as he was about to reach out to grab a yellow fence mountain head, Chi Jingchun beat him to it, took it, and began to eat. Cui Dongshan muttered softly, other than chewing books, everything he ate was tasteless, and it was a waste of copper coins. Chi Jingchun said, just now, in Zhou Mi's heart, I helped Cui Dong eat some books, and only then did I know that the old teacher of the Human World Academy lamented, and it was really reasonable. Cui Dongshan knew what Chi Jingchun was talking about. There were so many books in the world that I did not want to read. Cui Dongshan said softly, actually, there were people who said that. Chi Jingchun also knew what Cui Dongshan wanted to say. I don't want to say anything more to this world. Therefore, the young Cui Dongshan had said a lot of strange words and jokes over the years, but he did not speak much of his true thoughts, and would probably only say it to a few people, and it could be counted on one hand. Except for teacher Chen Pingan, it seemed that there were only little Bao Ping, big sister Pei Qian, the little lotus person, and Xiaomi. Chi Jingchun smiled and withdrew his gaze. In fact, when Cui Dong was young, he was quite good-looking. No wonder in the years to come, there were countless love debts, and in fact, there were more love debts than senior brother. Back then, there were women who sold wine near teacher's school. As long as Cui Dong went to buy wine, the price would be much cheaper. In the academy, there were female guest professors who occasionally taught Confucian disciples, and many fairies with the title of Zong. They would try to get a letter from him, or deliberately send a letter to the sage of literature in the name of asking for knowledge. Teacher understood and asked his chief disciple to write a letter on his behalf every time. After the women received the letter, they carefully framed it into a copybook so that they could keep it well. Every time Alliance returned from traveling with him, he would cry that he had been reduced to a green leaf. In all honesty, the souls of the girls had been attracted by Cui Dong, and they did not even look at Brother Alliance anymore. Chun-Ching reminded him in a low voice, Mr. Qi. When Mr. Qi had more thoughts, his cultivation would be damaged more. Chi Jingchun turned his head, reached out to press Cui Dongshan's head, and moved back to let this nephew get out of the way. Then he smiled at her and said, Chun-Ching, in fact, if you have time, you can really go to Luopa Mountain. It is a good place with beautiful mountains and clear waters, and it is full of outstanding people. Chun-Ching nodded. Okay. I'll listen to Mr. Qi. Cui Dongshan's face was full of grief and indignation. Chun-Ching, what's wrong with you? I spent a lot of effort and still couldn't get you to go to Luopa Mountain. Why did you agree so easily when she just said it casually? Chun-Ching blinked and said honestly, you are not honest, but Mr. Qi is a gentleman. Chi Jingchun looked at Tongyi Continent and said with a smile, I have to admit, although Zhou Mi's actions are unreasonable and rebellious, he has indeed shocked the world when he goes up alone. Cui Dongshan's heart suddenly trembled as he remembered something. He looked at Chi Jingchuan's weak aura and said, Fuyao Continent and Tongyi Continent are both territories of the wilderness. Could it be that just now? Chi Jingchun nodded, confirming Cui Dongshan's guess. Cui Dongshan sighed. Zhou Mi was good at controlling the river of time, and this was the key to killing Bai Yi. Chi Jingchun did not let Zhou Mi succeed in the end. It seemed that they had already exchanged hands. Cui Dong, that old bastard, was destined to not have such methods even if he reached the 14th realm. He was more likely to add those killing abilities that he had been planning for a long time. Qi Jingchen stood up and wanted to see the first disciple that his little junior brother had taken in. It seemed that the teacher had helped to choose him. His little junior brother must have worked hard. Cui Dongshan wanted to say something but stopped. Qi Jingchen reached out and pressed Cui Shi's shoulder. In the future, if little junior brother still feels guilty and feels that he has done too little, at that time, you can help me tell little junior brother about this. Tell him where the golden jaw stick figure came from. Cui Dongshan nodded. He was so sick that he couldn't muster up any energy. Qi Jingchen suddenly slapped his head so hard that Cui Dongshan almost fell into the pavilion. Qi Jingchen smiled. I've wanted to do this for a long time. Back when I was learning from the teacher, you were the best at fanning the flames. I fought more than 90 fights, at least 80 of them were started by you. You contributed greatly to the many bad habits that the teacher developed later on. Cui Dongshan said angrily, are you complaining? Do you like to keep accounts? Who did my teacher and big senior sister learn these habits from? Qi Jingchen smiled knowingly. His smile was like the spring breeze. His figure dissipated like the spring breeze that came and went without a trace. Cui Dongshan muttered, why don't you talk for a while more? Chunqing finished a tray of pastries silently. She finally couldn't help but remind him softly, what about that sea-viewing realm old immortal from the frozen cloud inn? Are you just going to keep him in your sleeve? Cui Dongshan rolled his eyes. What are you talking about? There's no such person, no such thing. This little girl was really unkind. If he had known, he wouldn't have taken out those pastries to entertain the guests. Chunqing said, when we reach Luopa Mountain, shall we first go to the shop at Dragon Riding Alley? Cui Dongshan immediately flattered, of course. Chunqing suddenly said considerately, do you still want to drink? Cui Dongshan became silent and shook his head. At the peak of Caiji Mountain, the white-clothed old ape walked down the divine path alone. He felt that something was wrong. The guardian of Xingyang Mountain quickly looked around but didn't find anything strange. It was strange. Pei Qian stared with her eyes wide open. The scholar in green smiled and shook his head, indicating for her to keep quiet. He asked her telepathically what was bothering her and if she could tell her martial uncle. Outside the ancestral temple of Lord Nanyue, Song Jisin was sitting alone in a temporary study room. He was rubbing the space between his eyebrows. The powerful vassal of the Great Li dynasty suddenly stood up and bowed to his teacher. In the ancestral temple of Chidu outside the capital of Dali, Lin Shui was just about to put away the second volume of the Cloud Gem book when the scholar in green sat down with a smile. He asked Lin Shui to bring a pen and paper for him to make annotations. In a nearby great blasphemy mansion, Wang Zhu, who had become the only true dragon in the world, looked at the uninvited guest with a stubborn face and raised her head high. In the blacksmith shop by the Dragon Whisker River, Lu Xianyang was taking a nap. His mind was wandering through a shocking ancient battlefield. He didn't know that Mr. Qi, who was also resting with his eyes closed, was sitting on a small bamboo chair beside him. He was protecting him for the last time. In the school of the small town, the scholar in green stood in the school and his figure gradually dissipated. Qi Jingchen looked outside the door as if the next moment, a shy boy in straw sandals would secretly raise his hand and rub his old and clean sleeve with his palm before he mustered up the courage to speak. "741. At that time, Lu Chen was a guest at Furong Mountain. On a snowy night, he sat on a bamboo chair outside the door and enjoyed the snow quietly. Under the roof of the cottage, there was an old dog. Lu Chen, who was lying on his stomach, occasionally looked up at Lu Chen, who was sitting. Lu Chen looked at the old dog and joked, "Is Zhou Zi looking at me again?" As the guest overpowered the host, Lu Tai, as the host, went to the observation platform at the peak of the mountain. He took out a white jade bed and held the white conch wine cup, which was as famous as the wine spring cup, in one hand and a snow-white long tail with a golden handle in the other. As he drank, he used the long tail to gently brush away the snow. Lying on the white jade bed, his elbows on the white porcelain pillow, "There is no one here to accompany me," the white conch wine cup. Lu Tai's eyes were hazy with drunkenness. He used the long tail to scatter the goose feather snow and raised his cup. Like a great person, a great talent can move people. His voice became soft. Lu Tai put down the long tail and wine cup and sat cross-legged. He covered his sleeves with his hands and murmured, "No one is here to accompany me." The three direct disciples were already entertaining the guests at Furong Mountain and the last disciple who was still traveling in Jianghu. The young man was named Jin Ji by Lu Tai on the landscape register. He had no surname. Lu Tai gave the child a bamboo sword and carved two extremely small characters, Xia Dui, with a knife. When the child held the sword for the first time, Lu Tai laughed and told the disciple that he must become a sword immortal, a great sword immortal. Lu Tai taught the last disciple a Tao mantra and a few fish stances. He did not teach anything else but gave the child a total of 32 sword manuals. In fact, Lu Tai had been in Lotus Blossom Blessed Land for so many years, but his temperament was still very casual. The cult leader of the devil cult and the #1 person in the world were all just for fun. Therefore, he was only in the nascent soul realm now. After he ascended from the blessed land to the Qingming world, Lu Tai took the opportunity to break through the realm. Otherwise, according to Lu Tai's own wishes, since Eugenie was no longer around, he could still be the land immortal Jindan guest for many more years. There were only two things that he was serious about. First, he taught Chao Qinglang knowledge together with the headmaster Zhongqiu. Second, he carefully selected the last disciple and taught him swordsmanship. Since Lu Tai had nothing to do, he opened his palm and looked at the mountains and rivers to see Eugenie's situation. Taking in the entire scenery of Furong Mountain, every time Lu Tai thought about it, the mountains and rivers would appear in his field of vision. As long as Lu Tai focused slightly, even the traces of snow on the railings of the plank path would be clearly seen. The lifespan of the common people at the foot of the mountain is less than 100 years, who would not be envious of the immortal guests on the clouds. When ordinary nascent soul cultivators used this ability, they would expend a lot of spiritual energy and would easily cause trouble. If the person being spied on was of a high cultivation level, it would be easy to track them down. However, Lu Tai was born in the Lu clan of the Central Plains school of Yin Yang. His knowledge was very diverse, and he actually knew a lot of unorthodox spells and abilities. It was just that he had never been willing to take the initiative to learn them. When a person's knowledge was too great, it was easy for them to become lazy. Instead, they would not be as hardworking as those who only knew a little. Eugenie, who had been practicing martial arts, studying, and cultivating all his life, had probably never been in such a difficult situation in his life. The third sect master of the Beko Keikyung building seemed to have dug a hole but did not bury it. He threw Eugenie to 3 juniors whose cultivation levels were not low. Therefore, before the snowy night, on the plank path, Eugenie, whose chi refinement warrior realm was suppressed to the cave abode realm, had to face 3 enemies with different intentions. Eugenie was especially wary of the young man, Huan Yin, who did not reveal anything. Tao Xiang, a pure martial artist who had just entered the far travel realm. Huang Shang, the state protector of Nanyuan country, a golden pill expert who could summon wind and rain. Huan Yin, who was born in the Eagle Fortress of the Tongyi continent, had the physique of a martial artist in the Golden Body realm and a Qi refinement warrior in the Dragon Gate realm. He was also a hidden sword cultivator. On the other hand, Eugenie, who used to be the most powerful person in the world after Ding Ying in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, was now a cultivator in the upper 5 realms. The only thing he could rely on was the physique of a martial artist in the far travel realm. It was just that he had switched to cultivating for close to 30 years and was already used to using the spells and skills on the mountain to suppress and kill the martial artists at the foot of the mountain. It was inevitable that his punches and kicks were a little rusty. Eugenie was definitely not willing to fight with the 3 of them at such a time. Moreover, he had no chance of winning. The key was that the 3rd sect master, who seemed to have 1,000 faces, definitely did not care about Eugenie's life and death. As for that fellow Lu Tai, he definitely did not mind having another corpse on Furong Mountain that did not need to be buried. In order to escape this calamity, Eugenie could be said to have racked his brains. He leaned against the railing and was calm and composed. He first reminisced about the past with Huang Shang and pointed out the flaws in his cultivation. Eugenie's Jade Raw realm cultivation was not there, but his foresight was still there. Looking down from above, he saw all of Huang Shang's gains and losses in his cultivation journey. He then asked about the current situation of the Blessed Land and the Lake Mountain sect. As the country protector of the Nanyuan Kingdom, Huang Shang was obviously the one who respected Eugenie the most among the 3 direct disciples of Lu Tai. He answered all of Eugenie's questions and seemed to have helped to delay a lot of time. However, the truth was that Huang Shang secretly said to Tao Xieyang and Huan Yin telepathically, "Eugenie can be killed." Tao Xieyang used telepathy and said to his 2 senior and junior brothers, "The martial fate belongs to me, so Eugenie must die in my hands. Other than that, all the immortals' opportunities are of no use to me. You guys can settle the score yourselves. Let me say this first, if anyone dares to ruin my plans, after we leave Master's territory, I will spar with junior brother Huan alone." Huan Yin's expression was calm and he asked telepathically, "Why not find trouble with senior brother Huang?" Tao Xieyang laughed coldly, "If we find trouble with him, you'll take advantage of the situation and even kill us both. Anyway, Master has taken in a last disciple and doesn't care about our lives anymore. I'll focus on killing you and our imperial tutor Huang will definitely not interfere. He'll only watch from the sidelines and continue to be his country protector, worrying about the country and its people." Huan Yin retorted, "You're wrong, senior brother. Master has never cared about the lives of the 3 of us since the beginning. The meaning of our existence is only a method for Master to observe the Tao." Huang Shang was slightly displeased. "Huan Yin, your words are disgraceful. I'll report this to Master." Huan Yin sneered, "If Great Master Huang wants to be scolded, go ahead. If you're treated like a fool by Master, don't blame me for not reminding you." In reality, the 3 senior and junior brothers had their own private conversations other than speaking frankly. What a good each with their own ulterior motives. Fortunately, Eugenie himself was a pure martial artist. Before he set foot in cultivation, he was already ahead of Zhongqiu in the martial Tao. It wasn't that Zhongqiu's aptitude was inferior to Eugenie's, but that Zhongqiu was too distracted. He was too greedy to be the imperial tutor of Nanyuan Kingdom. The so-called literary sage and martial arts grandmaster would only delay Zhongqiu's martial Tao. Otherwise, when Eugenie descended the mountain as an immortal, Zhongqiu would have broken through the invisible bottleneck of heaven and earth and ascended to the Golden Body realm. Although Eugenie didn't know what the 3 were talking about, he was well aware that today's fierce battle was destined to be unavoidable. After all, the 3 in front of him weren't his old friend Zhongqiu. Eugenie asked Huang Shang about the situation of Lake Mountain sect and Songlai Kingdom's imperial court, as well as the process of their little junior brother asking about Lake Mountain sect. At the same time, Eugenie put the lotus crown that was one of the keepsakes of the leader of Baek-o Kaekyung building into a Fongsuan item in his sleeve. At the same time, he took out a similar Daoist crown with a silver lotus and casually put it on his head. Eugenie's movements were extremely fast. At the same time, the long sword on his back vibrated slightly, as if it had sensed the killing intent in the hearts of the three opponents. This strange phenomenon made Tao Xiang, who was about to unsheath his saber, change his mind slightly. He wasn't in a hurry to chop off that big head. Huang Shang, who had already hidden his hands in his sleeves and twisted out two golden talismans, was also in no hurry to use the unique secret technique imparted to him by his master to add the finishing touch to the talisman gall. One was a rain dragon talisman, which depicted a flood dragon with scales and whiskers, showing off the Dragon King's whiskers. The other was an eyebrow-raising talisman, which depicted a flying sword containing abundant sword intent and offensive power, equivalent to the flying sword of a Jindan sword cultivator. Of course, Huang Shang wouldn't be stingy with his capital to kill Eugenie. After all, he would be able to earn it back. Tao Xiang was a little envious of the long sword on Eugenie's back. Although it was a celestial item on the mountain, as a martial arts grandmaster, who wouldn't complain about having more divine weapons? However, they would split the loot temporarily. Tao Xiang would kill and chop off Eugenie's head, Huan Yin would take the sword, and Huang Shang would take the Dao crown. The long sword on Eugenie's back was a relic that Eugenie and Zhong Qiu had obtained together after killing the banished deity a long time ago. There were 7 ancient seal inscriptions on both sides of the sword, Choshui Nanhua Grandmaster, and Shanmu Yi wandered free and unfettered. The long sword was a magic treasure, and its grade was inferior to the silver Dao crown. Huang Shang glanced at the Dao crown on Eugenie's head. He had indeed coveted it for a long time. However, Huang Shang had thought that it would be difficult for him to see the Dao crown again in this lifetime, much less obtain it. He hadn't thought that fate would be so wonderful. Not only would he see the Dao crown with his own eyes, but he would also have the opportunity to wear it on his head. However, when he thought of this, Huang Shang immediately restrained his thoughts. Even if he succeeded, he should give it to his master. Perhaps when his master was happy, he would casually give it to him. If his master was unwilling, Huang Shang wouldn't dare to think too much about it. Among the 3 disciples, Huang Shang was indeed the most honest. He wasn't a gloomy person, but after being the imperial tutor for so many years, he would naturally become more decisive. This silver lotus crown was extremely famous in the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. It was the most precious treasure of the Blessed Land. Its earliest owner was the martial madman Zhu Lian, who had killed 9 people by himself. When Zhu Lian was young, he was hailed as a banished immortal, a noble young master. This Dao crown actually added a lot of fame to Zhu Lian. Then, before Zhu Lian died from exhaustion in the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom, he had casually thrown it to a young man who was hiding at the edge of the battlefield. That person was called Ding Ying. After unifying the demon sect and becoming invincible, he gave up his position and became the demon sect supreme sect master. At that time, Ding Ying used his ability, courage, and luck to pick up 2 great treasures in one go. One was Zhu Lian's head, and the other was the silver lotus Taoist crown. He had both the martial arts fate and the celestial fate. When Ding Ying died, the treasures passed to Eugenie. Thus, this lotus crown had become the symbol of the most powerful person in the Blessed Land. Huan Yin was thinking about how to use the secret art of the ghost Dao taught by his master to refine Eugenie's soul into a Yin god puppet. In this way, it would be equivalent to having an earth immortal servant by his side. Huan Yin still liked the feeling of controlling others and everything in the world as if they were puppets in his hands. He was actually not interested in fighting for his life. Of course, if he really wanted to fight and seize benefits, Huan Yin wouldn't hesitate. For example, today's encirclement to kill Eugenie. Eugenie suddenly moved. He took a step out of the plank road, and the long sword on his back unsheathed itself. What about Baihan? Which one is it? Was it brought to the Qingming world by you, or has it always been in the Haoran world? Is it in the Tongyi continent that I once walked past? Baihan originated from the southern sea and flew to the northern sea. It wouldn't stop unless it was a parasol tree. It wouldn't eat unless it was a solid fruit. It wouldn't drink unless it was a spring. The ancient sages had commented that this item belonged to the phoenix. As for the Tongyi continent, according to common sense, it was naturally the most suitable place for Lu Qin to place this Taoist avatar of his. Baihan. In the past, Chen Pingan wore a Taoist robe of gold. As for that gold, Chen Pingan obtained it from the flood dragon ravine. That nascent soul flood dragon was obtained from an immortal cave in the sea. It was rumored that it was left behind by a Taoist master of Mount Longhu. Why would a Taoist master of Mount Longhu break ties with his family and die at sea? Why wouldn't he return to Mount Longhu even in death? How annoying! Once he thought deeply about this, Lu Tai would be extremely annoyed. It might not really be Lu Chen's plot, but who wouldn't be afraid of that possibility? In the past, it was Chen Pingan who was afraid. Lu Tai wasn't the least bit afraid. When Lu Tai saw Lu Qin, he couldn't help but become afraid. The beautiful youth in green robes, the little immortal with a yellow ribbon. The peach blossoms are like horses, and the elm pods are smaller than coins. Look, listen, the Fuyao sect shouted for the elm pods of the heavenly street, and the little immortal sent that youth to the court. Isn't this the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Lu Qin didn't answer the question and talked to himself. He casually waved the green bamboo cane in his hand, stirring up the wind and snow around him. The youth's sword Qi is close, and the hero is the enemy of 10,000. When he's angry, he roars, and 10,000 horses flee. If the Tao doesn't work, he floats on a boat. In his early years in his hometown, Lu Qin asked the unnamed disciple's boat to help him row the boat. The two of them went out to sea together. Of course, Lu Qin went ashore and toured that Taoist temple. As for the Aquarius continent, Lu Qin had naturally been there before. The ancient Shu flood dragon, the divine water nation, the female ghost Shi rose lineage, and the purple gold lotus seed that Wei Ba had kept, were all things that Lu Qin had given them by chance, allowing them to grow on their own. In fact, Lu Qin went to all the 9 continents of Haoran. He just played around in the mortal world, and didn't leave any traces on the mountain or immortal deeds. Just like riding a dragon in his early years. There was a small shopkeeper in the alley called Shi Chuanjia. She had 2 pigtails and was already good at doing business at a young age. She stood on the bench behind the counter, calculating on a small abacus. The crackling sounds made by the abacus were dazzling. She always carried a pocket-sized little golden abacus, which she got when she was young. In fact, that little abacus was secretly given to the Shi family by Lu Qin. However, Lu Qin was not the only one who would do something as he pleased. For example, after Xiao Chua ascended to the 14th level, he threw the robe that he was wearing, which was made from refining the remaining great fortune of the 3 continents, into the sea. It sank to the bottom of the sea and waited for the fated person. It would take thousands of years for it to reappear in the world. As for the Peach Leaves Fairy, after weighing the pros and cons, he didn't accept the seal of books given by Zhou Mi. Instead, he threw it into the Peach Leaves Fairy of the Great Spring Dynasty. However, the difference between Lu Qin and them was that Lu Qin could take back what he could release. Lu Qin stood at the edge of the cliff and threw away the green bamboo cane. When it landed, it turned into a green dragon's vein. The ridge of the mountain rested on the edge of the hibiscus mountain, as if it had existed for thousands of years. Lu Qin turned to Lu Tai and smiled, "Don't underestimate me. I don't purposely target anyone. The only exception I made was for eldest senior brother. I had no choice but to go to the Fairy Pearl Grotto Heaven to be the villain. Other than that, there's no door to fortune or misfortune. It's just that. Back then, I set up the fortune-telling stall in the small town. With the help of a customer, I received a small fortune. That's why I revealed my intentions to Qi Jingchen. Of course, Qi Jingchen saw it and understood it." Lu Tai said in a low voice, "But when you want to scheme something, you can scheme against many people in one go. I'm not a Confucian disciple who likes to bind my hands and feet. On the contrary, I came to the human world so that I can stretch my body on that night boat." Lu Qin shook his head at Lu Tai. His eyes were filled with pity as he laughed. "You don't even know this. What about Tao? What can you tell me about Tao? Look at you. You're born with the body of Tao. How rare is that? In the end, you're just a little immortal in this snail's shell. Is it really that carefree? As for your Yin spirit, I think it's better than your real body. If I knew this, I would have gone to find that person instead of you." Lu Tai's Yin spirit had already left his body and stayed in the Qingming world. Furthermore, it was connected by a thread. It allowed Lu Tai to know about the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land and the Qingming world at the same time. Lu Tai was only in the nascent soul realm, but he was not restricted by the two worlds. The body of the Tao fetus yin-yang fish was so mysterious. It was close to what the Taoist ancestors said, knowing the world without leaving the house. It was similar to the two immortal realm cultivators in the Year Palace, Dragon Zhang Yuanbue in the cave, and Jun Yuchou on the mountain. This was because the Yin spirit traveled to the inverted hanging mountain and followed the guardian of the year at the Stork Inn to plot a big secret. It was impossible to achieve this. The Yin spirit and the real body were separated by a world. They were no longer connected to each other and were almost equivalent to two people. Only when the Yin spirit returned to the body, the mind and the spirit would become one. Lu Qin continued, "As for the so-called not prying into the heavenly Tao, no matter how good your aptitude is, you're still too far away. It's not enough to only know that you don't know what's good. What should we do?" Lu Tai sneered, "You don't have to worry. You should take care of Yu Muji's Tao heart." Lu Qin turned to look at Eugenie, who wandered around the blessed land for thousands of years. He smiled and comforted, "You're still you, and I'm still me. Let's part ways here. Not only you, the scholar Zheng Huan is the same." Lu Qin retracted his hands, and said with a smile, "Remember, you must speak properly in the future. Especially when speaking to scholars, be more polite. Learn more from that Chen Pingon that you're constantly thinking about. Look at his affinity with the elders, he's much better than you. I thought highly of him back then, and even taught him how to write. Even if he doesn't acknowledge me as his teacher, I still acknowledge him as my disciple. When he reaches the Qingming Tian in the future, it'll definitely be very interesting, very interesting." Lu Qin suddenly struck a comical pose of a golden rooster standing on one leg. He stretched out a finger, pointed at the sky, and shouted, "A dream of 1,000 autumns, the sword flies for 10,000 miles. The weather is dry, be careful of the candles." Lu Tai frowned, "Are you up to something?" Lu Qin retracted his hands, and imitated the martial art of the marketplace, and struck a pose of qi sinking into his dantian. A long-awaited snowy night is indeed refreshing. Lu Tai had already completely recovered his state of mind, and asked with a smile, "Ancestor, why don't you take Eugenie and scram together? Why don't you take that Lu Qin with you? Take it as a meeting gift from this unfilial descendant to the ancestor." Lu Qin smiled playfully, a green robe and a yellow ribbon, they're actually quite compatible. Lu Tai's face was gloomy. Lu Qin sighed, that's why you should study more in the future. Now, Chen Pingan is much better at talking than you. If we were to compare him to the master ranking of Liju Grotto Heaven, he could even push Ma Lanhua from Apricot Blossom Lane, Widow from Mud Bottle Lane, and Li Huai's mother down a rank. The small town's people are simple and honest, and indeed live up to their reputation. I've personally experienced it back then. An old man with a bamboo cane and straw shoes, followed by a servant boy carrying a box, and a servant girl carrying a luggage bag. When she walked, there were sounds of bottles and jars passing through the door. The three of them arrived at the Deshuandu temple. The old man glanced at the eager servant boy and servant girl, and nodded slightly helplessly. The servant girl took out a long-prepared visitation card from her sleeve and handed it to the disciple of the Taoist temple. It was made of ordinary green bamboo and written with ordinary ink, but there was no name written on it. Instead, it used thick ink and heavy brush to write a sentence, "My calligraphy can't be created." The Taoist nun with a sword on her back took the visitation card. Calligraphy wasn't her forte, but she looked to be quite strong. She used a straight blade and dripped ink. She flipped it over and over twice, but still couldn't figure out the knack. She was stunned, and could only confirm that it wasn't someone she knew from her temple. She could only politely say to the old man, "The Taoist temple is now closed to visitors. I'm sorry." This Su Zi was too polite. Why did he have to give gifts when he came to visit? The two children looked at each other, and then at the same time, looked at their teacher worriedly. They were worried that the old Taoist would really trick them into writing on the 3 pieces of Xian paper. However, the Xian paper from the Immortal Staff Mountain, the dragon ink stone from the Year Palace, the flower brush from the Blessed Land of 100 Flowers, and the long-lost ink block from the calligraphy and painting boat were indeed rare when these 4 items were put together. Chunhui couldn't figure it out. Could it be the traveler from far away, the one who once left a shortcut for the cultivation of the mortal realm, Lu Qi? It didn't look like him. Rumor had it that Lu Qilong was young and handsome. He didn't look like the old Taoist in front of her. Could it be the hermit who followed the clues and came to find the child in the tiger hat? Within a few days, the Deshuandu temple had 2 group fights. Of course, one side was fighting alone, and the other side was ganging up on. The key point was that the Taoist temple didn't know the reason for the fight after the fight. It was just that after the Taoist temple master gave the order, they just swarmed up noisily. The upper 5 realms brought the Earth Immortals to hold the line, and the Earth Immortals shouted for the lower 5 realms juniors to wave the flag and shout. When they returned, the little Taoists were one after another. They said that the Grand Master's punch was very powerful, and the Uncle Master's kick was very spiritual. However, they were not as heroic as the Great Uncle Master's sword that pierced the groin. Chunhui was already used to it. After all, she went through it in the past. Similar to the Great Uncle Master's sword that the little Taoists talked about, the Deshuandu temple had a total of 18 sword moves. Thinking back, when Chunhui was still a young girl, she inadvertently created one of the moves for her own temple. Taoist Sun sighed, "The heart is like a piece of wood that has turned gray, and the body is like a boat that is not tied. It's really good and wonderful." It's no wonder that Su Zi's writing is unparalleled in the world. Over here, to be honest, even the green words and green chapters that are our specialty are not as good as the scholars of the vast world. It's all the fault of the Beko Keikyung building for not living up to expectations. The Su Zi, who traveled here, smiled and did not answer. Chunhui was shocked. The Su Zi of the vast world. When did this person travel to the vast world? Why was there no news about him spread? The vast world was actually quite unfamiliar with the vast world. After all, Taoism was the most important thing here, and the two sects were overthrown. For example, Chunhui only knew that this Su Zi was very knowledgeable. He was the master of the vast world Ci. Unknowingly, he had some competition with Bai Yi and Lu Qi. Especially Bai Yi and Su Zi, who were also in the vast world, the competition between them was even more obvious. However, as for the poems that Su Zi wrote, Chunhui did not know. Since there was no circulation in the vast world, she was not very interested. Daoist Sun clapped his hands and laughed, Meishan Su Zi, Tianshui Bai Xian. Both in a foreign land, the mountains and water, Su Zi meets Bai Xian. My palm-sized Daoist temple is really a celebration and an honor. Su Zi said helplessly, You're exaggerating, Daoist Sunday. Daoist Sun looked unhappy, Su Zi, you're being too reserved. You're treating me as an outsider, right? Let's go and have a drink. Bring Bai Yi with us. His tolerance for alcohol is amazing now. Su Zi was dragged into the door by the old Daoist temple by his arm. He was afraid that the 3 pieces of rice paper, the dragon resting stone, and the flower blossom brush would not be useful. Daoist Sun was the unshakable 5th person in the vast world. He was the leader of the Daoist Sword Celestials. He was completely different from what was written in the landscape bulletin. He was profound in Taoism, strict in Taoism, and taciturn and a man of few words. Daoist Sun nagged, Bai Yi has a good tolerance for alcohol, but he's arrogant. He said that there was only one person in the world who could persuade him to drink. He did not say who the 5 people were. It's best if Su Zi is among them. Let's drink directly. If not, it's too much. We should drink more. Su Zi knew that Bai Yi would never say such a thing. Among the scholars of the future, at least half of them liked Bai Xian or Su Xian more when it came to the battle of poems. It was only when Su Zi personally wrote a copy of Bai Xian's poems that he expressed his admiration for Bai Yi that the situation took a turn for the better. He did not expect that there were still some admirers who admired Su Zi. Since Su Zi had spoken, they did not argue about who was better. They turned to praising Su Zi's calligraphy. To put it bluntly, the reason why there were no authentic copies of Su Zi's calligraphy was because Su Zi's calligraphy was not good enough. They also admired Bai Yi very much. It was really difficult to find Bai Xian's calligraphy. Left with no choice, they started to criticize Su Zi's calligraphy. They said that Su Zi's calligraphy was like a toad being crushed by a rock. Otherwise, they would say that Su Zi's calligraphy was terrifying. Since Bai Yi did not have many friends and was studying in seclusion on the island, he did not mind at all. However, Su Zi, who had students all over the world, was annoyed. There was a rumor on the mountain that Su Zi decided to bring along 2 of his book boys, Shui Yu Lang, and his maid, Dian Su Nyang, to travel to a blessed place to hide. However, no one expected that Su Zi would ascend to this world. Finally, in a blessed land that was not included in the 72 blessed lands, Shiryu Blessed Land, also known as Ci Pai Blessed Land, he found Lu Qi and Chao Zhou, who had ascended to the heavens earlier than him. The female Taoist priest, Chunhui, and Su Zi bowed. The old master, who was almost dragged over the door sill, could only smile and nod as a greeting. After passing through the door, Sun Daozhong called for Chunhui to come along. Then, he directly used the supernatural power of shrinking mountains and rivers and brought everyone to a forbidden area of the Taoist temple. There was a thatched cottage, surrounded by peach trees. There was a small pond in front of the door, and a path was paved with green bricks. Sun Daozhong purposely isolated the heaven and earth, taking advantage of the fact that the child in the tiger hat and the 2 sword cultivators were not in a high enough realm. After all, in another 100 years, such an opportunity would disappear. After the inverted hanging mountain ascended to the Beko Kakyung building, he chose to stay in Divine Firmament City to practice his swordsmanship without hesitation. Based on the old saint's last words, Dong Huafu had decided to stay in Divine Firmament City to cultivate the Tao and refine his swordsmanship. He did not acknowledge the Qingming world, nor did he acknowledge the Beko Kakyung building. Dong Haitan's trip this time was only to visit his friend. Because Fatty Yen had chosen to cultivate in the Deshiendu temple, the old temple master, Sun Huizhong, saw the item close at hand and asked about fellow Daoist Chen's deeds at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The old Daoist was very happy, and was even more pleased with Fatty Yen. He boasted that his Daoist sect sword immortal lineage was invincible, and used all kinds of coercion and enticement. He managed to keep Fatty Yen, who was deliberately startling and supporting him, in his own temple. It was only at that moment that Yen Zhuo understood Chen Pingan's good intentions. The threshold of this Deshiendu temple was actually very high. It was also where all the sword cultivators in the Qingming world yearned for. The old temple master, Sun Huizhong, was famous for his eccentricity. Whether he liked someone or not, he never looked at superficial things like their realm, background, or backing. He only looked at whether there was affinity at first sight. Moreover, the old Daoist was the fifth person in the world. Back then, the 16 sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi ascended to the Qingming world through the inverted mountain. The leader was the old nascent soul Qing Quan, who carried a sword case wrapped in cotton cloth. In the end, Qing Quan chose the Lunar Palace, which was as famous as the Deshiendu Temple, as a place to stay. She became a consecrator and entered the sect's landscape register. However, like the other young sword cultivators, she did not join the Daoist register for the time being. Qing Quan then placed the sword case outside the stork brothel, on the dragon resting rock in the middle of a large river. Among them, there was a young sword cultivator who picked up a horsetail whisk candle from the city wall. He followed Dong Huifu and chose to stay in Divine Firmament City. There were a total of 9 people, and they all stayed in the Beko Kakyung building to cultivate. They scattered to the 5 cities and 12 buildings. The rest, like Qing Quan and Fatty Yen, chose their own places to stay based on their preferences. The Beko Kakyung building made an exception for this group of sword cultivators from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and gave them a lot of freedom. When Qing Quan arrived at the Lunar Palace, she found out that the stork brothel in the inverted mountain, which had been open for 200 to 300 years, was related to the stork brothel of the Lunar Palace. That young manager was the guardian of the Lunar Palace, who was only under Palace Lord Wu Shuangjiang. However, unlike the other 4, there was no news about him. Apart from that, the inn's chef and servant all had the surname Nian. Moreover, they were all in deities who traveled the vast world to the inverted mountain. Among them, the young girl who had the surname Nian Chuanhua was Palace Lord Wu Shuangjiang's daughter. It was a small inn in the depths of an inverted mountain alley. As soon as he ascended, 2 immortals, 2 jade puddings. When Dong Huifu followed Qing Quan to the Lunar Palace, Qing Quan wanted to talk business, so he and Fatty Yen strolled around. It would be a waste if they did not watch. After the inverted mountain moved to the Qingming world, someone from the Lunar Palace paid a huge price to buy all the buildings around the stork brothel. Immortal Zhang Yuanbua, whose Daoist name was Dragon in the Cave, used the mountain shifting technique to move everything to the vicinity of the stork brothel. The last disciple of the old scholar, Chen Pingan, could be said to be the epitome of the style of the old scholar. Su Zi was surprised. Su Zi was slightly surprised. He didn't think that there would be such a thing. In fact, he didn't have much of a relationship with the sage of literature. He didn't mind some things, but among his disciples, there were many people who complained because Xiao Hu had neglected their teacher when he was evaluating the level of the world's calligraphers. Xiao Hu, on the other hand, was very good at everything. Therefore, after a while, it was just like the battle between the White Fairy and Su Zi, which made Meishan Su Zi feel very helpless. So Su Zi did not think that among the disciples of the sage of literature, there would be someone who sincerely praised his poems. Fatty Yen secretly gave Dong Huafu a thumbs up. This Dong Haiden never spoke nonsense. He only knew how to add the finishing touch. Bai asked telepathically, Su Zi, are you going to return to your hometown with Lu Chao? Su Zi nodded and said, the three of us have the same idea. The peaceful atmosphere and thousands of poems are just icing on the cake. In these troubled times, we can learn from Mr. Bai and go to the Fuyao continent together. When he said the word junior, the bearded Meishan Su Zi looked at the child beside him with a tiger head hat. He could not hide his smile. Bai nodded and said, a little Haoran Qi can speed 1,000 miles. Su Zi's return this time is indeed a good poem. After Lu Qi and Chao Jiu appeared, they immediately bowed to Bai. As for the image of a child in a tiger head hat, it did not hinder their respect for Bai Xian. Bai also bowed in return. In Bai's heart, Lu Qi and Chao Jiu were inferior to Su Zi on this journey. In fact, team leader Chao held Bai in high esteem, almost to the point of no return. Chao Jiu even specially engraved a book seal for his own use. It was the 4 words, Bai Xian Shiyu. He also solemnly imprinted it on the title page of his own poetry collection. So it was hard to imagine that team leader Chao would be so reserved just because he saw a person. Team leader Chao looked at Bai Yi, who was fascinated by him, and blushed. He wanted to say something, but stopped himself. Fatty Yen and Dong Haiden were confused. Why was this guy so agitated after seeing Mr. Bai? Therefore, a scholar like Bai Yi was free wherever he went. Bai Yi met the ancients and sages. Even if the ancients and sages saw him, Bai Yi was still the one and only Bai Xian throughout the ages. Daoist Sun looked at the 4 of them and said, today at the gathering of peach trees in the Xiandu Temple, White Fairy Su Zi, Lu Xia Yuan, and Chao Huazong are here. It's not inferior to the gathering of the 4 celestial swords. It's a blessing for the Daoist temple and the world. If I don't use the steely rubbing technique to leave this painting for the future generations, I will be a sinner. Bai also turned to look. Although he said that, Li Lu could clearly feel the old man's sadness. It was as if the most ordinary old man in a small family would regret not being able to see the future of his grandson with his own eyes. However, the old man's arrogance made it difficult for him to say anything. Li Lu sat on a long bench outside the room and tried to accompany the old man as much as possible. Old Yang smiled and said, finally, there's some humanity. Li Lu crossed his fingers and looked up at the sky. On the ancestral mountain of the Dragon Spring Sword sect, the sect master Wan Jiao personally cooked a large table of dishes. His daughter Wan Xiu, disciples Dong Gu, Su Shaoqiao, Xia Ling, and Lu Xianyang were all present. After the sect built an abode on the mountain top of the old mountain, they rarely had the chance to gather together like this. Lu Xianyang attentively served Master Wan food while turning to Wan Xiu and said with a smile, Miss Xiu, food is everything. Wan Xiu smiled and picked up her chopsticks quickly. Dong Gu and the others actually admired Lu Xianyang as their junior brother on the landscape register. He dared to say and do anything in front of their master. Lu Xianyang even dared to make fun of their master, Wan Jiao, who was a woman who sold wine in a small town. If it were Dong Gu and Su Shaoqiao, they wouldn't dare to be so bold. In fact, according to the order in which they entered the sect, Lu Xianyang, who was temporarily borrowed by the Melochin family of the South Saw continent, should be their senior brother. However, the lazy Lu Xianyang really didn't mind this, so they didn't say anything. Lu Xianyang guarded the blacksmith shop alone outside the mountain. He was really idle. Other than taking a nap on the bamboo chair under the eaves, he often squatted on the bank of the Dragon Whisker River and threw a big bag of leaves into the water one by one. He watched the small boat float away with the water. Often, he would stand on the shore alone and perform a series of fierce punches. Then, he would shout a few times and stomp his feet. He would make a ruckus and say something like, "Thunder under my feet," or "Rain and water coming over the river." He would put on an act and form a sword seal with one hand while holding his wrist with the other hand. He would recite a few words in a serious manner and make the leaves floating on the surface of the water stand up one by one. Then, he would recite a few words that were like a leaf flying over the waves. After eating on the mountain, Lu Xianyang burped all the way down the mountain. When he returned to the shop by the river, it was already night. When he passed by the small town, he heard the sound of the night watch. There were 5 watches in the night, but Lu Xianyang heard the first watch in the evening. The watchman patrolled the night to remind people to work at sunrise and rest at sunset. Actually, the small towns of Pearl Grotto Heaven in the past did not pay attention to this. In the end, he saw a friend sitting on a bamboo chair and drinking. It was the supervisor of kills, Chao Gingxin, who came from Chang'e Street in Dali's capital. Out of all of Lu Xianyang's friends, he was probably the most senior official. Lu Xianyang jogged over eagerly. Supervisor Chao bent over and picked up a jug of alcohol by his feet. He had originally left it for Lu Xianyang, so he tossed it over gently and smiled. "If I had appeared 15 minutes later, I would have left without saying goodbye." Lu Xianyang caught the alcohol and sat to one side. He smiled. "You've been promoted." Chao Gingxin nodded and rubbed his cheeks hard. He said helplessly, "You can say that. I'm still a neighbor of that Yuan guy. As soon as I think about that door god's face that never wavers from joy, anger, sorrow, or joy since young, I feel annoyed." Over all these years, Supervisor Chao had always been Supervisor Chao. The guy who had gone from District Magistrate Yuan to Provincial Governor Yuan had already been promoted last year. He had left the bureaucracy of the Dragon Province and gone to the government office of the 6 ministries in Dali's auxiliary capital, becoming the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Many large empires would often establish auxiliary capitals, and the rank of the government office in the auxiliary capital would be reduced by a rank at most. As a matter of fact, the rank of the officials in the auxiliary capital would be the same as in the capital. Most of them were places where the elderly nobles retired. They would be sent out of the capital with the excuse of auxiliary capital affairs. They would go to the auxiliary capital to take up a post with an honorary title, or some officials in the capital would be demoted. The imperial court was basically trying to preserve their dignity as much as possible. However, the Dali dynasty was obviously different. Whether it was the geographical location of the auxiliary capital or the allocation of officials, they all demonstrated the great reliance the Song clan placed on the auxiliary capital. Of the 6 ministries in the auxiliary capital, apart from the ministers who were still composed and old, the other assistant ministers were all young, strong officials like Yuan Jingding. And the various ministries in the auxiliary capital possessed tremendous authority. In particular, the position of Minister of War in the auxiliary capital was directly taken up by the Minister of the capital of Dali. As a matter of fact, it was not even what the officials in the imperial court had expected, which was to hand over this position to some newly promoted general. It was only said that the authority of the Ministry of War to submit petitions and select officials had actually moved south from the capital of Dali to the auxiliary capital. The position of the first ever chancellor of the Imperial College in the history of the auxiliary capital was taken up by the headmaster of the Linlu Academy on the cloud-parting mountain in the north. Chao Gingxin said mentally, "I've found some new clues regarding your and your friend's life-bound porcelain." Lu Xianyang nodded and took a sip of alcohol. "I owe you a favor." Over at the shop in the Dragon Rider Alley, Shi Rou hummed an incomplete ballad passed down from the kingdom of Gushu. White clouds in the sky, hills appear naturally, the road is long and far, between the mountains and rivers, the generals do not die, they can still come back. Now, there was an additional assistant in the shop. He could speak but did not like to speak, like a little mute. When there were no customers, the child liked to sit alone on the doorstep in a daze. Shi Rou liked it, and she never bothered him. Every day, other than practicing a fixed amount of punches and stances, the child also had to copy books like Pei Qian, who had learned from half a master. However, the child was stubborn. He would never punch more than once, walk more than once, and was unwilling to write more than once when he copied books. He was just doing it half-heartedly. When Pei Qian returned, he could exchange the punches and paper for money. As for the papers, they were all thrown into a bamboo basket by the child nicknamed Aw Man every day. After the bamboo basket was filled, it was all moved to the large wicker basket in the corner. When Shi Rou was cleaning the room, she bent over and glanced at the bamboo basket a few times. The earthworms crawled and twisted. Her handwriting was far worse than Pei Qian's when he was young. Shi Rou liked this kind of peaceful life very much. In the past, when she looked after the shop alone, she would occasionally feel that it was too lonely. With the addition of little Aw Man, it was just right. There was more life in the shop, but it was still quiet. Nowadays, the small town was bustling with merchants. Shi Rou liked to buy books and books to pass the time. They were stacked neatly on the counter. Occasionally, little Aw Man would flip through a few pages. Today, the shop's business was average. Shi Rou and Aw Man read their own books together. The child stood on a small stool and even had to stand on his tiptoes. The child suddenly moved the book a few inches horizontally and reached out to touch the page. Shi Rou turned her head to look. It was a sentence from a wise person in the book. At the beginning of man, the world is connected, and man is connected. In the morning, in the evening, the sky and man, in the morning, in the evening, in the evening. Shi Rou smiled. However, she felt that it was inappropriate. She knew how she looked now. Shi Rou quickly restrained her expression and explained softly to the child, "Those immortals who went to the mountain to cultivate immortal skills all believed that a long, long time ago, the world was connected, and the immortals lived together. How should I put it? For example, it's similar to how we visit houses in the market. However, some houses have high thresholds, like the small town's Fortune Street and Peach Leaf Alley. Ordinary people can't go there easily, and no one will answer when they knock on the door. However, in our Riding Dragon Alley, the threshold is naturally not high. However, where and what is the path that connects heaven and man is passed down in the books. Some say it's an ascension platform, some say it's a big tree, some say it's a mountain. In any case, there's no accurate description." The child nodded. He seemed to have understood. On the mountain of the Dragon Spring Sword Sect, Ruanxiu walked to the edge of the mountain peak alone. She leaned back and fell down the cliff. She looked at the words carved on the cliff one by one. "743, at dusk, in a small country in the Aquarius continent, in Qingyuan Prefecture Xianyu County, a young Taoist who had been traveling around came to a dojo. He claimed to be good friends with dojo master Su. The young Taoist wore a pair of clean cloth shoes. He held a green bamboo walking stick and carried a sword case on his back. The hilts of 2 long swords were exposed, one of them was made of peach wood. He carried a package on his back. The dojo's gatekeeper recognized the peachwood sword. The storyteller on the heavenly bridge had said that whenever a Daoist went down the mountain to travel, regardless of whether they were from Mount Longhu or not, they liked to carry a peachwood sword on their back. The gatekeeper was a disciple who had just joined the martial arts club a few years ago. Because the outside world had not been peaceful in recent years, he had asked for a customs clearance document from the other party. In fact, this disciple did not know many characters and was just putting on an act. Nowadays, when foreigners traveled to the county, whether they rented a carriage, donkey, or stopped at an inn, they would be carefully checked by the bailiffs and patrolling officers. Therefore, it was not the turn of a disciple of the martial arts club to check on them. The gatekeeper returned the customs clearance document and said that he would go and report. The young Daoist nodded with a smile and waited patiently. This cross-continent trip to the south was more or less like this in the Aquarius continent. Not to mention that the cultivators on the mountain were wary of everyone, even the commoners at the foot of the mountain were very cautious. For example, when the night watchmen patrolled the county cities at night, the yamen would arrange people to follow the night watchmen to prevent criminals from running around and committing crimes. In addition, the doors of the civil and military temples and the city god temple were all open at night. This was because the imperial court had already ordered that all the local ancestral temples had to ensure that incense burned continuously. The local yamen at all levels specially sent people to roll the grave to offer incense. The commoners who had to wake up in the middle of the night had some complaints, but it was actually just trivial chit-chat. There was no resentment. After all, every household had their turn every few days. In addition, the rich people in the county cities also took turns to open supper shops. They would not let the commoners make a wasted trip. Some poor and lonely families actually liked the way the yamen did this. Therefore, they burned incense at night to show their sincerity. Every day, there would be old teachers from the school, as well as scholars running around. In addition, there were elders from the ancestral temples of various families and even some old people who were 70 years old. They all held crutches and helped to calm the commoners. In general, they all said that the war outside was very fierce, but as long as they won, from the Song clan to their own imperial court, there would be subsidies in terms of taxes. The emperor had issued official documents and would not bully anyone. Therefore, as long as they survived, it would be a good day that came once in 100 years. Therefore, if anyone dared to disobey the rules, not only would they be punished by the nation's laws, the yamen's laws and the ancestral temple's laws would also be punished and their names would be removed from the family tree. The commoners might not know about the nation's laws, but the family tree's laws, especially the severity of removing one's name from the family tree, was naturally clear to everyone. Su Yuanxia quickly walked to the gate and saw the young Daoist outside. She laughed heartily and stepped over the threshold. She pressed on Zhang Shanfeng's shoulder and slightly increased her strength. However, this unremarkable martial arts school was not that simple in the pugilistic world of this remote country, especially in the eyes of those who were observant. This was because there were rumors that Master Su, who was not proficient in fist techniques, knew a few immortal masters on the mountain. Moreover, when Master Su was in the army, he had accumulated a few dispensable relationships with the officials. Su Yuanxia was actually quite annoyed by this nonsense. What relationship did she have with the imperial court? Her fist techniques were not proficient. In any case, she was a 6th realm martial artist. That was not bad. However, she could not blame outsiders for making groundless accusations. In reality, after Su Yuanxia returned to her hometown, she did not take the realm of martial artists seriously. Not only did she deliberately hide the level of her fish techniques, she did not even say a word about breaking through to the sixth realm. Otherwise, a sixth realm martial artist in the pugilistic world of a remote country like Su Yuanxia's hometown would be considered the top of the pugilistic world. As long as they were willing to open their doors to welcome guests and build a good relationship with the sects on the mountain and the imperial court, they would even have a chance to become the leader of a pugilistic world. However, the smaller the place, the more powerful the fish techniques, the more grudges there would be in the pugilistic world. Human relationships were the most annoying. Su Yuanxia secretly wrote a travel book on mountains and rivers. She deleted and added, but she never found the bookseller to print it. Her life's heroism was wasted in wine. She would leave it to the pugilistic world she had walked through in the past. Only when she reunited with a true friend would this bearded swordsman, who had walked through mountains and rivers alone, truly want to drink. At the wine table. When a prodisciple of the martial arts club brought wine to Su Yuanxia, he felt a little strange. In fact, his master had not drunk much in recent years. Occasionally, he drank wine, but it was only a small sip. Most of the time, he drank tea. Zhang Shanfeng's gift was a few cans of tea. He had bought them at a ferry called Anji. Beside the ferry was a Jingguang temple. The tea trees in the temple were as white as jade, and the veins were green. The price was not expensive. When Su Yuanxia accepted the tea, she could not help but laugh. What a coincidence. Nowadays, she really liked drinking tea. The tea was produced in Anxi, which was close to her hometown in Xianyu County. It was not a fairy's tea. Anyone with a little money could buy and drink it. Later, she would let Chen Pingan pick the tea to drink. Whether it was Anji or Anxi, they were all good tea with good names. Thinking back to the past, appearance, drinking capacity, fish techniques, knowledge. Chen Pingan did not compete with Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng in anything. Only in the matter of names, Chen Pingan wanted to compete. He insisted that his name was the best. Brother Su, why are you still single? That's outrageous. Zhang Shanfeng took a sip of wine and joked, in the past, the three of us agreed that when you return to your hometown, find a beautiful girl, marry a wife, and have children, you have to recognize me and Chen Pingan as your godfathers. Of course, you have to have a daughter. Then, you have to have 2 sons. One will learn the Tao techniques of the outer sect of Longhu Mountain from me, and the other will learn fist techniques and sword techniques from Chen Pingan. Su Yuanxia rolled her eyes and continued drinking. She did not persuade Zhang Shanfeng to drink more. Persuading others to be heroic at the drinking table was not a heroic act. I also wanted to, but it was delayed again and again. Shanfeng, your drinking method is so scholarly. Do you think it's drinking tea? You're not even as good as Chen Pingan. To hell with being a heroic person at the drinking table. What was the point of drinking without persuading others? Su Yuanxia was drunk, and Zhang Shanfeng was also drunk. After Su Yuanxia heard some rumors about Zhang Shanfeng, she sighed and said that the Great Wall of Sword Qi was a place where kindness and hatred were distinguished. It was the home of revenge and was definitely not a place to hide evil. Zhang Shanfeng raised his wine bowl and said that he could accompany Brother Su to drink. Zhang Shanfeng suddenly asked Su Yuanxia how old Chen Pingan was now. The drunk Su Yuanxia shook her head and said that she could not remember clearly. They could also drink first. Su Yuanxia, who was no longer a heroic person with a big beard, was completely drunk in front of the table. She looked out the door and muttered, I want to buy osmanthus flowers to drink with me, but I'm no longer a youth. I'm old. Where's the youth? Zhang Shanfeng lay on the table and burped with drunken eyes. Don't be careless. The next time we meet, Chen Pingan will be taller than us. Flowers will bloom again, year after year. People are no longer young. Everyone is like this. Only a cup of wine with the spring breeze could never be enough. A round-faced girl in cotton clothes passed by the Tiefu River and walked to the Longshu River. She found many leaves in the water. She finally saw a man squatting by the river, scattering leaves to make a boat. He seemed to be in his early 20s, but because he was a cultivator, his true age definitely exceeded that. Lu Xianyang turned around. When he saw the unfamiliar girl, he immediately smiled resplendently. He stood up quickly and began introducing himself. My surname is Lu Xianyang, a native of Dali. I've been studying diligently since I was young. Although I still don't have scholarly achievements, I've read tens of thousands of books and traveled tens of thousands of kilometers. My ambitions are great, and I have a small family fortune. I have an ancestral home in a small town, and the location is excellent. This unfamiliar round-faced girl looked a little confused. Did she not understand what he was saying, or did she not understand him at all? She was not a native of Dali. Was that why she did not understand official language? Sure enough, the girl asked, "Where is this?" The great words of the world. Lu Xianyang mistook her for the fairy from another continent who had traveled through the Aquarius continent. In the current Aquarius continent, there were many young chi practitioners from other continents who were looking for opportunities to travel the world. As the ruins of the oldly Pearl Paradise, the Dragon Province was obviously a place they had to choose. When Lu Xianyang left home to study when he was young, he had already seen the pavilions of immortals along the way. Beautiful women stood alone and ribbons drifted into the distance. He had seen quite a lot of similar immortal sights. After seeing a lot of them, they did not seem like much. The scenery was extremely beautiful, but it was all someone else's. However, when the round-faced girl in plain clothes before him spoke softly, or when she blinked her large, watery eyes, it was still rather pleasant to hear. Lu Xianyang answered with a smile, "The Aquarius continent, the Dragon Province." The girl was stunned. Why had she come to the Aquarius continent? It just happened to be the place she did not want to come to the least. She was Qiyu. Earlier, on the peach leaf ferry of the Tongya continent, she had been imprisoned in that person's sleeve for no reason. In the sleeve of mountains and rivers, Qiyu had just cooked a pot of immortal rice, but before she could even eat it, she discovered she had seen the light of day again. Then, she had been thrown onto an unfamiliar mountain for no reason. All she could do was ask if the pot of rice could be returned to her. There was no reply at all, so Qiyu could only follow the path under her feet and wander around casually. She passed by a bustling town where the three rivers converged, all the way until she arrived here. That was because there was a mountain here where the moonlight seemed to be naturally denser. It was not an ability or technique that immortals use to gather the spiritual chi of the world, so Qiyu was rather curious. Qiyu said, "I'm Yu Qianyue. I come from the Central Plains." The round-faced girl in cotton clothes was rather satisfied with her sudden inspiration. This was the astuteness and experience that one should have when roaming the Jianghu. Lu Xianyang praised, "Lady, that's a great name." Qiyu hesitated and asked, "Are you a scholar?" Lu Xianyang also hesitated. With a sincere expression, he said in a low voice, "You can't be." Originally, he had thought of quite a few sayings, such as something about living a life wrapped in coarse cloth and having a scholarly aura. It seemed there was no need for that. She could be, right? She was worthy of being a scholar. Then she definitely was. Qiyu turned around and left. She planned to find a secluded mountain and cook. It would be best if no one could see her. Lu Xianyang eagerly followed. He was 4 or 5 steps away from the round-faced girl, not daring to be rude. He walked sideways. "Lady Qianyue, it's only a few steps away." Are you sure you don't want to take a look at our Huaihuang County? There's a good place in Dragon Rider Alley called the New Year Shop. The pastries are so delicious that you can eat them as rice, and the price is also cheap. Kuei Yu shook her head. Lu Xianyang could only stop. Kuei Yu suddenly frowned and asked 3 questions in one breath. Lu. Young master, have you heard of Luopa Mountain? Is this place far from Luopa Mountain? It's not close, right? Lu Xianyang nodded and said, it's not close. Chen Pingan's Luopa Mountain really wasn't close to the blacksmith shop by the river. Kuei Yu let out a sigh of relief. In the end, she didn't let Lu Xianyang follow her. She planned to go to the small town. She had some immortal money and gold and silver on her. She didn't speak the official language here. In any case, she just needed to pay more to buy things. As for the New Year shop in Dragon Rider Alley, she definitely wouldn't go there. However, she still wanted to take a look at that mountain from afar. Lu Xianyang did not bother this Lady Qianyue who had come from afar too much either. He only reminded her not to travel with the wind here, as there were rules, and they were set down by an old-fashioned blacksmith. Kuei Yu thanked the young man with the surname of Lu sincerely. Obviously, she would not travel with the wind so easily. This place called the Dragon Province was far too mystical. The spiritual qi of the mountains and rivers was far too abundant. Coupled with the fact that it was not a large territory, there were actually so many flourishing temples of gods gathered together. If she were in the Tongya province, Kuei Yu would not have been so afraid. She would mind her own business. If anyone really wanted to provoke her, she would not mind returning the favor. As long as it was not someone with a screw loose in the head like Jiang Shangzhen, she was not afraid of anyone. However, in this tiny and strange Aquarius province, Kuei Yu felt like she would never be safe anywhere. If it were not for the fact that Kuei Yu was a pure demon, she definitely would have been tossed aside somewhere, standing there without moving at all. Lu Xianyang returned to the shop and continued to doze off on the bamboo chair under the eaves. His mind wandered. Kuei Yu strolled around the town casually before going to the mountain with the most moonlight. At the entrance to the mountain, she came across a little water monster that she took a liking to as soon as she laid eyes on it. The little girl in black carried a small bamboo chair and sat under the archway of the mountain entrance. On the other side of the archway was a small, golden carrying pole and a green bamboo walking stick. It was as if the little girl wanted to be a gatekeeper together with this fellow. The little girl in black patrolled the mountain by herself twice a day in the morning and night. After rushing along the way, she would hurry over to the entrance to the mountain to keep watch. Yumi swam to the North Continent, while Pei Qian returned home and descended the mountain. As a result, the big water monster of Mute Lake no longer seemed to be a gatekeeper for anyone early in the morning. She patrolled the mountain by herself every day. However, she got Jing Qing to go to the vassal mountains like Grey Mist Mountain and Yellow Lake Mountain. She picked a flower and tree from each of them and planted them on Luopa Mountain. Why could White Cloud fly without cultivating? Would it be tiring for the stream to run so far? When the wind blew through the treetops, would the leaves wake up? Fish eat lotus flowers. The mountains and rivers are fine. Alas, the world is peaceful. The country is prosperous and the people are at peace. However, the current Zhou Mili had a little worry that she was too embarrassed to tell Sister Nwanshu about. Because the incense stick little one who did the roll call on time was furious. She said that she didn't know what was going on. Someone actually said that the guardian of Luopa Mountain was actually just a little water monster in the cave abode realm. Zhou Mili didn't get angry. At that time, she just scratched her face and said that her realm wasn't high to begin with. However, after that, when she met Sister Nwanshu and Jing Qing, she would still chatter non-stop. However, when she was alone, the little girl in black no longer liked to talk to herself. She became a little mute who liked to scratch her face and scratch her head. In the past, the little girl would go to the old chef and say that she had learned a peerless fist technique from Pei Qian. Since he was taller, he would let her have 3 moves first. After that, she would call it a day and run away. The current little Mealy would often look at the few piggy banks. She, Pei Qian, and Sister Nuanshu each had their own little white porcelain banks. The current Longzhou kiln was no longer the imperial tribute of the Song clan. It was famous at the foot of the mountain. In the past, Zhou Mealy counted the days with her fingers. Now, she counted the years with her fingers. Therefore, Zhou Mealy began to practice calligraphy. She cut out the red paper of the Spring Festival couplets and wrote some small notes like spring, summer, autumn, and winter, for season's peace. She stuck them on the piggy banks one by one. Therefore, at this moment, little Mealy was secretly worrying about it alone. Then, she saw the round-faced sister who came to visit. Jia Yu changed her mind and asked the little girl from afar, "Do you know how to speak the language of the Central Divine Continent?" Zhou Mealy had actually been secretly glancing at the cute sister with the round face. She quickly got up and cupped her fists in greeting. Then, she quickly ran to Jia Yu and stood still. I know. I just don't know how to speak it." Jia Yu laughed. An immortal sect that let a cave abode realm cultivator be the gatekeeper, and a mountain monster at that, shouldn't have a strong foundation. However, it was pretty good. The little girl in front of her was so cute. Jia Yu had a good impression of this mountain at first sight. If they were willing to let a little water monster be the gatekeeper, the atmosphere must be very good. Therefore, Jia Yu asked, "Where is this?" "Ah." The little girl scratched her face. She didn't expect that this elder sister of hers wouldn't know of the famous name of her mountain. Since it was her duty to tell this elder sister of hers, she could even earn a small merit. Later, she could ask Pei Qian for credit. Therefore, little Mealy puffed out her chest and stood on her tiptoes. She crossed her arms and said seriously, "My home is Luopa Mountain. My good mountain lord's surname is Chen. Sister can't know him. Do you understand? Aquarius Continent, Luopa Mountain, mountain lord's surname is Chen." The moonlight shone on the world. This place seemed to occupy the most. Jia Yu's face stiffened. She silently raised her hands. She didn't dare to slap her face. She just lightly covered her cheeks. No one bullied her like this. In the overseas battlefield of the South Hausa continent, there were many demons stationed in the desolate world. However, they weren't in a hurry to invade the land. It was said that the old dragon city at the southernmost part of the Aquarius continent had been completely destroyed. It was embroidered Tiger Chui Dong who used a mountain word seal that wasn't inferior to the inverted hanging mountain to smash the entire southernmost land. On the battlefield of the southern mountain, Dolly's iron cavalry and the vassal army worked together with the immortal masters on the mountain. They successfully stopped the demon army from coming ashore. In the history of the world, there had never been a battlefield, never a war, that was able to shatter the mountains and rivers of a continent, forming a true mountain-river continent sinking. The Aquarius continent did it. As a result, the criticism of the scholar Chen Chunan in the Central Divine Continent became more and more intense. The armies of the mountains, rivers, and land and the demon clan from overseas were in a standoff. Even though there was a suffocating atmosphere as if a storm was coming, in the eyes of many scholars of the Central Plains, the South Saw continent, which had gathered many forces on the mountain, had the power to fight against the enemy outside the country. Therefore, he is preparing to accumulate more merits and establish a sect in the vast world. This is a good thing. Xiao Yunyan said, it seems that there are two other juniors from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Chen Sancho and Dian Zhang are also traveling here. As there is no war at the moment, and they did not meet Mr. Lu before, they went to visit the Great Lus River first. Lu Ji said, when the time comes, when the two of you are on the battlefield, try to protect Chen Sancho and Dian Zhang as much as possible. I may not be able to take care of them. Xiao Yunyan nodded gently and Madame Mo Yen curtsied. The sword cultivators who entered the vast world, except for Li Kai and Pu He, who were the direct disciples of the traveling sword deities, were almost all young. On the one hand, the children had not yet grown up. On the other hand, their teachers did not hesitate to use their swords even after leaving the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Li Kai of the North Continent, Song Pin of the Jinjia Continent, Pu He of the Liuxia Continent, Xia Songhua of the Snowy Peak Continent, and so on. Other than that, the sword deities and sword cultivators who were able to leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi all returned to the battlefield without exception. However, the battlefield changed from the Great Wall of Sword Qi to the various continents of the vast world. Almost no one chose to stand by and watch, allowing the situation to collapse. In the South Sa continent, there was Qi Tingji, who had transferred to the Fuyao continent and the Jinjia continent, and Lu Ji, who had been guarding the South Sa continent. Miyu of the sword deity Elder Dragon City. Other than that, among the Earth Immortal sword cultivators, there was Chen Sancho and Dian Zhang, who had rushed to the South Sa continent from the Central Plains. There was also Cui Wei, who had left the Luopa mountain to go to the East Peak battlefront. This was actually a matter that was worth pondering over after much contemplation. In the South Sa continent, there was a foreign sword deity, Yuan Qingshu, who had fallen in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Therefore, there was Lu Ji, Xiao Yunyan, Xia Songhua, Chen Sancho, and Dian Zhang. Almost the first thing they did when they arrived in the South Sa continent was to visit Yuan Qingshu's sect, the Great Wei River. The founder of the sect was named Long Qing, who was from Fingjie County. He had once found a stone box in the Great Wei River, which was guarded by a deity. Long Qing finally obtained the 5 ancient jade seals from the stone box. The characters were not the common seal script used by later generations. Long Qing only left 1 seal in his own mountain. After that, with his sea-viewing realm cultivation, he traveled across the continents and rushed to the Central Plains. He gave the other 4 seals to the Confucian Temple, and was then personally sent to the Zhenhai Tower in the South Sa continent by a deputy hierarch. Lu Ji suddenly asked, "Do you know what Yuan Qingshu wrote on the nameplate in the wine shop?" Xiao Yunyan shook his head and smiled. "I really didn't pay attention to that." Madame Xianyan glanced at Xiao Yunyan and smiled sweetly at Lu Ji. "I know. It's everyone in the world knows that I, Yuan Qingshu, am a sword deity." Lu Ji stared at Madame Xianyan. "You really know?" The meaning of this female sword deity's words was, hundreds and thousands of annoying mountain and river gazettes, could it compare to Yuan Qingshu's disregard for his life and death in a foreign land? Madame Xianyan's expression changed slightly. She said timidly, "I remember now, I really know." A handsome young man in a snow-white robe suddenly appeared and stood shoulder to shoulder with Lu Ji. He said, "Wang Tong died in the southern mountain battlefield in the Aquarius continent." Wushuangjiang was obviously one step into the legendary 14th realm, but it was a unique phenomenon that was unique to him. According to common sense, Wushuangjiang should not have left the Sui Chu Palace at this time. However, since Wushuangjiang still came, it was definitely not a small matter. Wushuangjiang's cultivation journey in this life was full of legends. Therefore, among the 10 young candidates, the lucky one who also had the surname Wu was able to bask in the limelight and gain the reputation of Big and Little Wu. Wushuangjiang went straight to the point and said, "I want to borrow that half of the Book of Marriage." He already knew where his Daoist partner was hiding. Half of it was based on his own deduction, and the other half was based on the news brought to him by the Skylark Inn on the inverted mountain. She was a deliberate birth of his Daoist partner, Wu Shuangjiang. She was also an otherworldly demon that was personally imprisoned by Wu Shuangjiang in the Heart Lake. Wu Shuangjiang used the unfilial and unparalleled abhijna to forcefully live his Daoist partner in his heart. However, at the critical moment when Wu Shuangjiang was in a life-and-death retreat, attempting to break through the realm, she finally found an opportunity to escape after many years of planning. In the end, she hid in the sleeve of a Daoist from the Dexiandu temple and went to the vast world together. Therefore, one could imagine Wu Shuangjiang's impression of the Dexiandu temple. The reason why the old temple master was restrained by Wu Shuangjiang was not without a guilty conscience. As for forgetting to borrow the ink slab that he had never borrowed before, was that still a problem? Court Master Wu was rich and had a huge grotto heaven in the Sui Chu Palace and 2 prosperous lands in his hands. Did he lack this item? Lu Qin raised his hands. Today's matter has nothing to do with me. I won't get involved. He was good friends with Wu Shuangjiang and was familiar with Lu Qilang. Lu Qin learned some of his skills of matchmaking from Chao Yuanchong. Lu Qi shook his head. Court Master Wu should know the truth. Why do you have to force him? This was because once he agreed, Chao Jiu would become a prisoner in the Sui Chu Palace. Lu Qi was a genuine Ascendant Realm cultivator. However, his close friend Chao Jiu was different. He was a fake Ascendant whose great Tao had already decayed. Before Chao Jiu traveled far away, his real realm had always been at the unpolished Jade Realm. He was not even in the Immortal Realm. Lu Qi, who obtained half of the Book of Marriage, gave it to his close friend who was compatible with his great Tao. As Chao Jiu successfully refined the Book of Marriage and became an immortal, his real body could be kept in Lu Qi's sleeve and ascended in a fake state. Lu Qi broke through the sky and Chao Jiu followed behind. Together, they ascended to the heavens. Not only that, the Ci Pai Blessed Land was a place of cultivation that Lu Qi tailor-made for his close friend. It was to let Chao Jiu use his literary luck to become an Ascendant Realm cultivator. However, Lu Qi's fighting skills were not inferior among the Ascendant Realm cultivators in the heavens. It could even be said that he was quite good. After all, he was the first cultivator in history who truly understood all the mysteries of the realm of retention. However, the world valued Lu Qilang's talent and poetry more. If Lu Qi could refine the other half of the Book of Marriage, there might be another 14th realm cultivator in the heavens. It was not easy to merge with the 14th realm. Because of Bai Xian, Su Zi's great Tao was cut off and he finally stopped at the Ascendant Realm. However, Su Zi was open-minded and could accept it. Wu Shuangjiang said, I said borrow. I'm not someone who likes to borrow but not return. If he was careless today, he would not admit it tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, he would be blamed and scolded. In the early years, Wu Shuangjiang and Master Sun had a frank conversation. The old Daoist was very angry and said, Am I that kind of person? After all, I'm the master of a monastery. I have some Dao skills and a little reputation. Don't accuse me wrongly. I can take beatings, but I can't take any grievances, Wu Shuangjiang said. Of course you are. Therefore, the two sides went to the heavens beyond heaven and had a fierce fight. It caused the outside world to have different opinions. The busybodies involved the fight of the great Tao. In fact, the reason was not that complicated. Lu Qi still shook his head. I came here with Yuan Chong. Of course, we have to return home together. Wu Shuangjiang's expression was indifferent. You came without asking me. You have to ask me when you leave. I'll take this opportunity to make up for my lack of etiquette. If you break the bottles of the Great Mystery Monastery, I'll pay for it. Lu Qi smiled and said, since the palace master is so infatuated, I don't think you need the other half of the Book of Marriage. Wu Shuangjiang said, you don't have the final say. Chao Zhou suddenly said, I'll stay. Lu Qin sighed softly and said, isn't it sad to be a gentleman in the secular world? At the door, Sun Daozhang had just appeared. Beside him was Dong Huafu, who was supposed to be practicing swordplay in the Beko Keikyung building. The old monastery master could not stand Wu Shuangjiang. He wanted to show off and go somewhere else. Don't make a fuss in front of my door. I have to fight. Lu Qin happened to be here. He was supposed to be guarding the heavens beyond heaven. He and Wu Shuangjiang did not have to break the sky canopy. Unexpectedly, Lu Qin raised his arm and threw a scroll into the tall walls of the Daoist temple at lightning speed. After throwing it, he ran away. He did not forget to turn his head and shout, Dong Haiden, remember to go home early. When I'm free, I'll teach you how to draw talismans. Dong Huafu said, no. Lu Qin had disappeared without a trace. Sun Daozhang waved his hand and signaled Chunhui not to be nervous. Lu Qin did not play any tricks. The old Daoist retrieved the scroll from the wall. He untied the knot and the scroll unfolded itself. The old monastery master scolded jokingly. It was a scroll of a conch shell spell casting that Lu Qin had picked up from somewhere. Dong Huafu stretched his neck to take a look. There were quite a lot of words. He read, there's a kind of person in the world who, in a small area, created a Taoist temple on land and water in a conch shell. There's also a big kitchen that brings out a sumptuous banquet. The host and guests are in a mess and the bystanders are satisfied. A child wearing a tiger head hat stood at the threshold and looked at Wu Shuangjiang. Wu Shuangjiang looked at him and suddenly smiled. If Bai is willing to accompany me to the vast world in the future, I can wait for the other half of the Book of Marriage. Bai nodded and said, as you wish. Wu Shuangjiang muttered to himself, I don't know why she likes Bai's poems. Is it really that good? I don't think so. A bearded scholar with straw shoes and a bamboo cane laughed. What we like may not be good. What we don't like may not be bad. What do you think, Court Master Wu? Wu Shuangjiang's expression changed. He smiled and said, unlike her, I like Su Zi's poems from the bottom of my heart for many years. Su Zi laughed and nodded. That's really good. Sun Daozhang said in a low voice, Bai, Chao Yuan admired you previously. Now, Court Master Wu admires Su Zi. Why do I feel like you've lost? After all, Court Master Wu's state is higher. Bai turned around and walked back to the place of cultivation. Wu Shuangjiang accompanied Su Zi and the other two on a leisurely tour of the sky screen. Su Zi kept the maid Dian Su and the boy attendant Wu Yu. Lu Qi asked his good friend Chao Zhou to put the world in the sleeve. It was obvious that he still did not trust Court Master Wu. Beside the pond outside the cottage, Bai and the old monastery master walked slowly. Bai said, actually, you don't have to go through so much trouble. The pond surrounded by the peach blossom forest and the small hill in the distance that looked like a garden rockery were actually miniature mountains and rivers created by Sun Daoist supernatural power. The water was very deep and the mountain was very high. Moreover, a white deer that was born from an excellent long sword was always guarding the cliff. The white deer was wearing a green robe. The pond was called the Peach Blossom Pond, the long sword was inscribed with the word, white deer, and the robe was called, Green Cliff. It was as if everything was just for that poem. Let the white deer roam the green cliff, and ride it to visit the famous mountains. The old monastery master said, the world is so big and I have cultivated for so long. There are not many people who can earn my respect. How many people like Wu Shuangjiang and Chao Yuanchong who have admired a certain someone as much? You don't have to think too much. Take what you like and leave what you don't like. Anyway, I'm just being selfish and want to make the world more beautiful. To everyone's surprise, Wan Xiu left the ancestral mountain of the Dragon Spring Sword sect with Dong Gu, Su Shaoqiao, and Xia Ling. They went to the blacksmith shop by the Dragon Whisker River. After meeting Lu Xianyang, Dong Gu and Su Shaoqiao immediately went to the ferry of the Oxhorn Mountain and took the ferry from the Changchun Palace to return to the old mountain area of the capital of Dali. Xia Ling, on the other hand, needed to find her family's patriarch, the Taoist Heavenly Lord Xia Shi of the North Continent. Master Wan Jiao mentioned at the dinner table that Dali was already preparing to help the Dragon Spring Sword sect set up a subsect. Compared to Xingyang Mountain and Clearwind City, which were still potential sects and had yet to take root, the Dragon Spring Sword sect was indeed the great Li Song clan's favorite. Dong Gu, Su Shaoqiao, and Xia Ling landed on the ground, but Wan Xiu didn't show up. Dong Gu said that she was taking a walk at the cliff and would come over later. In the strict sect records, Dong Gu was the first disciple of Wan Jiao. For some reason, Wan Xiu's name was never recorded. However, the direct disciples and secondary disciples of the Dragon Spring Sword sect were used to seeing Wan Xiu as their first senior sister. Of course, Xia Ling liked to call her sister Xiu. Therefore, Dong Gu and the other two thought that their master wanted their senior sister to be the leader of the subsect. Lu Xianyang sat on a bamboo chair and was reading a mountain and river newspaper. Lu Xianyang was worried. Therefore, when Dong Gu and the others arrived at the shop, Lu Xianyang didn't even raise his head. He just waved his hand and gestured for them to sit anywhere. Dong Gu and the other two didn't think much of it. Lu Xianyang dared to joke around with their master. If he was polite to them, it must be because he was holding back. Su Shaoqiao glanced at the newspaper in Lu Xianyang's hand and tried to hold back his laughter. Dong Gu reminded his junior brother Xia Ling telepathically, "Take it easy. Lu Xianyang will definitely punish you later." Lu Xianyang raised his head and looked at junior brother Xia, who had a pretty face, and asked eagerly, "How much money did you give?" Xia Ling was stunned. Su Shaoqiao explained, "He asked how much money you gave to the newspaper to get on the list. Junior brother Lu can go and give money." Xia Ling smiled and didn't say anything. He sat on the bamboo chair and put his hands on his knees. He looked like an immortal. In Lizhu Grotto Heaven, most of the young people who were born and raised in the town were good-looking. A place nurtured a person. Other than Xia Ling from the Peach Leaf Alley, Zhu Lin Shi from the Great Blasphemy Temple, Ma Kushuan from the Apricot Blossom Alley, who was one of the 10 young candidates, they were all famous for their good looks. There was also Gu Ken from the Mud Bottle Alley, who returned to his hometown but left to travel far away. Of course, there was also vassal King Songmu, Song Jisun, and Fortune Street scholar Zhao Yao. They were all extremely handsome when they were young. Recently, the Aquarius continent had followed the trend. The mountain had selected their own 10 young candidates. They had to be below the age of 40. Dragon Spring Sword sect's direct disciple, Xia Ling, was one of them. Lu Xianyang lowered his head again. His eyes were in a daze, but he did not give up. He flipped through the mountain and river newspaper, but in the end, he could not find his name. He cursed, because he was 41 years old this year. Lu Xianyang was 2 years older than Chen Pingan. When he was young, he liked to tell others about his age. But when he got older, he stopped talking about his age and liked to talk about his age. Lu Xianyang did not care about his name, but he cared about it a lot. "I have worked hard to reach my cultivation realm. All of you blind people, what right do you have to care about such a small matter? Previously, the 10 young candidates and the 10 young candidates both had the 11th person. Adding Uncle Lou, it was just a matter of a few strokes. Will you guys drop money or something? But with Master Ruan's temper, even if Lu Xianyang was of the same age, he would probably use his status as the chief consecrator of the Dali dynasty to help suppress the news. If that was really the case, Lu Xianyang wouldn't mind at all. Master Ruan's character was flawless, not to mention other things. After all, Lu Xianyang's sword techniques were too strange. According to Ruan Ting, before entering the upper 5 realms, Lu Xianyang should not be in a hurry to become famous. Anyway, sooner or later, it would be better to have good fortune later. It was strange to say that although Ruan Ting had the backing of the Wind Snow Temple and the identity of the military saint, he was the head of the Song clan's consecrator. But in fact, Ruan Ting had always been in the Jade Unpolished realm. Before the Dali cavalry went south, there was nothing. But now, the experts, hermits, and big shots of the Baopian continent were exposed, but almost no one questioned Ruan Ting's title as the chief consecrator. Dali's 2 emperors, Imperial Tutor, Cui Dong, Shang Zhuguo, and the hunting envoy, all had an extremely tacit understanding and did not have any objections. Mountain Lord Wei Bian, the mountain head and vice mountain head of Lin Lu Academy, especially Chen Pinggan's mountain, Luo Pa Mountain. Everyone, from old chef to Pei Qian, was courteous to Ruan Ju when they saw him. Especially Chen Lingjun, every time he saw Ruan Ting, it was like a mouse seeing a cat. Lu Xianyang put away the bulletin, turned to look at Xiaoling, and said seriously, Xiaoling, you are a sword cultivator. It's easy to practice fast sword, but hard to practice slow sword. You must persevere in the future. Xiaoling nodded, deeply agreeing. Dong Gu and Su Xiaoqiao first looked at Lu Xianyang, who was smiling playfully, and then looked at each other without saying anything. Lu Xianyang looked at Su Xiaoqiao and asked with a smile, Senior Sister Su, what are you thinking? The woman without a thumb on her right hand smiled and said, it's the opposite of junior brother Lu's thoughts. Lu Xianyang sighed and leaned back on the chair. Languid. The Su family of Qingfeng City bought a dragon kiln from the Ma family of Apricot Blossom Lane in the early years. And Lu Jingchen, who had become the immortal Dao companion of a fairy from Cheongji Peak, deliberately returned to his hometown some time ago. Even Song Manchai had become a vassal of Dali. Who could he find to reason with? Ruan Xiao left the stone cliff, walked across the stone arch bridge, and slowly walked over from the riverside. Xiaoling immediately stood up and chatted with Ruan Xiao for a while, and then walked away with the wind. On the way here, Sister Xiuxiu secretly taught him a swordsmanship that seemed to have no background at all, which made Xiaoling very happy. Even though Sister Xiuxiu was indifferent to everything, she seemed to treat him differently after all. In fact, Ruan Xiao had already taught Dong Gu an ancient demon's body refinement technique, and also taught Su Xiaoqiao a divine edict technique and a swordsmanship technique. As for Xiaoling, Ruan Xiao just happened to think of this on the way. She felt that she should not be too biased, so she casually gave this arrogant junior brother a swordsmanship. The grade was not high, but it was relatively suitable for Xiaoling's cultivation. Under her feet was the gurgling Dragon Whisker River. In the ancient world, humans were ants. Actually, everyone was in the river of time. There were many small fish in the clear water. For Ruan Xiao, it was not difficult to catch fish. She could easily boil the sea and the lake and kill everything. In the battle of fire and water, Li Lu was defeated. Therefore, when Li Lu went to meet Ruan Xiao at the spiritual Grace Mountain, it was the only time they chatted in their lives. Ruan Xiao also said that Li Lu did not know how to behave. Ruan Xiao was silent for a long time. Suddenly, she looked up at the sky with an indifferent expression. Long time no see, sword-bearer. She was different from Li Lu, who was born with knowledge. She would be even more different in the future. Guan Xiao shook her wrist gently. There was a sleeping fire dragon on it. On the 5th of the 5th lunar month, she chose the heart of the river to refine yang sui. She obtained the heavenly fire and refined the 5 elements, illuminating the world. The night watch was to warn the world to be careful of fire when the weather was dry. Was it useful? "744. A foreign scholar named Xinzhuliu sent a flying sword letter to Luopa Mountain from Changchun Palace. Then, he strolled through the capital city of Dali and walked all the way south. He leisurely wandered to the shop in Dragon Riding Alley of the small town and met the shopkeeper Shi Ro and a young waiter named Aman. Just as he weighed his money bag and went to choose some pastries, the shopkeeper of the grass shop next door, Jia Xing, came to visit again. Now, the old immortal's Taoist robe was much plainer than before. After all, now that his realm was high, Taoist robes were mere worldly possessions. Xinzhuliu glanced at the old Taoist and smiled. Jia Xing sensed his gaze and nodded. After leaving the shop, Xinzhuliu went to old Yang's shop. It was a pity that he didn't see old Yang. If he had known this would happen, he would have come here to chat about old times. Chen Lingjun hurried over with the wind. He had received a flying sword message saying that his good friend would arrive at the town on time today. They would meet at the shop in Dragon Riding Alley. Chen Lingjun left the mountain 2 hours early, 3 sword tokens hanging from his waist. He had borrowed one from Xiaomi in Silly Warm Tree before he left the mountain, so that he could give his own to Xinzhuliu. Borrow? What borrow? That was not generous at all. When they arrived at the shop, they waited for about 2 seconds. Eating melon seeds was not a good idea. Feeling bored to death, Chen Lingjun decided to tease the reclusive little man, saying, "Whatever fist you want to learn, whatever stance you want, it is too strenuous. I'll teach you a brilliant fist technique of our family style, which is not easily taught to outsiders. It is called centipede jump." However, the shopkeeper only stood on the bench behind the counter, flipping through a book and ignoring the boy. Chen Lingjun clasped his hands behind his back and went to the shop next door to chat with his old friend, Jia Xing. He patted his chest and said that he wanted to introduce Jia Xing to a new friend. However, when the appointed time came and another incense stick of time passed, Chen Lingjun squatted at the entrance of the shop. Still, he did not see Xinzhuliu, so he ran back to the shop and asked Shi Ro if there was a scholar with a backpack. Shi Ro said that there was, and that he had bought some pastries 2 hours ago before leaving. Chen Lingjun stomped his foot and used camouflage to fly into the air. He looked down at the town from above, but he still didn't see the familiar figure of his friend. How strange. Could it be that he was too focused on riding the wind and did not pay attention to the mountain, causing both parties to miss each other? Could it be that one left the mountain and the other entered the mountain? Chen Lingjun hurried back to Luopa Mountain, but even after asking Millet, he didn't see Xinzhuliu. Chen Lingjun squatted on the ground and hugged his head, sighing. What was going on? Actually, Xinzhuliu was currently on Yellow Lake Mountain, sitting outside the thatched hut and basking in the sun. As a person of dragon slaying, not slaying a dragon when he reached water was like a fisherman not casting a net when he reached water or a woodcutter not chopping wood when he entered the forest. It was fine. All he had to do was wait patiently. Something even stranger would happen next. Xinzhuliu definitely could not miss it this time. That was a magnificent feat that hadn't happened in 10,000 years. Since old man Yang was no longer in the small town and had emerged from his 10,000-year imprisonment, then only Xinzhuliu in the Dragon Province could sense this. Even the mountain lord of the Cloud Pagoda Mountain, Wei Bian, was unable to do so. It was not just because the mountain lord of the northern mountains' cultivation was not high enough. It's fine in other worlds, but in the vast world, if anyone reaches the 14th realm as a sword cultivator, it will cause the remnants of the ancient deities in the entire outer world, no matter which factions they are divided into in history, to swarm into the vast world. No wonder the old scholar did not want his disciple to ascend to this realm. Not only is it too dangerous, it will also cause great trouble. This makes sense. That ponytailed girl ascended to the 14th realm in the beginning because she had carefully framed the world. The old blind man sneered. She's not a pig's brain. The old dog was helpless. Curse all you want. Old blind man, you only know how to bully your loyal dog. Old blind man, you're just wasting your time guarding the 14th realm. Go have a good fight with the moon-bearing mountain grand ancestor. If you win, the entire wilderness will be your territory. Otherwise, go make a scene at the Confucian Temple in Middle-earth. I'll definitely help you look after the 100,000 mountains. Moon-bearing mountains' grand ancestor and Wen Hai were meticulous. Why were they willing to let Xiao Chua, a reclusive official who couldn't even control Qin Qing, stay in the martyr's palace and become a 14th-tier Dao integration cultivator? So other than giving the wilderness another top-notch fighting force, they had other plans. The old dog had a terrible headache when he thought about all these twists and turns. Then, he immediately felt that the old blind man was actually quite kind. If he really slipped and fell off a cliff, it would be fine as long as he was half dead. The old blind man turned to look at the Great Wall of Sword Chi and then at Moon-bearing Mountain. He thought about the path the wilderness was taking and felt that something was wrong. Whether or not a great cultivator at the 14th realm had a pair of eyes wasn't really a big deal. It was just that the mortal realm had existed for 10,000 years. However, the old blind man still admired some young people no matter how much he insulted them. It was just that there were too few of them, and none of them seemed to have a good ending. The old blind man sighed for the first time. It's time to take in a pleasing direct disciple. The old dog said with trepidation, it'll be fine as long as it's not that hidden official. That guy looks at me like I'm a dish. What's he looking at? The more he spoke, the angrier he became. The old dog raised his head and stretched out a paw, scratching the ground lightly. He didn't dare to cause too much of a ruckus, but his tone was extremely angry. If it weren't for the fact that I have so many things to do at home, I would have gone to the Great Wall of Sword Chi long ago to hack him half to death. I don't have a flying sword, but it's not like I don't know sword techniques. The old blind man sneered, even the dragon monarch couldn't hack him to death. What makes you think you can? Slice his meat and eat it to fill up that hidden official. The old dog crawled on the ground again and sighed, that sneaky old deaf man, he didn't even know to come here to pay his respects, and took a detour to the south. Outrageous. Master, are you going to let it go just like that? The old blind man appeared beside the old dog without any warning. He raised his leg and stepped on the old dog's back, causing a series of cracking sounds that sounded like firecrackers. He rubbed his chin and said, sneak to the vast world's Aquarius continent and help me find a young man called Li Huai. Then bring him back. If you succeed, you will regain your freedom, and you can jump around in the savage world. The old dog started to play dead. Compared to freedom, it was more important to stay alive. If he went to the vast world, especially the Aquarius continent, would he not be able to eat dog meat? He would definitely be cooked by the embroidered tiger. Firen turned around, leaned against the railing, leaned back, and looked at the sky. The empty sky, the empty heart. After Firen's initial success in cultivation, she was used to thinking of herself as someone from the mountain, but she still separated her hometown from the vast world. So, it was good to give advice to the military tenants. On the battlefield of the Great Wall of Qi, Firen did not hesitate to use her sword to kill people. But outside of the battlefield, for example, in Tongyi continent, Firen did not talk about UC. Even with Zhou Qingao, who was also fascinated by the vast knowledge of the 100 schools of thought, the two sides were still different. Zhou Qingao laughed, "I don't drink, so I don't carry wine with me. If not, I can make an exception and drink with Brother Firen." Firen shook her head, "Forget it, I can't drink wine. If one were to say that life was like an arch bridge paved with bricks and stones from time to time, then it would be like this." Then the mortal teachers at the foot of the mountain, at the age of 30, at most 40, would have reached the highest point of the bridge. Walking on the bridge, one could look back, but there was no turning back. So, when they were young, they were anxious to grow up. When they grew up, they were afraid of old age. And the Qi cultivators who climbed the mountain to cultivate did not seem to be in such a situation, but in fact, once the cultivators' soul decayed day by day, and there was no hope of breaking through, they would only suffer more than the mortals on the mountain. Firen suddenly laughed. "Our hidden official is called Chen Pingon, but he seems to be the most unsettled. Thinking of this, I'm in a much better mood." Firen took out 2 pots of wine and threw one to Zhou Qingao, asking coldly, "There's nothing to visit in Tongyi continent. Why don't we skip the creation cave and go directly to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to visit the hidden official?" Zhou Qingao was hesitant. Firen patted him on the shoulder. "Previously, when we passed by the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Chen Pingon ignored you. Now that the coffin is closed, the two of you will definitely have a lot to talk about. As long as you are familiar with him, you will know that he is more talkative than anyone else." Zhou Qingao nodded, took a sip of wine, and smiled. "Then let's try. The premise is that you have to promise that I won't be beaten to death by him." Firen smiled, "Sure." On the top of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, a dragon gate cultivator of the demonic race was panting, the hand holding the blade trembling slightly. Before ascending to the top of the wall, he had already made an agreement with the famous hidden official. The two of them were only going to spar with blade and fist techniques. There was no need to fight to the death. If he lost, he would have wasted his trip to the northernmost part of the wilderness. After descending from the top of the wall, he would immediately return home. The hidden official gave him a thumbs up, and praised him with even more elegant words of the wilderness, saying that he was meticulous in doing things and had a long-lost heroic spirit, so there was no problem at all. As a result, this fight was very satisfying. Actually, it was just this military cultivator alone on the top of the wall, hacking with his blade, while the young hidden official in a bright red robe just let him hack at himself. Occasionally, he would use the narrow blade hidden in the scabbard to hack at him, and casually raise the scabbard to block 1 or 2 attacks. Otherwise, it would seem that he was not treating his guest with sincerity, and it would be easy for his opponent to become disheartened prematurely. In order to take care of this hero's mood, Chen Pingon deliberately used the thunder palm technique, so that every time the scabbard and the blade collided, there would be bursts of snow-white lightning that looked like white snakes slithering around. At this moment, with the narrow blade propped on the ground, Chen Pingon looked at the demonic cultivator who had sheathed his blade and stopped, and asked with a smile, "You must be tired from hacking. Why don't I do it?" The demonic cultivator immediately raised his chest, and said heroically, I'm not tired at all. Let me take a break. What are you in a hurry for?" Chen Pingon smiled, and said, "Guest, you came uninvited, shouldn't you respectfully call me Master Hidden Official? I've been waiting for you for a long time." Without hesitation, he shouted, "Master Hidden Official." He even added, "You live up to your reputation, good fist technique." Chen Pingon suddenly looked around blankly, but he quickly collected himself, and waved at him, "Go back." He was not really stupid. "You're not going to kill me." Chen Pingan smiled, and said, "This is the first time in your life that you've climbed to the top of the city wall, and you've never been to the battlefield. Maybe you won't have a chance to come here in your life, so why should I kill you?" After he sheathed his blade, he clasped his hands and said, "I'm a little inferior, but Master Hidden Official is really good at fish techniques." Chen Pingan pressed the hilt of his blade with one hand, and rubbed his eyebrows with the other. He looked at the humble and sincere guest and said, "When you go back to your hometown, say that you defeated Master Hidden Official. If outsiders ask me, I'll help you smooth things over and admit it." He was a little embarrassed, and whispered, "That's not very good." Chen Pingan grabbed the sword in his hand, and the demonic cultivator saw that the situation was not good, so he immediately flew away. After the great demon, who was not very clear-headed, left, Chen Pingan looked up and found that there was a heavy snow for no reason, without any warning. The wind and snow and floating clouds covered his eyes. Before today, he would still have doubts. He didn't know whether or not he would have a chance to return to his hometown and eat a bowl of eel noodles that he didn't get to eat in the past. He didn't know whether or not he would have a chance to return to his hometown and eat the delicious stir-fried pork with winter bamboo shoots. Would the wine bowl on the table be replaced with a wine cup? Would he be dragged to eat hot pot in the summer? Would there be an old man lying to him? Everything had its vanquisher. Drinking wine could relieve the spiciness, and it was so spicy that he almost cried. All these years, after he obtained that travel book of mountains and rivers, he had been bitterly waiting for this day to come, but he also seemed to be worried that this day would come. In an instant, the world was thrown into chaos, so much so that the entire Great Wall of Sword Chi shook. Chen Pingan tried his best to stabilize his mind. The mountains and rivers were turned upside down. A blue-clothed scholar stood on the city wall. He turned to look at the young man. "You can go back." Chen Pingan took out a white jade hairpin and placed it in his hair. He stepped onto the city wall and squatted down. "Can you let me eat a meal and drink a pot of wine first, and then make a decision after I've eaten my fill?" Cui Dong nodded. "The important matter has already been settled. These are all minor matters." Chen Pingan's butt landed on the city wall and he fell backwards. He said that he would eat his fill, but he didn't eat or drink. He only lay on the ground, his eyes wide open as he stared at the snowy night. "You made me wait for so long. I almost couldn't make it." In any case, he owed the first disciple a word of thanks, and so he continued to owe him. Or perhaps it was the teacher who taught and dispelled the student's doubts, and the student who solved the teacher's problems. This was a matter of course, and there was no need for both sides to say anything. When Chen Pingan heard this, he slowly closed his eyes. His taut heartstrings had finally loosened completely. The exhaustion on his face was evident. He really wanted to have a good sleep. He wanted to sleep soundly for a few days and nights. He didn't even care about his thunderous snoring. Snow swirled about, but it did not fall on the two of them. It was like immortals cultivating in the mountains. Heat did not come, and cold did not come. Therefore, there was no cold or heat in the mountains. Previously, Chen Pingan had been worried about the possibility that Cui Dong's methods were as meticulous as before. Then wouldn't 10 years of not eating or sleeping have all been for naught? Chen Pingan had no idea what Zhou Mi, who was outside half of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, was scheming against him. However, the reason was simple. To be able to make an uncivilized person like Zhou Mi scheme against him, it must be a great scheme. Thinking of complicated things in simple terms, it was dismantling and cutting, just like how a sword could break 10,000 laws. Thinking of simple things in complex terms, it was sewing, building, and creating a small world. The matter of Chin Pingon hiding the 3 copper coins in his hometown when he was young was extremely secretive. No matter how resourceful that Sun Go was, he would not be able to find out. Xiao Hu was indeed good at understanding human nature. With one sentence, he was able to make Chin Pingon let down his guard. Cui Dong turned his head and glanced at Chin Pingon, who was lying on the ground, and said, "It's not a good thing to become famous when you're young. It's easy to be self-righteous without knowing it." Chin Pingon nodded his head in agreement. This was a principle that could be right or wrong. However, for Cui Dong, it was more reasonable. There were many principles that others seemed to only say 1 or 2 sentences to you, but in fact, they were using your entire life to reason with you. Whether it was useful or not, and listening to it would not make you lose money. If you did, it would be like drinking a bowl of wine for free. Chen Pingon knew that Xiao Hu was talking about that travel book of mountains and rivers. However, he could not help but feel a little resentful. Going to the other extreme and causing my reputation to be ruined, is that good? Chen Pingon was not worried about his reputation being damaged or anything. After all, it was an external matter. However, there were still some simple-minded children on the mountain. If they saw that foul travel book, wouldn't they be heartbroken? He reckoned that when he returned to his hometown in the future, there would be a girl who would have even more reason to avoid him. Cui Dong said, "That's all." Clearly, in Cui Dong's opinion, Chen Pingon had only done half of it. It was far from enough. Chen Pingon was puzzled. Cui Dong was slightly displeased. He made an exception and reminded Chao Qinglang's name. Chen Pingon frowned. What was he trying to do? Observing the body but not the body, mirroring the water and the moon. Observing the heart without shape, bright and clear. Cui Dong shook his head, seemingly disappointed. He raised his head and looked at the 2 bright moons in the sky. He said slowly, "In an emergency, with a strong reflection, the clouds disperse and the sun shines brightly in the clear sky." I thought that after traveling away from home for so many years, with a student named Qinglang by your side, the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and the Buddhist saint guarding the sky screen, you would have read up to this point. I really don't know what you have read after reading so many books. Chen Pingon seemed to have understood something. He did not care about Cui Dong's strange words. Cui Dong retracted his gaze and shook his sleeves. He sneered, sweeping away all traces, "The moment is cool and refreshing. The true nature is deep and profound, like still water, tranquil and pleasant to the spirit, invincible." As long as you have read about this in the books, even if you know a little about the true meaning, there is no need to say that you can't get through it. So what if your state of mind is like porcelain and broken? Isn't it a good thing? The predecessors used words to pave the way. You just have to walk in big strides. Looking from the water, lowering your head to see the broken and round moon in the water. Raising your head to see the original moon, it is even brighter. The hidden official, on the other hand, is in a daze. What a good way to say that it is dark under the light. Amazing. Otherwise, as long as you have such thoughts, you would have reached the realm of jade by now. Inner demons. Even if you beg it to come, it might not come. Chen Pingon muttered in his heart, "I'm not F***king crazy. I can read all kinds of books, remember everything, and know everything. If I know, I can even understand the true meaning. If you were my age, it would be hard to say who would be scolding who here." Cui Dong had a playful expression as he glanced at the bright red robe with disheveled hair. It was as if he was saying, "Why, after being the hidden official for a few years, are you used to floating on the city wall?" Chen Pingon immediately said, it's not too late to understand these Buddhist verses now. Good things are not afraid of being late. Chen Pingan learned a lot from Cui Dongshan when it came to understanding other people's thoughts. Chen Pingan suddenly remembered that Xiao Hu was much smarter than Chen Pingan at his age. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been regarded as the vice-hierarch of the Confucian Temple or the Grand Chancellor of the Confucian Temple. He was already Xiao Hu's. Cui Dong said, Zuo wanted to bring you back to the vast world. However, he was pestered by Xiao Chua and couldn't leave. Chen Pingan heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that he didn't come. Otherwise, senior brother's trip would be fraught with danger. Cui Dong looked at the 100,000 mountains in the south. The world has always been like this. If you can't do it, you can't do it. You have the heart but you don't have the strength. It doesn't make much difference whether you are a mountain dweller or not. Ordinary teachers have things that ordinary teachers can't do. Cultivators have things that they can't do. That's why you missed a lot. Chen Pingan asked, for example. Cui Dong said, a lot. Cui Dong said again, a lot. Previously, Lu Cha asked the Sun and Moon sword in South Pisuo continent. The previous hidden official Xiao Chua killed the Ascendant Realm Sun Yuan in Tongyi continent. Bai also went to Fuyao continent. One person with 4 immortal swords, he challenged several sovereigns. After the contract was broken, Wang Zhu successfully went to Aquarius continent and became the first true dragon in the human world. Old Yang opened the ascension stage again. The sword cultivators of Northern Reed continent went south to reinforce Aquarius continent. Old Master sat on the peak of Sui Mountain and suppressed moon supporting Mountain Grand Ancestor. The Sage of Rites guarded vast world from the sky. After that, there were many other major events that were too much for the eyes to take in. Among them, the small Aquarius continent had the most strange people and events. It was the most shocking. Now, there was still the secondary sage holding up the moon-supporting mountain. Cui Shi's mountains and rivers were inverted as he stood on the great wall of sword qi, resonating with it from afar. In the past, the Confucian Temple's secondary sage and the Confucian sage's 2 lineages fought against each other. However, when the battle ended, the Confucian Temple's secondary sage and the Confucian sage's lineage worked together. It could be considered as a gentleman's fight. Chen Pingan squatted on top of the city wall, holding onto his saber with both hands. So what if I miss it? What can I do? Cui Dong laughed. You can drown your sorrows in alcohol, since Bookworm is not here. The joy of drinking was the tranquil state of drunkenness. Alcohol could intoxicate people. After a few cups, the alcohol would be as strong as a martial artist of the 11th realm, causing people to shed layers of armor. Those who were good at drinking were wine immortals. Drunkards who indulged in drinking could allow people to ascend to the immortal and ghost realms. That was why Xiao Hu once said that alcohol was the most invincible in the human world. Chen Pingan said, when I was at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, regardless of whether I drank in the city or on top of the city wall, senior brothers would never said anything. Cui Dong sneered, don't say such tough words in front of me. If you have the ability, say it to Zuozua. Chen Pingan pursed his lips, I dare to say it. Don't talk about drinking. It was not hard for senior brother Zua to lower his head and admit his mistake. As long as Mr. was by his side. Cui Dong asked, you haven't made your decision yet. Chen Pingan said, I'll think about it again. Anyway, good things are never too late. Cui Dong did not say any more sarcastic words, because he could understand the young man's state of mind. He wanted to go back to his hometown, but did not dare to. Cui Dong once had such complicated thoughts, which was why the invitation to return to hometown was kept on the desk by the late Emperor of Dali. It was better not to return to one's hometown. Cui Dong seemed to express his feelings, looking at this strange and vast world. there is a limit to what a person can do. No matter who it is, there will always be a boundary. Words, actions, and thoughts, there is no exception. Chen Pingan seemed to have a tacit understanding and said, "All these years, I have scolded you a lot." He spoke halfway. "I have hit you a lot." In any case, his student Cui Dong Shan could be considered half a Cui Dong. Cui Dong nodded his head, as though he was satisfied with the answer. It was rare for him to acknowledge Chen Pingan. It was the first time he called the young man by his name. "Chen Pingan, don't think that we are the only ones working for the world. That is not the case, far from it. Just like you have indeed done some things, there is nothing to deny, but in my eyes, Chen Pingan, as the last disciple of the sage of literature, as a scholar of the world, it is only right and proper for him to do things that are beyond the book. You and I know that this is for the sake of a clear conscience. In the future, when you suffer losses, don't ask for more from the world, there is no need. Other than the heroic deeds, in addition to the merits and demerits that are destined to be recorded in the annals of history, you also have to think about the lives and deaths of those who do not even have a name. Just like the great wall of sword Qi that has stood here for 10,000 years, it should not only remember those sword immortals with outstanding killing power." Cui Dong looked into the distance, the wind and snow made way for him. Cui Dong used all his strength to look at the distant moon-supporting mountain. It was as if he saw many years ago, there was a scholar in a foreign land, laughing and talking about the world with a gray-robed elder. The latter said to the scholar, "Please go to the highest place, go to a place that is more knowledgeable than the ancestors of the three sects, and help me see what the true great freedom is." Zhou Mi bowed and answered with 4 words, "I dare not disobey." Cui Dong looked up at the sky. "Is the world at peace?" "It is probably at peace." "Then can I sit back and relax?" "I don't think so." Cui Dong gathered his thoughts. Chen Pingan raised his hands and wrapped them around his shoulders, casting a mountain and river spell to casually tie up his hair, as if there was a ring around his hair. Chen Pingan raised his eyebrows, high-spirited, and no longer looked down. "I have thought it through. I want to move the mountain." In the prison of the past, Chen Pingan once said to an ascendant realm otherworldly demon, "We want to become strong, we want to do something for the world. We want to do something for no one else but ourselves." Cui Dong smiled and said, "What do you mean?" Chen Pingan said in a deep voice, "It doesn't matter if I become a sword servant or a scabbard, after a sword strike, I will not stop falling, it is up to me. I want to ask the sword to hold the moon mountain. I beg senior brother, to protect me." Cui Dong nodded and said, "Very good." In an instant, Chen Pingan seemed to have been immobilized. The next moment, Chen Pingan had no power to fight back. He was hit by Cui Dong's strange spell and fainted on the spot. Cui Dong sat aside, and a tall woman appeared beside him out of thin air. After seeing Chen Pingan safe and sound, she seemed a little surprised. She squatted down and reached out to stroke Chen Pingan's eyebrows. She looked up and asked the embroidered tiger, "Why?" Cui Dong patted his knees with his hands and said leisurely, "This is the last conscience game. Whether the student can surpass the master or not depends on this." "746, in the snowy night, a man in a bright red robe casually opened the mountain water restriction and walked out of a cave. He stood at the door and turned his head to look. The words, Zaohua Cave, were engraved on the cliff. Luhua Island. The Zaohua Cave that once had an ascendant realm monster. Looking into the distance, the heavy snow hasn't stopped. The snowflakes were as big as a mat. There was a great beauty between heaven and earth. It was already 1,000 miles white in the snow, and the moon was very round. Chen Pingan had 3 dreams before, and then he woke up. Did he wake up, or did he just enter the dream? When Chen Pingan opened the door, ripples surged. The immortal mansion on the sea, which was always in a state of panic, immediately sensed something strange. Sword light and treasure light lit up one after another, breaking the night sky. In a few blinks of an eye, they rushed to the Zhaohua cave from different directions, and more than a dozen cultivators surrounded them. Chen Pingan immediately stretched out his finger and gently touched the robe. The bright red robe instantly became the same color as the white snow, and then covered his face with the skin of a young man. Chen Pingan reached out to catch the snowflake, as if he needed to use it to confirm whether he was still in the dream. The cultivators formed a formation, as if facing a great enemy. A nascent soul realm sword cultivator was floating in the air on his sword. He was the leader in the middle, and his expression was dignified. He was afraid that the hidden monster who roamed the sea and committed crimes was going to stake everything here. In these years, the number of immortal mansions and sects on the sea was even more than during the war. It was those monster cultivators who hid in the sea from the land of the 5 continents. There were 2 young men and women beside the old laurel. They were also sword cultivators. It was a pity that they weren't an immortal couple. The 3 sword cultivators had a jade seal tied with a long golden tassel on their waists. It was an ancient seal script with water patterns, and a pocket flying sword was carved on it. It had been many years since he saw so many people at once. It actually made Chen Pingan a little uncomfortable. He held the snowflake, and his palm was cool. Chen Pingan had already recognized the origin of the 3 sword cultivators. They were foreigners from Luhua Island. According to the jade seal shape, they should be the direct disciples of the sect pedigree of the South Hausa continent. Chen Pingan was able to deduce a lot of things based on the appearance of the 3 people tonight. Luhua Island and the Rain Dragon sect were key points that connected the old site of the inverted mountain to the Tongya continent. However, there was only one nascent soul realm cultivator guarding the island, and he had crossed the sea from the South Sa continent. Could it be said that the world was really peaceful? Therefore, not only did the South Sa continent successfully defend its mountains and rivers, but after the war ended, it still had the strength to transfer cultivators across the sea to guard it. In that case, how long had he dreamt for? Where were the demons of the upper 5 realms? Could it be that they had all been annihilated by the boundless heaven? Otherwise, important places like the Rain Dragon sect and Luhua Island would definitely be guarded by at least 2 or 3 cultivators with outstanding killing power. If it was in the final stage, it wouldn't be too much for the Ascendant Realm cultivators to take the lead and 20 to 30 Upper Realms cultivators to block the path of the monster race. Just as Chui Dong had said, he had missed out on a lot. But the world was finally stable. The 3 sword cultivators all noticed that the young man's gaze had become gentle, especially when he looked at the 3 of them. It was especially intimate. What elegant sayings, I don't care to learn. Luckily, he had thrown Old Death from the 10-peak sword deities to the side, and replaced him with the young master hidden official whose cultivation was not high. Yu Jianhui nodded his head gently, and spoke like an old man. Us sword cultivators, our words are all about the sword. Chen Pingan did not care about the children's complaints, and continued, secondly, train your sword well in the future. That's all. Just 2 requests. Higu was unhappy, and stared. What? That's all. How can you be master hidden official? The elders in my family all say that you are scheming, and have a clever mind, especially when you don't study well, and are the best at cheating people. You can even participate in the discussions of the 10-peak sword deities, and you are the only one who is not a sword deity. My mother asked what you rely on, and my father said what else can you rely on? You rely on your mouth that can cheat people to death. Why are you so quiet today? Don't tell me you're a fake hidden official. Don't study well, and are the best at cheating people. My wine shop is famous for its fair prices, and I do not cheat the old or the young. My house is famous for everyone earning money, and everyone can get a share of the spoils. Chen Pingon stood up, and smacked him with a chestnut. The little troublemaker hugged his head, but he was not angry, and instead nodded his head. His young face was filled with gratification. No wonder my father said that the second shopkeeper is a damn scholar, and changes his face faster than flipping a book. Seems like you are really master hidden official. Chen Pingon laughed involuntarily. He must have lost the bet, and not the fake one, so don't blame me. Chen Pingon thought for a while. Also, call me Chow Mo in the future. It is an alias, or Master Chow. I will be your sword protector for the time being. In the future, when you follow me to my hometown, whether you enter my sect or not, it will be up to fate. These children who had traveled far away from home, and many of them were heartbroken from parting with their loved ones, and were slowly enjoying themselves in the white jade hairpin. They were leaving their hometown, but they were returning to their hometown. Then let's give each other a high five, and let's go. Let's get to know each other. Chen Pingon's eyes were gentle, and he bent down, extended his hand, and gave each of the children a high five. Some of the children kept a straight face, standing where they were, and did not raise their hands or high fives, but Chen Pingon did not mind. Chen Pingon stood at the end of the ferry, and while driving the talisman boat, which was not too high above the sea, he had a headache. Originally, he thought that he would be traveling alone in the Tongya continent, but he did not expect that it would be such a noisy scene. Some of the children were leaning on the railing, whispering to each other. Some of them had already sat cross-legged and began to nourish their flying swords. What a big water, I can't see the end of it. How deep do you think it is? If the Great Wall of our hometown was thrown here, would we be standing on the surface of the water or under the water? Ask the hidden official. Ask Chow Mo, he is very knowledgeable. The talisman boat sailed across the sea, during which Chen Pingon saw a group of pearl divers from Luhua Island. So he cast a camouflage spell on the talisman boat and took a detour. But this talisman boat was too expensive. Chen Pingon raised his head and looked over, hoping to pass by a cross-continent ferry that went from west to east. Compared to riding a talisman boat to travel across the sea, the latter was obviously more cost-effective. Moreover, since this group of children came to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, it was inevitable that they would have to deal with people outside the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The ferry was relatively safe, so it was actually a very good choice. Unfortunately, Chen Pingon did not expect to see a ferry passing by. After all, the Tongya continent was too isolated in history, and there was no such thing. Chen Pingon took out the blade-strengthening gourd, tied it to his waist, and patted the wine pot gently. Old man, we finally meet again. Then he put the jade bamboo folding fan that his student Cui Dongshan gave him on his waist. Sitting at the bow of the boat, he asked the children about the situation inside the white jade hairpin. The little girl named Nalan Yuji had a clear voice. She poured out the beans from a bamboo tube and spoke tirelessly about her cultivation over the years. The flow of time was slow inside, but fast outside. It was really a different world. So in fact, these 9 children did not practice swordsmanship for a long time in this small broken world. Chen Pingon was silent for a long time, and suddenly asked, "Tonight, do we want to eat stewed fish?" The taste of sea fish is still different from the taste of river fish. Higu was not shy with strangers, so he said casually, "I don't really want to, but we can make do." Yu Xia added, "Being a hidden official is not domineering at all. Why don't you just give orders directly? The child added, "There are no outsiders here, so I don't need to call you Chow Mo." Chen Pingon smiled. Yu Xia immediately raised his hands. "You are too polite." Okay, Chow Mo, Master Chow, Grandpa Chow, okay. Chen Pingon sighed. Why does it feel like Li Huai was with him in the past? Chen Pingon activated his water arts and conjured a fishing rod that seemed to be made of jade. He then used a wisp of martial arts Xinqi to congeal a fishing line and a fishing hook. Without any bait, he threw the fishing rod far away into the sea. Then, he closed his eyes and focused, using the slight vibration of the thin fishing line to search for fish in the water. Little Yen praised, "Chow Mo is really immortal." Yuji raised her eyebrows, and said proudly, "Of course, otherwise how could my sister be so devoted to Yin?" Master Chow. My sister used all the money she saved to buy the seal, the fan, and the Song of Immortal Sword at the Yen family shop. She went to the wine shop to drink many times, but she never saw Master Chow. But every time she went home, she was very happy. Grandpa said she was obsessed, but my sister didn't listen to him. She slacked off on her swordsmanship, and often secretly practiced calligraphy, copying the inscriptions on the fan. Little Yen said softly, "When can we see Sister Wanwan?" Yuji sighed, "It's hard to say. I only know that my sister went to Inverted Hanging Mountain with Fatty Yen and the others." Chen Pingon opened his eyes, holding the fishing rod with his right hand and the blade-strengthening gourd with his left. He raised his head and drank a mouthful of wine. It was the taste of wine that he hadn't tasted in a long time. It was the wine from his shop. Maybe it was because he hadn't drunk it in a long time, or maybe it was because he didn't have any pickles to go with the wine, or maybe it was because he didn't have a bowl of green onion noodles waiting for him to eat. So, he only took a small sip, but it was so spicy that it almost made him cry. On the road of life, one would meet many passers-by who would never meet again after parting. But in people's hearts, passers-by could be people who stayed for a long time. They would smile, talk loudly, and drink drunkenly at the same table. They would also remind people of someone, and it would be as if that person was looking at them without saying anything. Chen Pingon slowly turned his head and looked at the children who were either chatting or practicing swordsmanship in silence. The dream seemed to be real. It really seemed like a dream. This was probably what the books called, as if a lifetime had passed. Chen Pingon didn't dare to drink too much. He turned his head and shouted at the little sparrows who seemed to have come from the city, "Hey!" The children who were chatting turned their heads in unison. Even the few who were practicing swordsmanship pricked up their ears. Chen Pingon smiled and said, "In the vast world, if anyone dares to bully you in the future, I will beat them to death." Bai Xian asked, "If you meet an immortal or even an ascendant realm cultivator in the Tongyi continent, you definitely can't beat them." This child liked to put his hands behind his back and pretend to be an adult. Chen Pingon smiled and shook his head. Among the native cultivators of the Tongyi continent, there were most likely no ascendant realm cultivators. As for immortals, whether or not he could beat them, he could let them try. However, since the cultivators of the upper 5 realms who stayed in the Tongyi continent didn't leave back then and survived, they were all well-deserved heroes or formidable people. Don't fight if you can. Harmony breeds wealth. When Chen Pingon didn't need to merge with half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he lost his reliance and broke free from the cage at the same time. As for how Cui Dong did it, only God knew. Because Cui Axian sewing technique carried the true name of the Great Demon, Chen Pingon had been practicing martial arts. He was everywhere. At all times, he would be suppressed by the great Tao of heaven and earth. The small world of the human body, the tendons, the bones, the blood, the flesh, the meridians, the qi residence, and then the soul. It was as if the entire small world of mountains and rivers was under a mysterious, heavy pressure without exception. Everything was shaking. Several great grandmasters were mercilessly punching Chin Pingon fiercely to temper his body. This familiar feeling was also a long-lost peace of mind. Therefore, when he opened the mountain and river restriction in the Cave of Fortune, Chin Pingon was careless and couldn't adapt to the chi of heaven and earth. He dropped to the Aurus core stage. Otherwise, with Chin Pingon's cautiousness, those cultivators wouldn't have been able to detect his whereabouts. Chin Pingon could let a demon cultivator who came to the city to provoke him safely return to his hometown in the south only because the other party did not have any enmity with the vast world. Whether it came to the city to have fun or to seek death, Chin Pingon could use it to relieve his boredom. However, now, he might not be able to listen to a few worrisome words from his hometown. He might not be able to withstand one or two worrisome things done by his hometown. He Goose saw that Master Chow was in a daze and asked, "What are you thinking about? You can't take your eyes off a beautiful woman and are distracted." Yu Xia added, "If I were older, I would probably be tempted too. It's human nature." No wonder Master Chow took a few more glances. Anyway, it's a waste not to look. His hands did not touch that big sister's body. Chin Pingon smiled and said, "There are millions of good-looking women. Everything is for the White Bone Temple." The little girl Nalon actually took out a pen and paper on the spot. She took a breath and wrote down this sentence on the paper. Then, with a shake of her wrist, everything disappeared. Chin Pingon was a little surprised. She was actually a little girl with a good family background. She even had a mind item with her. Nalon Yuxia. Surname, Nalon. After confirming a little guess in his heart, Chin Pingon could not help but let his thoughts wander 1,000 miles away. The only thing that could cause the river of time to be unable to restrain was probably one's thoughts. The female immortal cultivator who came in the form of a rainbow was most likely responsible for patrolling the Rain Dragon Sect Sea region. Chin Pingon actually only saw the scented pouch ornament on her waist that was overflowing with multicolored light and her red and yellow aura that was like the rising clouds of the morning sun. He had already guessed her identity. She came from the drifting cloud continent and was also the master of the pine mist blessed land. She was good at refining all kinds of clouds in the world. She was said to be good friends with the Taixia progenitor Li Yu of the Crouching Earth Peak in the North Continent. Was the world at peace? It seemed so. This was what Cui Dong had said earlier. It was also what Chin Pingon was currently thinking. Chin Pingon had long noticed that there was a problem with his mental state. He was used to thinking too much. On the city wall, he was alone, surrounded by enemies from all directions. Chin Pingon, who was still carrying the burden of being a hidden official, could not help but think too much. Once he thought too much, he would fall into the trap. One careless move would cause him to lose everything. Other than his own death, he would also implicate the direction of the entire world and cause it to deviate slightly towards the wilderness world. Moreover, as long as he did not have to die, how could Chin Pingon bear to die? There were still so many people he wanted to meet. They were scattered all over the world, waiting for him to meet them one by one. Chin Pingon asked, "Do you want to take the cross-continent ferry?" Of the 9 children, other than the 3 who did not like to talk from beginning to end, He Xiangting, Yu Qingzhang, and Sun Chunwang, the rest were all excited. They wanted to experience it and did not even consider the hidden official's money bag. Chin Pingon reminded them, other than the 2 points I mentioned earlier, when you get on the ferry, remember to hide your identity as a swordsman. Anyway, as long as you do not cause trouble, there is nothing to worry about. If you want to practice your swordsmanship, you can practice it in the house. If you want to enjoy the scenery, you can go out and enjoy it. There are no taboos. Chen Pingon steered the talisman boat and shot towards the cross-continent ferry. He was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed more than 100 miles and caught up with the ferry that was fluttering with colorful ribbons. The two ferries were more than 1,000 feet apart. Chen Pingon asked loudly in the elegant language of the central divine continent, "Can we board the ferry?" The cross-continent ferry did respond. The few cultivators on the mountain who went out to enjoy the scenery quickly returned to their residences without the ferry saying anything. Then, around the railings of the ferry, mist rose to a height of more than 10 feet. When the mist dissipated, long talisman swords appeared. They were made of green bamboo and looked very green. Moreover, the swords were engraved with Dan script. They were written in the Tao of talisman and were used to slay demons. The key was that the thousands of talisman swords were made of green bamboo produced by the bamboo sea cave. It was filled with Tao and was naturally superior to the spirits of mountains, rivers, lakes, and lakes. Although it was not close to the 10 ancestral bamboos of the Green Immortal Mountain, such a large number of green bamboo talisman swords must be very expensive. It was definitely not something that any cross-continent ferry could buy and refine into such precious talisman swords. Moreover, the bamboo sea cave rarely sold their green bamboo to the outside world. Even if they allowed their green bamboo to rot and turn into green mud, they would never make money from it. Then, there was only one possibility left. The Lady of the Green Immortal Mountain, who had never left the cave and never appeared in the world, had sold the vast amount of green bamboo from the bamboo sea cave at a low price. She might even have given it to the Confucian temple in the central region. Therefore, if there was a chance in the future, he would definitely travel to the bamboo sea cave. The cross-continent ferry was filled with sword chi and the world was austere. In the past, the cross-continent ferry to the inverted hanging mountain was mostly staffed by earth immortals of the nascent soul realm who were good at killing. There were even cultivators of the upper 5 realms who helped to escort the goods, just in case. The painted women on the outer wall of the ferry showed up one by one. They had graceful figures and were about 3 to 4 feet tall. Each of them held a talisman sword made of green bamboo and of a higher grade. The tip of the talisman sword was pointed at the talisman boat. It was a middle-aged man who was dressed like a warrior. He wore a bamboo hat and a green robe. A narrow saber hung from his waist and a wine pot was tied to his waist. On the cross-continent ferry, the cultivators and most of the passengers were looking at the talisman boat that appeared out of nowhere. The group of children had nothing to look at. Most of their attention was on the man. Chen Pingon raised his hand and smiled. "I can let the green bamboo talisman sword cut my palm and use it to verify my identity before boarding the boat." He Gu sighed and said, "Not domineering at all." Yu Xia nodded and said, "Very cowardly." A ferryman in a black robe stood at the front of the boat. He held a pair of iron maces in his hands. He had a big beard but a small face. He looked scholarly but his words were simple and concise. He only said 3 words, "Get lost." Chen Pingon raised his hand high. He held a rain coin between his fingers and said, "I don't lack money." The ferryman said, "1 sword in your palm and 1 in between your eyebrows. Are you willing?" Chen Pingon nodded and said, it's okay. But please be careful with your strength. Don't break it." Chen Pingon chuckled and added, "It's better to kill the wrong person than to let the wrong person go. It's too harmful to the virtue of the underworld. We are all real immortal masters. Don't learn from the wild cultivators." The painted dragon girl seemed to have received the ferryman's order. She really did send out 2 swords. The sword light suddenly cut through the night sky and then suddenly disappeared. After she kept the sword, she looked down. On the tip of the sword, there were 2 beads condensed by blood. The tip of the sword trembled slightly. The 2 drops of blood from the man in the bamboo hat's palm and between his eyebrows shattered. A woman in a colorful dress with the appearance of a water immortal and the aura of an earth deity condensed the blood again with a secret technique. Obviously, she did not notice anything strange. She held the bamboo sword upside down with the dragon girl. Perhaps this was a sign of goodwill to the man in the bamboo hat. After all, the other party's action was very sincere. Handing over the blood to an alchemist for verification was not as simple as handing over a customs document. Chen Pingan waved his hand and took the 2 drops of blood into his palm. The ferryman's expression became more amiable. He asked, "Where did you guys come from?" Chen Pingan chose to answer telepathically. "After I learned that the Liuxia continent senior Tsong Yi's Dao was boundless and had already wiped out the demon race that caused chaos, the Rain Dragon sect's territory could be said to be peaceful and peaceful. There were no more hidden dangers. I took the juniors of my sect out to sea and visited Luhua Island to see if I could find any opportunities along the way. As for my sect, let's not talk about it. Those who left have gone to the 5th world. There are not many old people left." The ferryman's heart tightened. Good Lord, it's actually a nascent soul cultivator pretending to be a pure martial artist. Damn it, it's most likely that cultivator from the Tongyi continent. He's either a military cultivator or a sword cultivator. Otherwise, his physique would not be so tough as a martial artist's. The other party's telepathic thoughts were extremely clear. It was obvious that the 2 layers of mountain and water restrictions on the ferry did not affect his cultivation much. If it was a Jindan Earth Immortal, it would not be difficult for him to hear clearly. It's just that the voice would not be so clear. Chen Pingan's palm lightly patted his green robe. The robe rippled and released waves of green mist. It took the initiative to break through some of the camouflage, revealing the bamboo silk robe on his body. It came from the Azure Immortal Mountain. Lu Yuzhou, who took the Osmanthus Island to the Yuan Ruan Mansion, wore a bamboo silk robe back then. This type of robe also had the reputation of cool land and summer resort. Especially Qi cultivators who cultivated the wood and water Dao. Their preference for the Azure Immortal Mountain's bamboo robe was no less than the pursuit of the world's cultivators for things that were close at hand. No demon cultivator would wear the Azure Immortal Mountain's bamboo robe. Unless it was a great demon of the immortal realm with profound Dao. However, with the current mirror hanging in the sky, demon cultivators of the upper 5 realms, especially those of the immortal realm, would not be able to hide their presence once they left the bottom of the sea. The huge mirror hanging high was a legendary mirror for opening makeup. If it was an ascendant realm great demon who was better at hiding its presence. This Tsaif fairy could only admit that it was unlucky. It was nothing more than a battle to the death. However, once the great demon's presence was exposed, it would definitely die. There were cultivators stationed at the old site of the Rain Dragon sect to help take revenge. Other than Shusha Continent's immortal Tsongli, Golden Armor Continent's female sword immortal Song Pin, there was also an Ascendant Realm cultivator from the Central Divine Continent who personally guarded the Jialong Ravine. The steward cupped his fists and said, "Sorry for the offense. Please board the ferry." Chen Pingan cupped his fists and returned the greeting. He smiled and said, "The wind on the mountain is strong. It's better to be safe than sorry." If Chen Pingan showed up with his green robe and bamboo robe first, he probably wouldn't be able to board the ferry tonight. This was the human heart. The steward smiled. He knew how to talk. Chen Pingan asked for 3 rooms from the ferry. Chen Pingan had 1 room for himself, and the girl and boy each had 1 room. Chen Pingan only had one request. The rooms had to be adjacent to each other. Immortal money was easy to negotiate. He could name any price. As for whether the Tsai fairy needed to discuss with the guests and vacate 1 or 2 rooms, Chen Pingan could just add more money to compensate the immortal masters. He wouldn't let the immortal masters move for nothing and make things difficult for the fairy. There were the most people with the surname Qian in the world. The matter was handled quite smoothly. Firstly, the immortal money on the mountain was becoming more and more valuable. Secondly, the Tsai fairy also had some intention of giving in. It was true that caution was the parent of business on the mountain. However, the saying, "the wind on the mountain is strong," was even more true. Chen Pingan formed a sword seal with 2 fingers. At the same time, he activated his metal natal item and helped to draw a golden sword pool in the 2 rooms. This was to prevent the idle conversation of the children from being unknowingly spied on by the busybodies on the ferry. Chen Pingan originally wanted to take out a few more talisman and paste them on the windows and doors. However, after some thought, he gave up on the idea. He didn't want the children to be too reserved. The ferry stopped at an immortal ferry at the southernmost end of the Tongyi continent. It wasn't too far from the Jade Gui sect. Chen Pingan returned to his room and asked for a pot of immortal wine that was unique to the Tsai fairy. After drinking half a pot of wine, he dipped his finger in the wine and wrote a line of words on the table. "The river is clear and the sea is clear." Obviously, they were bullying a cultivator from Tongyi continent. In the Howran 9 continents, the cultivators of Tongyi continent were already very famous. Even if he didn't need to go to the pearl diving field to spend the divine coin, there was still something that he could do on the Tsai ferry. The location of the ferry was very particular. Deep below the ferry, there was a water vein in the sea, and there were many fishes in the Li River. If he was lucky, he might even encounter some rare aquatic creatures. However, if he wanted to enjoy the pleasure of fishing, he needed to pay extra money. He needed to rent a green bamboo fishing rod that was secretly made by immortals from the ferry, and it cost 1 divine coin for half an hour. Chen Pingan saw that there were already a few fishermen near the railing of the ferry, so he spent 1 divine coin and sat on the railing and cast the fishing rod into the sea. The fishing line was very long, and he didn't need to spend any money to buy a small porcelain bottle of bait. Otherwise, the ferry would be too greedy. Chen Pingan sighed. In the past, Chui Dongshan would often talk nonsense beside him, saying that the words in black and white had a deep meaning, and that each word was a shadow. After so many years, Chen Pingan still couldn't figure it out. He just felt that this saying did have a deep meaning. Chen Pingan raised his head and looked at the night sky. The wind and snow were getting heavier. The sky was tens of millions of miles away from the earth. The sun and moon hung in the sky, and the earth was tens of millions of miles away. Chen Pingan suddenly wanted to go to the sky to take a look. He could ride the wind, swords, or even the talisman ferry. However, when he thought of the children still on the ferry, Chen Pingan temporarily dismissed the idea. Apart from fishing, Chen Pingan was more concerned about the conversations of the cultivators. However, there wasn't much to talk about. They were all trivial matters, and didn't involve the situation of the world. Chen Pingan's biggest worry now was that he was in the 4th dream. It couldn't be the trick of the white paper blessed land. The most mysterious thing about the white paper blessed land carefully built by the family was that the sentient beings in the blessed land, although they were all white paper puppets, they were really sentient. They could follow the complicated network and have their own thoughts and actions. They were no different from real people. The only difference was that the paper figurines in the blessed land, even if they were cultivators, had no sense of the passage of time. Therefore, Chen Pingan was of course worried. From the first step he took out of the fortune cave on Luhua Island, the people he saw after that were all white paper. They might even be transformed by a person, and the scenery he saw was the legendary one-leaf vision. The world was vast and boundless. Immersed in it, one would feel like an alcoholic who was half drunk. He wasn't dead drunk, but he wasn't truly sober either. Then, there would seem to be someone beside him, smiling and asking if he was drunk, and if he could continue drinking. How could he not feel disappointed? This kind of thing, his senior brother Chui Dong could do, not to mention the Dali imperial tutor of the Howran III brocade sect could also do it. Chui Dong and Chui Dongshan, what they were best at was to concentrate on one thing. Once they dispersed their thoughts, they would talk about a few things. Chen Pingan was afraid that all the people around him would suddenly condense into one person, and become a white-haired Confucian scholar in a green robe. They had already acknowledged him as their senior brother, but they couldn't beat him, and they didn't dare to scold him. Even if they criticized him in their hearts, they would still be seen through. Wasn't that surprising? A cultivator laughed loudly, suddenly raised his rod, and successfully caught a fish from the Li River. Although it was called a fish, it was actually a big red turtle, the size of a basin, with 4 eyes and 6 legs, and pearls adorned its feet. The man peeled off 6 pearls and then threw the fish back into the sea. Very quickly, a female cultivator on the ferry, dressed in a xiangshui skirt, went to buy the pearls. The cultivator received a small sum of money and was all smiles, high-fiving his good friend beside him. His good friend said that this trip to the Tongyi continent would definitely be a pleasant surprise. Chen Pingan didn't get anything, so he didn't care at all. If his luck was too good, he would feel a little guilty. Another person caught an even older fish. This time, the female cultivator on the colorful clothes ferry bought the whole fish from that person, spending 3 small sums of money. Chen Pingan turned his head and saw that the manager of the ferry was standing not far behind him. He was dressed in a laurel black robe, and had an ancient style. The manager introduced himself, Huang Lin, Wusun Lan's second consecrator. Chen Pingan was puzzled, Wusun Lan of the Golden Armor Continent. Since when was there a male consecrator? Wusun Lan produced more than 10 kinds of immortal colored letter paper. It was famous among the immortal residences and aristocratic families of the Central Plains, and it made a lot of money. This was especially so for the spring tree stationery and Tuan flower stationery. In the early years, they were even sold in the inverted hanging mountain. It was similar to the dragon fairy dress, xiangshui skirt, pearls in the palm, bright moon. As long as an item could become the favorite of female immortal masters and aristocratic ladies, there was no need to worry about not being able to make money. As for men, no matter how much they valued money, they would probably spend a lot of money for the woman they liked. On his Luopa mountain, there seemed to be a lack of such exquisite and cute items. Huang Lin said, "Too many people have died." Chen Pingan was stunned for a moment, then turned around and cupped his fists. Huang Lin suddenly laughed, "A Qi refinement warrior who dares to bring 9 children out to sea, no matter how afraid of death he is, has a limit. Previously, I stopped you from boarding the ferry and offended you. It is my duty, please forgive me. Later, I'll pay for it out of my own pocket and have someone send you a few pots of wine as an apology." Chen Pingan nodded, "Fellow Taoist Huang is very gracious." Huang Lin dismissed it with a smile and took his leave. When it was time, Chen Pingan returned the fishing rod, returned to the house, and continued to move the poles. Half a month later, there was a commotion everywhere on the ferry. Chen Pingan opened the window and found that he had encountered a mirage. There seemed to be a huge hole at the bottom of the sea, and its breadth formed a large chain of immortal palaces. They stood in the sea of clouds of different heights, sparkling with golden light. It was like an ancient immortal realm, with immortal residences everywhere. On the cloud roads that connected the immortal palaces and attics, there was an endless flow of carriages and horses. Men and women were of ancient appearance, and the people driving the carriages were mostly burly golden men in armor. There was even one of the most majestic palaces, with dozens of yellow cranes circling above it. Chen Pingan sighed with emotion. It was said that the older the divine object, the more effective it was. Ordinary mirages were mostly unobstructed illusions, but this sea market was obviously not like that. The spiritual chi flowed, and the illusion was close to the truth. The colorful clothes fairy seemed to have encountered this mirage before, and chose to take a detour without hesitation. However, they did not expect that after taking a detour for more than 100 miles, the mirage kept blocking their path. Some Earth Immortal cultivators who did not know the severity of the situation wanted to investigate, but they were stopped by manager Huang Lin, who said that the dying Ho hid very well. Even the immortal cultivators could not find a trace of it after searching for several months. Moreover, the demon was now in the state of Dao scattering, which was similar to the soul of a pure Jade Realm cultivator. It could no longer suppress the leakage of its Dao Qi, and was trapped in the sea market. Ordinary barrier-breaking talismans were useless. Moreover, the big demon's actions today were very likely to show its ferocious nature. It wanted to fight to the death with the fairy before its Dao disappeared. The painted women on the outer wall of the ferry appeared one by one, and the green bamboo sword formation was even activated. Flying swords were like rain, breaking through the fog and miasma formed by the Ho. It was like a pocket-sized sword boat. In front of the ferry, a palace covered in clouds appeared out of thin air, and there was even a white rainbow hanging in the air. This caused Huang Lin's expression to change drastically. The white rainbow of the secular world might not be that strange, but the white rainbow here was the aura of a soldier. The Ho really did not want to hide its tracks anymore, and finally went on a killing spree. It was just that he did not know whether his fairy could hold on until the immortal arrived to help. Chen Pingan frowned slightly. According to the sage's word interpretation method, the word rainbow was interpreted as two flood dragons, which was why it was placed next to the word insect. Chen Pingan looked over with rapt attention. The white rainbow was indeed split into two, the male and female of the rainbow. The ancients saw the rainbow as the obscenity of heaven and earth, just like the toad in the ancient moon palace, which belonged to the essence of the moon. Huang Lin stood at the bow of the ferry, and a 1,000-foot-tall Confucian Dharma appeared. Huang Lin's real body used his finger as a knife, and cut open his palm, using his own blood as the material for the talisman's elixir script. When Huang Lin wrote on his palm, the Dharma took control of his hand, and a golden talisman appeared in his palm. Huang Lin calmed his mind and condensed his qi to write the characters, and said loudly, "Celestial Official Lu Ding, Minister Jiao Ho." On the 1,000-foot Dharma's palm, 10 large talisman characters appeared. Golden light flowed and shone in all directions. The fog and miasma seemed to be illuminated by the sun, and the area within a radius of a few miles instantly melted like snow. Huang Lin cut open his palm again, and said in a deep voice, "With the Son of Heaven's decree, water creatures should imprison themselves." On the Dharma's palm, there were layers of halos. Golden light suddenly bloomed, and a torrential rain fell. It was like a huge pot of boiling water was sprinkled in the wind and snow. In the mirage, a market collapsed with a loud bang, and a huge figure hiding under it flashed and disappeared. A cross-continent traveler was actually a hidden sword cultivator at the bottleneck of the Oris core realm. He laughed and said, "I'm here to help Daoist Huang slay demons." However, this sword cultivator's way of practicing the sword was rather strange. He actually stepped on a viewing platform, and his hands formed a sword seal. Only then did he exhale softly, and spat out a lustrous sword ball. It was extremely fast, and after 1,000 feet away from the fairy, the sword ball that was originally less than 3 inches long suddenly turned into a huge pitch-black sword engraved with the ink of an immortal. As for the Oris Core sword cultivator, he did not stop his steps. In the end, a Big Dipper talisman formation appeared under his feet, and a black fish floated out of the water. The sword cultivator stepped on the back of the black fish, and when he finished his sword seal, he muttered, "The mountain man rides a fish to the sky, the wise take care of it, and the fool guess." The electric heavenly sword in his hand slashes straight at the sea of the long whale. The natal flying sword that was heading towards the palace and the white rainbow was flowing with sword radiance. It dragged out a divine general in golden armor, and held a huge black sword. Lightning intertwined, and a divine spirit and a flying sword slashed straight, trying to split the white rainbow and the mirage apart. After the strike, the sound was like thunder, and the wind and clouds surged. The chi dynamic was turbulent, and even the fairy shook and swayed. The Oris Core sword cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood, and reached out to hold on to the railing. He hurriedly used his mind to retrieve the flying sword, but he did not expect a miasma that covered the sky to surge out crazily, and wrapped around the natal flying sword. It was as if it was isolated from the world, and cut off the connection between the sword cultivator and his natal item. The sword cultivator's face was pale, and his mind was trembling. Huang Lin immediately used his supernatural powers to help the sword cultivator find the missing flying sword. Chen Pingan had already lightly increased the strength of his feet, so that the 2 neighboring houses were as stable as usual, and were not affected by the chi dynamic. However, unlike the other cultivators on the ferry, Chen Pingan's gaze did not look for the huge figure that was used as a smokescreen. Instead, he stared directly at the sky canopy in the southeast corner of the sea. Chen Pingan raised his left hand, and used the water seal, and 5 thunderbolts gathered. The little girl was very smart and immediately followed with a word, "Dang." The little fatty sighed, "God." Chen Pingan could not help but laugh. Nothing happened on the way. The colorful clothes ferry swept across thousands of mountains on the land from the sea. However, even if one looked down from the ferry for a long time, there was still little smoke in the world. Only the green mountains were not old, the green water was flowing, and the birds and the white clouds were staying together. Finally, in the night, the ferry landed at the southernmost point of the Tongya continent. The immortal ferry that was rebuilt from the ruins was located at the old Yuzhou territory of a broken dynasty. The old country had mountains and rivers, and the city was full of spring vegetation. There was an old saying, "If you miss your master, you will go to Yuzhou." Chen Pingan sat back at the table from the window and stared at the lamp on the table in a daze. The common people did not live forever. For 36,000 days, every night was like a candle. There was a knock on the door. The little girl outside was a little excited and said, "Master Chow, we are here. We can get off the ferry." Chen Pingan nodded, stood up, and let the lamp continue to be lit. He raised his hand, performed a spell, and put a bamboo hat on his head. He opened the door and walked down the ferry with the children. He looked back. Huang Lin seemed to be waiting for him to look back. He immediately smiled and cupped his hands to send him off. Chen Pingan turned and cupped his hands to return the greeting. After walking for a while, Chen Pingan suddenly squatted down and reached out to touch the ground. Then he gently grabbed a handful of soil and put it in his sleeve to bring back to his hometown. You're tuning in to the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.